Hello everyone, welcome to Tharun Tech Trainings. On this channel, you will find high quality trainings and valuable content on data analysis, data engineering, and other data technologies. If you are new to the channel, please consider subscribe and click on the bell icon so you will never miss our latest videos and updates. Let me take a pinch of time to introduce about myself. I am Tarun Challa. I am a Microsoft certified data analyst, data engineer, and SQL AI developer. I have extensive experience working in data industry and have successfully trained hundreds of students through online platforms. Whether you are a student or working professional, to switch your career into data platforms or data domains, or someone who want to build strong foundation in data analysis or data engineering, this channel is for you. If you are interested in online trainings on data analysis or data engineering, feel free to reach out to me on WhatsApp for the number provided. My goal is to help you to build the skill that is required to start and advance your careers in data domain. Now, without any further delay, let's get started into the session. Hello guys, welcome to the session on Python. In this session, we are going to learn about foundations of Python. After that, when it comes to this complete course on Python, we are going to learn about basics of Python, variables, indexes, and slicing in Python along with operators. After that, data structures in Python. After that, control flow, which can make decisions and execute different types of logics. After that, functions. After that, we are going to learn about object oriented programming. And at last, we are going to learn about error handling in Python. These are the modules that I'm going to cover as a part of this course. First, let us start about foundations of Python. In this module, we are going to learn about what is Python, what is the history of Python, which IDE are we going to use to run the Python code, and why we are learning Python. And we are going to execute the first program in the IDE. Along with that, we are going to learn about multiple types of comments that we can use in that specified IDE while writing Python code. First, let me take you through what is programming language. Similarly, like how a language is important to communicate with any other person. If one person want to communicate with another person, there must be a medium called language to exchange their conversation. Similarly, if we want to speak with the system or computer to perform some task, we need a language. That particular language or medium is called as programming language. We have some of the popular programming languages like C, Java, Python, R, C++, C Sharp, JavaScript. We have a number of languages. Among them, we are going to learn about Python. First, let me take you through history of Python. Python is created by Guido van Rossum in the year 1991, and this particular language is very easy to learn when compared to other programming languages. The syntax of Python will be similar to English. It is comfortable to read, and it will have only fewer lines of code when compared to other language. When it comes to C or any other language, we need to write many more lines of code even to execute small program. But in Python, we can directly write in fewer number of lines, and it is cross-platform compatible or supportable. Like we can use Python in Windows, Mac, Linux, or multiple other operating systems, and it is directly an interpreted language which can execute on the go. Like remaining languages, if you write the code and it need to be converted into mission understandable format, and then they will execute the code. But when it comes to Python, it is an interpreted language which can directly execute once we write the code. And let us try to understand what is Python. As we know that Python is a programming language. And what is this programming language? Programming language is nothing but a set of instructions which are used to communicate with the system, and these instructions will be understandable by computer. Similarly, how we have language to communicate with each other, this language is nothing but of a set of sentences. We will form a proper sentence to communicate with other person. Similarly, in the same way, if there is a set of instructions that need to be passed to a computer or system, it is called as a programming language. This programming language will be built on syntax. This syntax is nothing but a set of rules to write that particular program or code. Program cannot be write in a random way. We need to arrange it in a proper format, which is nothing but of syntax. And when it comes to this Python will be vastly used in the roles of data analysis, data engineering, data science, machine learning, web developer, and Python developer as well. We will have n number of opportunities in the market if we learn Python. Okay, we understood what is Python, who introduced it in which year, and what is a programming language. Now we are ready to learn Python, but where to write this particular code? We need to have a IDE to write any program or code and execute it. IDE means integrated development environment. We have n number of IDEs available like Visual Studio Code, PyCharm, Jupyter, Google Colab, Spider, and any other editors where we can write and run the code. But here we are using Google Colab, which is nothing but of Jupyter notebook in online, where we can write the code and execute it without any installation or something. Directly we can open it in the browser. We can sign in by using our mail ID and we can write the code, and it will be automatically saved inside that mail ID or in the drive. We need not to save it manually. Like immediately after writing the code, it will be saved automatically. If you want to open Google Colab, just go to browser and open a new page and search for Google Colab. Once you search for Google Colab, you can see an option called Notebook. If you click on that particular option called Notebook, it automatically navigates to Google Colab environment where you can go to the option called File, and you can click on the option called Open a new notebook in Drive. If you click on Open a new notebook in Drive, automatically it will be navigating you to this particular page where you can write a, and you can change the title of the page manually. Once we open this Google Colab notebook, it appears like this. And here you will have two options, one to write the text and second one to write the code. If you click on text at the top, it will open a text box where you can write text or you can write notes on the program that you are going to create. I'm writing a text called first program. If you mention hash in front of the text here, it will create a folder like structure. For example, here I am creating text based on by providing hash. I wrote it as first program. If I write it as first program, automatically it will create a folder like structure in the index page. First program is created as a separate folder. Whatever the program that you write inside it will be part of this particular folder. For example, next I am providing one more thing called comments in Python. This comments will be taken as a next folder. It will be taken as a next folder in the index page. For example, under first program, if you write a subfolder, if you want to write a subfolder, if you want to create a folder, you need to provide only one hash. If you want to create a subfolder, you need to create two hashes. And now I am writing print hello. And this print hello will be created as a subfolder in first program folder. This is how we can create folder format by using hash in text boxes. This is not code. This is text boxes. These things that I used are text boxes. Now, when it comes to code box, here I can run my program. Here I can write my code and execute. First, let me write a code. Here we can collapse this as well, and we can unhide cells whenever we want. Let me write my first code here. As Python is a case sensitive language, here if you are providing capital letters or small letters, they are matter here. If syntax is created in such a way that small letters need to be used, you have to write them in small letters only. If syntax is given in such a way where capital letter must be used, you have to use it in capital letter only. For example, I am using print. Print must be written in small letters only. If you provide print in capital letters or P in capital letters in print, then it will throw you error. I am executing print hello. If I run it, it automatically returns me hello. Unlike this, if you write, see it is printing hello. Unlike this, if you use print with P as capital, it will throw error. So it is giving syntax error. Even if you execute it, it will throw it as name error, as the name called print is not defined. In print, P must be a small letter and it should be completely with small letter. Okay. Next, let us try to understand about comments. We just went through something where we can create folders in text boxes using hash. But in code box, if you write something using hash, it will be taken as comment. For example, I am writing print hello by using hash in front of it. It will be taken as comment. And even if you run it, there will be no output as it is a comment. By using hash, we can write single line comment. What if you want to use multiple line comments? For example, if I want to write multi-line comment, then I need to use quotation marks. I can use three single quotation marks or three double quotation marks. Anything. For example, by using single quotation mark, three single quotation marks, I am writing hello, and in the next line, I am writing and I will close it with three single quotation marks. Now, even though if I run it, there will be nothing, like it will be taken as comment only. Even you can use three double quotation marks as well. The same way you can mention it in three single quotation marks or three double quotation marks. Now let us write a small program where we can add two different numbers. I'm writing a program where I can add two different numbers. Here I will just take a variable and assign a value for it. I am taking a variable called A and assigning value called 5 for it. And I am taking variable called B and assigning a value called 2 for it. Now, if I run this particular code in the variable called A, it will store value called 5. Here equal to acts as assignment operator. B will store the value called 2. Now, if I print A plus B, now it will return the output called 7. It will add 5 and 2 and it will return the output called 7. Now, if you observe here, when it comes to variable is nothing but it is a container which can store a single value and we can reuse that particular variable wherever we want to have that particular value. If you override the variable, for example, here if I provide a equal to 7 again or a equal to 8, first I stored a equal to 5, b equal to 2, and then I wrote a equal to 8. First, it will create a variable. It will create a storage container which can store one value, and it will take a value called 5 into it. After that, it will create one more variable, and it will store the value. In that container, it will store the value called that is called variable B. In variable A, it stored the value called 5, and in variable B, it stored the value called 2. After that, you are providing that A equal to 8. Whenever you try to override the same variable, it will replace the value which is present inside it with the new value, which means 5 will be replaced with A. In the already there is a variable called A, that's why it will override the 5 with 8. Now the variable A will contain the value called 8, and variable B will contain the value called 2. Now if you write print A plus B, it will return 10. You can see that it is returning 10. Whenever you will pass multiple values for the same variable, like one after another, the latest value will be overwrited rated, and it will be taken as the value to the variable. Again, if I create one more variable like A equal to 3, 8 will be replaced by 3. Now that variable called A will contain the value called 3, and A plus B will become 3 plus 2, and it will return the value called 5. The latest assigned value will be stored inside the variable if you are trying to overwrite the same variable. When it comes to the creation of this particular variable, there will be multiple rules that we have to remember while creating the variable. We know that variable is a storage container, and whenever we pass any value, it will overwrite. We provide A equal to 10 and A equal to 5. Variable will overwrite its value. I will replace 10 inside variable A. And we have few rules to create variable or to name a variable. Here I provided a name called A for variable, but if you are providing any proper variable name, like if you want to take a variable called age, or if you want to take a variable called account number, or if you want to take some other variable, variable name will not start with integer. That's the first rule. Which means you cannot give 2a as a variable. Variable name will not start with integer. And variable name cannot contain any special character except underscore. If you want to create variable, we can use underscore as a part of it, but we cannot use any other special character like at the rate or any other character inside the variable. Also remember, like, variable name cannot start with an integer. It doesn't mean variable name cannot contain integer. You can create variable name like a2, only it will not be able to start with integer, but variable name can contain integer value as well. And Python will have few keywords. Variable name should not be part of that keyword. And variable name cannot have spaces in between it. Like if we have two words in a variable name, like if you have a variable name called transaction type, for the variable called transaction type, you cannot have transaction space type as a variable. You can either use it with multiple cases to separate each word, or you can have underscore between each word. We cannot have space in between variable name. And these variable names are case sensitive. If I create any variable with the name of small a, and if I call it with the capital A, like Python will not understand it. If I just provide print of capital A plus B, Python will not understand it. It will throw an error called name A is not defined. As variables are case sensitive, not only variables, Python is a case sensitive language. So if you define any variable or if you are using any statement, it must be written in the proper case. Only if you provide it in proper case, it will return the output. As I am executing the same statement couple of times, it is returning 5 and 5 for multiple times. Variables are case sensitive. And these are the instructions. Like as I mentioned, variable can be a combination of alphanumeric value, but it should not start with integer. Like it can be a alphanumeric value, which means it can be name two. We can take a variable called name two, but it cannot be two name because variable name cannot start with integer. And if you want to separate multiple words, you can use underscore as a separator. These are the rules that we must follow while creating any variable name. We discussed about variables. Now let us discuss about data types that are regularly used in Python. First one is string data type, which is used to store text value. It will be represented as str in Python. If you want to store any string value in Python, that value can be mentioned in single quotes or double quotes. After that, integer data type, which is represented as int, which is used to store whole numbers. It can be negative values or positive values, including 0. After that, we have float as data type, which is used to store any decimal value data like 1.25, 1.5, whatever the value it might be. If any value contains some decimal places, then we can store it in float data type. After that, we have complex as data type. If we have a combination of real and imaginary values, then we can store that particular value as complex data type in Python, where j is used to represent the imaginary value. Here I took an example like 1 plus 2j, where j is an imaginary value. After that, we have Boolean as data type, where we can have values called true or false. And we have to make sure that both true and false should not be given quotation marks if we are giving them as Boolean values, and they must be started with capital letter. In true, T must be capital, in false, F must be capital. After that, we have few data structures like list, tuple, set, dictionary. We will discuss about them in the next parts. But as of now, we must get idea on string, integer, float, complex, and bool. Let us try these data types in notebook. Let me open a new code. First, let me give a title as data types. In Python, we have a function called type, which is used to check which data type value it is. If I just provide type of 1, it will return integer. Let me print this type of 1, print of type of 1. You can see that it belongs to class integer. Let me provide remaining data type values as well. 1.0 should provide data type as float, and if you provide any information in quotation marks, it should return string as data type. After that, if you provide true or false values, it will return the data type called Boolean. If you provide any values with the combination of any number and imaginary values, then it will return the data type called complex. Here I am checking data types for different values. First one is integer, second one is float, third one is string, fourth one is Boolean data type, which is also called as bool, and last one is of complex data type. If I execute it, I can check the data types for all the provided values. Now let us discuss about typecasting in Python. If we want to change the data type in Python, we need to understand about the concept called typecasting. When it comes to typecasting, this typecasting in Python will happen in two different types. First thing is automatic conversion. Second one is like which can be done explicitly by writing code. In variables, we are going to learn about typecasting. This typecasting is nothing but of conversion of one data type value into another. Here in this particular typecasting, we have two different types again, automatic or implicit typecasting. When it comes to this automatic typecasting, Python can change the data type by itself whenever you perform any operation between multiple data types. Like if you are performing any operation between a small data type value with a bigger data type value, automatically it will convert the data type to a bigger data type value. For example, if you add any integer data type value with float value, automatically the output will be converted to a float data type value. Let me write a code and show you. Here I am taking two variables called int underscore, which will store an integer value. Here I am giving a value called 10. After that, I am taking one more variable called float underscore, which will store a float value. Here I am going to store a value called 10.0 or 10.01. Okay, if I add these two values, the output will be 20.01, which is a float data type value. Even if you check int of type of int plus float, it is returning 20.01 and it is of float data type. It is taking with many more decimals. That's why it is giving very accurate value, and it is returning that data type is of float. Even like if you add a value called true with 1, by default, if you convert true into an integer, it will take a value called 1. True will be taken as 1 and false will be taken as 0. If you add true plus with 1, it will automatically convert true into integer and it will perform 1 plus 1 and it will return 2 as the output. You can see the output called true here. If you perform any operation with complex data type value, like if you perform 1 plus true plus 2 plus 5j, if I perform operation like this, the output will be, it will first combine all the normal values. It will add 1 with true. True will also be taken the value called 1 as it is converting into integer automatically, plus 2. it will become 2 plus 2, 4 totally. It should return the output called 4 plus 5j. The total data will be converted into complex data type. After performing addition between them, it is returning 4 plus 5j, which is a complex value or complex data type value completely. Even if we want, we can check the type. You can see that output is of complex data type value. This is how if any operation between multiple data types of lower order and higher order performed together. Automatically in Python, data type will be converted to higher order value. After that, we have one more type of typecasting, which is called as explicit typecasting. First one is implicit, which will be automatically done by Python. Here I am not writing any code to convert integer into float or any other data types. When it comes to this explicit typecasting, here the data type conversion will be done manually by the programmer by using functions like integer of, float of, like if whatever the data type that we want to convert, we can provide that particular data type. We can use that data type as a function and we can convert that values manually. For example, here I have a variable called a which stores a value called 1.5. And if I want to convert this particular value into an integer, I can just convert by using int of function. I will just write int of a. After that, I can just check the type as well. Print type of int of a. If I execute, it is taking the value called 1. This 1.5 became 1 after converting it as an integer. And you can check the type for the output where I am converting it as an integer. It is giving the class as integer. Similarly, we can convert remaining data types as well. I am taking b equal to true as a variable. Like if I convert this true value into integer, it will become 1 and type also will be written as integer. If you convert true into an integer, it will become 1 and type is returning as integer. Similarly, if you convert false, it will return 0. You can see false is returning 0 and true is returning 1. And let us consider there is a string value which contains integer data. For example, we have a string value called 123. I'm taking a variable called C, which is storing a string value called 123. What will happen if I try to convert this string value into integer? You can see that it got successfully converted into integer. Whenever any string value contains only numerical data, here in this string there is only numerical data. all 1, 2, 3 are numerical values. Then you can convert it into numerical data types. If it contains any alpha numerical value, then you cannot convert it into numerical data type. For example, we have A123. If I try to run it, I will get an error because A is an alphabet which cannot be converted into numerical value. Now, if we try to understand the dominancy, like if you want to understand which data can be converted into which data type, the dominancy order of these data types will be string is of highest dominancy, which means you can convert any data type value into a string. After that, float is the next dominancy. After that, we have integer as the next level of dominancy. After that, Boolean is the last level. Like we can convert Boolean value into integer. We can convert Boolean value into float. We can convert Boolean as a string too. Similarly, integer can be converted as float and integer can be converted as string as well. Similarly, float can be converted to string and float can be converted to, like we can have complex as well, but complex uh, is not a regularly used thing. So I am mentioning the regularly used data types like string, float, integer, and bool based on the dominancy. For example, if there is any string, you can convert it into float or integer only if it contains complete numerical information. But if it contains any alphanumerical value, we cannot convert it into float or integer. But any integer value or any float value can be converted as a string, or any Boolean value can be converted as a string. That's about typecasting in Python. After data types, let us try to understand about a function called input. In Python, this input function is used to take an input from the user. By default, input will accept string value. Like whatever the value that will be passed as an input will be taken as a string value. And if you want to have any other data type values as input, then we need to convert them. We need to perform typecasting on the string value and we need to convert it into the corresponding data type. For example, I am taking a couple of variables where I am taking name as an input. After that, I am taking age as an input. If I run it, it will ask me the input value. It will ask me the first input. First input must be name. Like even if you want to pass the value that you want to enter here as a suggestion, then you can write that particular text or suggesting text in between the parentheses of this input function. For example, here I want to pass it as enter the name. Let me rerun it. See, it is showing me the text called enter the name. I am providing the name called Ram. After that, it will ask enter the age. Now I am providing the age value. Now these two variables are storing the values. Name variable store is storing the value called Ram, and age variable is storing the value called 27. If I write like to print it, if I just enter print of name, it will print whatever the name that I am passing. And if I just write print of age, it will print whatever the age value that I enters as an input. And even if you want to check the type, we can write print of type of name and print of type of age. As we are passing them as an input from the input function, these two values will be of string data type. As Ram is a text value, automatically it will be a string. And even though age is a numerical value, as you are passing it as an input by using an input function, by default input function will accept string data type value. You can see that both values are of string data type. Now, if you want to convert this input value into any another data type by using typecast. For example, I want to add two numbers by taking them as input, or I want to perform some calculation between two numbers by taking them as input. I am taking number 1 equal to input of and number 2 equal to input of, and I am printing number 1 plus number 2. As those two are currently string values, let us see what will happen. I will enter number 1 as 10 and number 2 as 10 or 15. Like output should be 25 actually, but let us see, as they are string values, see what it is doing. It is doing string concatenation as you are adding two different string values. It is concatenating and it is providing 1015 as output. It is taking 10 and it is concatenating 15 to it, and it is giving 1015 as in output. If you want the calculation to be done normally like an integer, then you need to perform typecasting by using the function called integer. You have to write int of input of. Whenever you pass any value as input here, it will automatically convert that value into integer if it fits into integer. For example, if you pass some text value, then it will throw the error. If you pass only numerical values, then it can convert it as an integer and it will add those numbers. Now I will provide same 10 and 15 as inputs. Now you can see that 25 as the output. By default, this input function will accept string value data type, but if you want to convert it into any other data types, and if it allows to convert, then you can convert it into data types like integer or float or boolean. After input function, let us try to discuss about operators. First, we are going to discuss about assignment operator in Python. In Python, assignment operator is nothing but of equal to symbol. Like if we want to assign any value for a variable, or if you want to assign any path for a variable, or if we want to assign any value for an object, then we need to assign it by using operator called equal to. For example, let me take two variables and let me assign some values to that variable. Let me take a variable called a and let me assign value called 10 for it. And let me take variable called b and let me assign value called 20 for it. If I execute this particular cell, in a variable called a, value called 10 will be stored, or the value called 10 will be assigned for a variable a and value called 20 will be assigned for variable b. This is how assignment operator is used to assign some value to the object. After that, the next type of operators that we are going to discuss about is arithmetic operators. If you want to perform some arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponential formations like that, then we can use arithmetic operators. Here we have operators like plus, which is used for addition, minus is used for subtraction, star is used for multiplication, double star is used for exponential, forward slash is used for division, double forward slash is used for floor division, and percentile symbol is used for modular division. Plus is used for addition, which means to add two different values. Minus is used for subtraction. Star is used for multiplication. Find the product of two numbers. Double star is used for exponential calculations. like 2 square, 3 cube. Like if you want to find any exponentials, then you can use by using double star. After that, forward slash is used to perform division, and double forward slash is used to perform floor division. The difference between forward slash and double forward slash is if you perform division, it will return float value in output. If you perform floor division, then it will return integer as an output. It will remove the decimal value and it will return integer as an output. And modular division will return remainder. These are the different types of arithmetic operators that we use. Let us try these operators. I took two variables called A and B, where A stores value called 10 and B stores value called 20. Now, if I print A plus B, it should return 30. If I print B minus A, it should return 10. 20 minus 10 will return 10. A multiplied with B will return 200. A power B will become 10 power 20, whatever the value returns. We have to check. B divided by A, 20 divided by 10 will return to 2.0 as I am performing normal division. If I perform floor division in the similar way, B divided by A, now it should return 2. If I perform modular division, B percentile A, as they are perfectly divisible, it will return 0 as remainder. You can see A plus B return me 30, B minus A return me 10, A into B 200, and A power B some value, and B by A 2.0 as it is normal division. If I perform floor division, it will return integer. It just return 2, and modular division, it returned 0 as remainder will be 0. These are the arithmetic operators that we have in Python. After that, let us discuss about comparison operators, which are used to compare perform comparison between two different values and return Boolean output. Here we have operators like is equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. These are the operators that we have here. When it comes to is equal to, it will check whether two values are equal. Only if two values are same, then it will return true or else false. Vice versa, like if two values are reverse, then not equal to will return. If two values are not equal, then not equal to operator will return true, else false. If value A is greater than value B or value 1 is greater than value 2, then greater than will return true or else false, vice versa for less than. Similarly, greater than or equal to will return true if value 1 is greater than value 2 or value 1 and value 2 are same as well, vice versa less than. Let me take two variables, A with value 10 and B with value 5. Let me perform this comparison operators. Print A equal to B will return me false because A and B are not same. Print A not equal to B should return me true because A and B are not equal. A greater than B is true. A less than B will return false. A greater than or equal to B will be true. A less than or equal to B will be false. You can see A equal to B is false. After A not equal to B true. A greater than B true. A less than B false. A greater than or equal to B true. And A less than or equal to B false. Next type of operators that we are going to discuss about are logical operators. When it comes to these logical operators are used to compare multiple conditions. There are operators like and, or, and not. When it comes to and, it will return true only when both the conditions are true. Or will return true when at least one condition is true. Not will reverse the Boolean output. If it is true, it will become not true, which means it will return false. Let us check these logical operators by having few conditions. My first condition is 10 less than 20. It should return true actually. Condition 2 is 20 greater than 10. It will also return true. Condition 3 is 20 greater than 30, which is false. And condition 4, 40 equal to 30. This is also false. I have 4 conditions where 2 of the conditions returns true and 2 of the conditions will return false. Let me use logical operators and perform comparison between multiple conditions. If I just write print condition 1 and condition 2, as both conditions are true, it should return true. Even condition 1 or condition true will return true because both conditions are true. Condition 1 and condition 2 are true. Even though, like, even if you have at least one condition as true, it will return true. Even if I provide condition 1 or condition 3, as condition 1 returns true, it will return true only. Not condition 1. Like condition 1 returns true if I am printing not condition 1, which means it will return false. Not condition 4. Condition 4 is false. If I return not condition 4, then it will return true. If I execute it, here I provided C capital. Let me make it small. You can see condition 1 and condition 2, as both of them are true, it is returning true. If at least one of them are false, for example, if I take condition 1, which is true, and condition 3, which is false, as one of the condition is false, and operator will return false one, because only when both are true, it will return. When it comes to our operator, if at least one is true, then it will return true. Condition 1 is true and condition 3 is false. As at least one is true, it is returning true. If I provide condition 3 or condition 4, as both of them are false, only when both are false, then it will return false. Let me return condition 4 or condition 3. As both are false, it will also return false. not condition one, which means not true. It will become not true and reverse the actual Boolean output and it will return false. And similarly, not condition 4 will change false into true. These are the logical operators. Next, we have membership operators. This membership operator is useful to check whether the value is present in a string or any other sequence of values. It is used to check whether any value is present in sequence of characters or sequence of values and returns Boolean output. If value is present, it will return true. If value is not present, it will return false. Here we have two operators called in and not in. Let me give small examples for these operators. I want to check whether A is present in word called apple. Print A in apple. If I execute it as A is present in apple, it will return true. Similarly, if I just check whether K is present in apple or not, or Z is present in apple. If I check Z in apple, as Z is not present in apple, it should return false. A not in apple will also return false as A is present in apple. Similarly, Z not in apple returns true. This membership operator is used to check any character or value present in a sequence. Next type of operators is identity operators. These identity operators are useful to check whether the value stored inside the variable is same or not. Let me take two variables here, a equal to 1 and b equal to 1 as well. As a and b store same value, if I print a is b, it should return true. It will check whether the values present in variables are same or not. It is returning. Similarly, if you print a is not b, it will return false. As a is same as b, if you write a is not b, then it will return false. These two, like is and is not, are identity operators. These are the operators that we use in Python. After discussing about operators, let us now discuss about data structures in Python. We discussed about data types which are used to store one value inside a variable. For example, if we are taking any string or any integer data type in a variable, if we want string as a data type, we can store only one particular value in a variable. But what if we need to store multiple values of different types, different data types? Then we need to go to data structures. These data structures are used to store multiple values of any data type in a single variable. These data types are of four types. They are list, tuple, set, and dictionary. When it comes to list to represent list in Python, we have to use square brackets. And lists are ordered, which means like if you create a list within square brackets and if you provide multiple values, for example, here if you observe that I provided name called Ram, age 24, and gender as male. After providing these three values inside a list, this list will store the values in the same order, and the values which are stored inside the list are mutable. Like if I want to change the age of the person, I can change it. If I want to change the name of the person, I can change it. Like once they are stored, they can be changed as well. And list will allow duplicates as well. And lists are of variable length. Like as you are able to allow multiple values to be added or multiple values to be removed from the list, and lists are mutable, which means you can modify the list. So these are of variable length data structure. After that we have tuple. Even tuple is like a list where we will store values in the curved braces. Like lists, when it comes to list, you will store the data in square braces, whereas tuple you will store the data in curved braces. Tuple are also ordered. Like if you store data in one particular order, whenever you print, data will be printed in the same order. Like it will have a proper indexing. And tuples are immutable. Like if you create a tuple once, you can't modify it. But tuples will allow duplicates. As you can't modify the tuple, the length it requires will be same. Like it will be a fixed length value. After that, the next type of data structure is set. When it comes to set, we will represent set in a flower brackets. For example, if you create multiple values inside a set, sets are unordered. Like if you create values in one particular order And whenever you try to print that particular set, like whenever you keep on executing it, every time it will change the order. Like it will not print the data in the same order because they are unordered. There will be no indexing behind it, and they are mutable. And it will not allow any duplicates. Like if you provide, even though while creating a set, if you provide duplication of value, and it will not be able to print that duplicates. Like whenever you are printing, it will print only the unique values, and there will be no indexing because as sets are unordered, you can't call any one particular value in the set because it will not be in the same position whenever you execute for the next time. For example, here I created a set with values called Ram, Sana, and John. Whenever I re-execute it, it might become John, Sana, and Ram, or Sana, Ram, and John. It will change the order of values present inside. So you can't call any one specified value based on its position. After that, we have one more data structure called dictionary, which is used to store key value pairs. Like here, like name Ram, age 25, like that. Name is the key and Ram is the value. Age is the key and 25 is the value. It is like attribute and value pair, column and value pair. You are going to store values in the form of key value pairs. And here keys are unique and values can be duplicated. You can have same value for multiple keys, but keys names should be unique. And keys must be a text value, and value can be of any data type. Key should be a string and value can be of any data type. These are the data structures we have. Let us create those data structures and try to print them once in our notebook. These are used to store multiple values of different data types inside a single variable. And we have four different types of data structures. They are list, tuple, set, and dictionary. First, let me create a list. I'm taking a variable called names. And list, to create a list, we have to use square brackets. And within these square brackets, I am providing the list of names or multiple names. I'm providing three names called Ram, Sana, and Beam. Let me execute this particular list. List got created. If I want to print, just I can print, right? Print of names. All the values present in the list will be printed as it is. If I want to check the type, I can also write print of type of names. I run it, it will provide the output like it is of class list. Similarly, if we provide curved braces instead of square braces, if I provide curved brackets, then it will be a tuple. After that, let me take flower brackets for the same values and it will become set. And I already told you that these sets are unordered. Like if you create values in one particular order, there is no rule that they need to be printed in the same order. Like the order of values can be changed. You can see I created value in order like Ram, Sana, and Beam, but you can see in the output it printed like Ram, Beam, and Sana. It will change the order automatically. And also it will not allow duplicates. Like even though if I provide value called Ram one more time, it will not allow duplication. You can see in the output like it printed each value only once. After that, we have one more type of data structure which is called as dictionary. Let me take a variable called details where I will have flower brackets. Within the flower brackets, I will provide details of a student. For example, I am taking name Ram, age 20, and gender male as the details. Each value here will be separated with comma, and we will mention key colon value, comma key colon value in that particular format. After that, I can print the details, and I can also print type of details. I'm printing the details where got name Ram, age 20, and gender male, along with class dictionary. These are the four different types of data structures that we have. Let us perform indexing and slicing on the top of these data structures along with string values. Now let us try to understand about indexing. Indexing is a concept where we can find any value of string or of some data structure by using the position of that particular value. By using index, we can fetch any element of string or of any data structure by knowing its position. This indexing will be of two different types. One is positive indexing and another one is negative indexing. When it comes to this positive indexing, indexing will starts from 0. Like the first character will starts from 0. For example, if there is any word called Ram, in Ram, R will be marked as 0th index, A will be marked as first index, and M will be marked as second index. This will be the positive indexing for a word called Ram. When it comes to negative indexing, if we want to read the text from right to left side in reverse, which means MAR, then in that particular case, for the word called Ram, negative indexing will be M will be given index called -1, A will be given index called -2, and R will be given index called -3. We can call any of these characters from a word called Ram by using the indexing. Let us try that practically. I am taking a variable called name and I am providing the word called Ram. And if I want to fetch any one character from this particular word, I can just print by using indexing. Print of name of 0. Name of 0 will return the character which is at first position, which is nothing but of R. If I provide name of 2, it will return M. If I provide name of -1, it will also return M. Let me take name of 1, which will return A. This is through positive indexing. And similarly, if I print name of -1, it will return M, which is negative indexing. Let me print name of 0 as well using positive indexing. This is how we can use both positive and negative indexing to fetch any element from a string or from any other data structure server. We can try the same indexing using list. Let me take a list where I have list of names. When it comes to string, each character in a string will be considered as an element. When it comes to any other data structures, each value in that particular data structure will be considered as an element. For example, when it comes to list, each value in this particular list will be considered as an element. By using an indexing, we can fetch each element separately. Like if I just provide names of 0, it will provide the first name called Ra. Similarly, if I provide names of -1, it will provide B. If I just provide names of 1, it will provide some. This is how we can access each element of a list by using indexing. Similarly, we can do the same thing on tuple as well. You can see the same result. Now I am using tuple. If you want, I am printing its data type as well. You can see it is of class list and it is of class tuple. But if we perform the same operation for class set, as set will not allow indexing because the values in this particular set are unordered. Like they will not be in one specified order. If I try to execute it, it will throw me an error. Like set object is not subscriptable. Like you cannot fetch any element from the set because they are not ordered. Like if you just print complete names, we can print it, but we cannot access any element, specified element from a set. Because they are unordered. Like you can see here, the names of the persons which I gave and the output are not in the same order. It will set will change the order automatically, and set will not also print the duplicated values. If any value is repeated multiple times, it will remove those duplicates automatically. But we can perform this indexing on the top of dictionary. Let me take the dictionary. Let me print it. Now here, if I want to fetch any element from the dictionary, here instead of providing as a value, like we need to provide key. For example, when it comes to list or tuple, we just mention the position of that particular element, like whether it is 0 or -1 or 1, whatever the position we mentioned that. But when it comes to dictionary, we need to mention the key. For example, here I want to fetch age. I need to provide age. You can see that it is returning me the age. If I want to provide name, I need to provide name. Here you can see that it is printing name. In dictionary, we can, by providing the key, we can fetch any element of the dictionary or any value from a dictionary. After indexing, the next concept that we are going to learn about is slicing. When it comes to indexing is used to find any element based on its position from any data structure or from string. When it comes to slicing, slicing is used to fetch multiple characters multiple elements or characters from a variable. This variable can store any values, like I can mention it as string or data structures. When it comes to this slicing, slicing can also be done in two different ways. One is by using positive indexing, another one is by using negative indexing as well. Like if I want to slice one particular name, for example, I have a name called Ram, and I want to print only first three elements. I want to print Ram out of it. From a word called Ramo, I want to print only Ram out of it. If we want to slice any object here, we need to pass two elements along with the variable name. For example, let us consider there is a variable called name, and inside it I am storing the word called Ram. Name of, I need to provide starting index, which means what is the first character that you are starting with, and end index plus 1. Because while indexing in the end index, it will not consider the last element. Like if you want any element, you have to provide the index of that element plus 1, because the last value will not be considered during printing. And also we have one more input parameter which can be an optional one. It will be given only when required, which is called as step. If we pass all, by passing all these parameters, we can print required elements or multiple elements from a string or any other data structure. Let me take a variable called name and let me store the variable value called Ramu. And by using slicing, let me print first three characters. Here, what will be the index of first three characters? R will be at 0th position. A will be at the first position. M will be at the second position. And U will be at the third position. This is the indexing for the word Ram. It will be from 0 to 3. And I want to print only first three characters. So I will write print name of first starting index is 0, and I want to print three characters. So that index will be 0, 1 and 2. While providing end index, we need to provide end index plus 1, because the last element will not be printed. So I will provide 2 plus 1, which is 3. If I provide print name of 0 to 3, then it will provide Ram as an out. I'll be able to slice the word, and I'll be able to fetch the required elements from a string. Or suppose if I want to print alternate characters from a string, for example, I want to print alternative characters from the word called Ram. Then I will just provide, I will take 0 to 4 as the starting and ending indexes, and I will provide the step as true, which will take the alternative values. It will take the first value. After that, it will skip the second value as the step is 2, and it will take the third value, which is at position 2. You can see that R and M are the values which got printed. Similarly, we can apply slicing for list and tuple as well. Let me take list of names. Let me perform this slicing. Let me print only first 2 names. I will just provide 0 to 2 as end index will not be considered. It will take 0 and first position values. You can see that it returned only Ram and Sana. Similarly, like indexing, we can also perform slicing in a reverse way by using negative indexing. For example, if I want to print the same name in reverse, by using this slicing, just I can provide print name of, and I can leave semicolons, and I can just provide the step as -1, which will automatically read index in reverse. You can see that this name got reversed and I got name in reverse. Or else you can provide negative indexing as well. Both the starting index and ending index, you can provide based on negative indexing as well. Both will return the same result. Similarly, like list, we can do the same slicing in tuple as well. Even if I take tuple, I can perform the same slicing on the top of it. Even if you want to print this tuple in reverse, we will be able to print the elements inside the tuple in reverse. Similarly, we can do for list as well. After completion of indexing and slicing, let us start discussing about functions and methods for the data structures. First, let us discuss about the functions which are available for lists. First, let me explain you what are functions. When it comes to functions, these are independent forms which are used to perform some calculations. This does not need any objects. For example, if there is some function, we can use it anywhere on any object, like on any type of data structure if it supports. It doesn't need any object reference while performing the calculation or while executing it. Here we have few functions on list. It is a standard form or standard block of code which can be directly called by its name. There are many functions that we already used, like sum, min, max in previous modules. Like, however, we are going to see few of the functions in lists now. Let me create a list first. I'm going to create a list called list of names. Here, if you observe, I'm writing print of length of list of names. Here, length is a function which is used to find the number of elements which are present inside the list. Here in this list, there are three different elements. This length function will return me 3 as the output. When it comes to list functions, we have some of the functions like length, sum, min, max, range, and enumerate. We also have sorted. Okay. We tried length, which is used to find the number of elements which are present inside a list. Let me try some of the remaining functions. Let me take list of numbers. Here I got list of numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I perform sum, it will find the sum of all the elements, and min will find the minimum value of the elements, and max will find the maximum value of the elements. You can see sum performs the sum operation between all the elements. After that, min returns the minimum value, which is 1, and max returns the maximum value, which is 5 from the list. After that, we have a function called range, which is used to fetch the range of values. For example, if I want to print a list automatically between a range of numbers 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, then you can give list of range of, and you can provide that particular value. If I provide list of range of 10, it will provide all the values from 0 to 9. But if I provide start index and end index separately, always you have to take end index plus 1 while negotiating the last value. Here I want to print the values from 1 to 10, so I provided start index as 1 and end index as 11, and it printed all the values from 1 to 10. And after that, I want to print the range of values between 1 to 10 by skipping each value. Like, I am taking step as 2, which will print the alternative values by skipping the second value. Now it is returning 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 between 1 and 10. This is how range can help to print values automatically into a list. After that, we have a function called sorted, which is used to sort information in the list in ascending or descending order. Let me take list of numbers. Let me shuffle it randomly. I am writing 6, 9, 7, 8. I shuffle the numbers here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 7, 8. They are not in proper sorting. Now, if I want to sort them, I can use sorted. Sorted of list of numbers will return the list of numbers in ascending order by default. Like here, it will become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And whenever you mention it as reverse equal to true, it will sort the information in descending order in reverse. You can see sorted is sorting the values present in the list in ascending order. And when you mention it as reverse equal to true, sorted of list of numbers, and you passed one more parameter as reverse equal to true, it is sorting the values in descending order. These are the few of the functions that we use inside the list. After that, let us discuss about list methods. When it comes to methods, methods need some object reference to execute. Unlike functions, like functions can be executed independently, methods are also like a functions which need object reference. For example, if you want to use a method, then you have to have some object. Like if you have a variable called names, then if you want to add one more value, then you need to take names dot add. Here add is a method which is used to add one more value, but if you want to execute it, you need the help of the object. You need the help of variable. Without that, you can't execute it. And is used to add the value. Let me mention few of the methods that regularly used inside the list. They are append, insert, extend, remove, pop, delete, clear, reverse, sort, copy, count, and index. These are the methods we regularly use on the top of a list. Let me take a list first. Let me take list of names. I took three names called Ram, Sana, and Beam, and I am appending a value called Raju, list of names dot append Raju, and I am printing that list of names. If I execute it, you can see it added one more value called Raju to existing list. After that, if you want to insert any value at a specified position, for example, at first position, like first value inside the list will be at 0th position. Indexing will starts from 0, right? 0, 1, 2, 3 are the indexes for all the four values present. If I want to add any value at a specified index, I can just write list of names dot insert one comma. I am giving a name called Tharun. At first position, I want to insert a name called Tharun. If I run it, you can see that immediately after 0th position, first position, it added a name called Tharun. After that, the remaining values follow as usual. When it comes to append will add the element at the end of the list, whereas insert can add an element at a specified position. After that, extend is used to add multiple lists. For example, if you have data in two different lists, and if you want to add them, if you want to combine the values which are present in two different lists, then we can use a method called extend. I have list of names one, which contain three different names like Ram, Sana, and Beam, and list of names to contain Raju and Rajesh as names. Now, if I take list of names one dot extend list of names two, then it will add the elements of list of names two to list of names one, which means for the first list it will add these two elements as well. And if I print list of names one, it will totally contain five elements now. After that, remove is used to remove any specified element from a list. For example, if I want to remove the information of Rajesh, I can use list of names one dot remove. If I want to remove Rajesh, I can just mention Rajesh. And if I execute it, it will remove the element called Rajesh and it will print only the remaining values. You can see the data which is related to Rajesh got removed. And now I have only four elements called Ram, Sana, Beam, and Raju. I have a method called pop, which will remove the last element of a list by default. For example, if I perform list of names one dot pop, and if I execute it by default, it will remove the last element. If you see, it is removing the last element. And if you want to remove an element of a specified position, for example, based on the index value, Ram is at 0th position, Sana is at first position, and Beam is at second position. If you want to remove any element at a specified position as well, then you can mention that specified position inside the pop. You can if you mention pop of 2, the value information related to Beam will be removed. Okay. If I perform clear, it will remove all the elements present in the list and it will make the list empty. You can see that list is empty now. It removed all the elements in a single step. If I perform delete, after that if I try to execute, it will throw the error called delete must be executed separately. Yeah, I executed delete and it is returning like list of names. Names one is not defined because it is already deleted. It is telling list of names one is not defined. It is not available. No. Let me make it a comment and let me re-execute now. It will print all the remaining results. So that let me take one more list. Let me take list of names again. Let us try reverse. Reverse will print all the elements in the reverse, like in reverse order without sorting. Like if Ram, Sana, and Beam are the elements in the list, it will print in reverse, like Beam, Sana, and Ram. It is not sorting based on any value. It is not sorting in ascending or descending order. When it comes to sort by default will sort the information in ascending order. If we perform sort reverse of true, it will sort in descending order. We have a method called count, which is used to find the count of occurrence of each element. For example, if I have a name called Ram couple of times, and if I want to check how many times this word called Ram present in the list, then I can use a method called count, which is used to find the count of occurrence of Ram. After that, index is used to find the position of an element. Let me execute it. Let me take the list of names and let me list I provided print of list of names dot count, and I am checking how many times the name called Ram is present. It is present for 2 times, and I am finding the index of the word Ram as well. Like it will provide the index value of the first occurrence. These are the methods that will be used for lists. Next, let us discuss about functions and methods that are available for tuple. When it comes to properties of tuple also will be created like a list, but they will be mentioned in the curved brackets. And when it comes to the elements of the tuple, they are also ordered. We can perform indexing on the top of them, and they will also allow duplicates like lists. But the elements in the tuple are immutable. When it comes to the functions that are used inside the tuple, similarly, like lists, they can have functions like length, max, min, sum, range, enumerate, unsorted. Let me take tuple of numbers. And let me calculate length, max, min, and sum. We can perform all these functions similarly like list on the tuple as well. We didn't perform the enumerate on the list, but enumerate is used to return the position of an each element present in list or tuple. You can see whenever I provided like print of list of enumerate of tuple of numbers, it is providing like each value related enumeration. Like at 0th position we have a value called 1, at first position we have a value called 2, at second position we have a value called 3, at third position we have a value called 4, at fourth position we have a value called 5. Like that, it is providing complete information of each position. It is providing complete indexing of each position. Even we can perform on text related information as well. I just perform print of list of full of names. After that, sorted is used to sort the information in ascending order by default. We know that. You can see Ram is at 0th position, Sana is first position, and Beam is at second position. Unsorted will sort by default in ascending order, and if you provide reverse equal to true, it will sort in descending order. or just perform by applying reverse equal to true, it will sort in descending order. After that, when it comes to methods in tuple the methods are very limited because they are immutable. Like we can't change the values present inside the tuple. So they only support copy, count, index kind of method. I think I didn't perform even copy on the top of list. When it comes to copy is used to copy an elements present in a list or tuple into another tuple. For example, you want to copy the elements of a list or tuple into another variable, then you can use copy function and you can copy them. For example, I have student names. Here I am taking a variable called student name copy, which will fetch the information from student names, and I am using a method called copy of, and the same values which are present in student names will be copied into a variable called student names copy, and here I am printing student names copy. It will have the same values like Ram, Sana, and Beam, and I am finding the count of occurrence of Ram in the tuple, and I am also finding the index. Like count will be 1 and index will be 0 as Ram is at first position. Why copy is not working? Sorry, we can perform a method called copy on the top of the list. Like here I have a list of names and I took the copy into another variable called list of names copy, and I am taking list of names copy equal to list of names dot copy of, which will copy the elements of list of names into list of names copy variable, and I am printing list of names copy variable, which is returning me the output. But when it comes to tuple will not support any method called copy, but however, like if we want to copy a tuple, we can just mention its value. Just I am mentioning student names copy equal to student names. Just I am mentioning the variable. Then the elements of this particular tuple, student names will be copied into object called students name copy. Automatically, when I print student names copy, the same elements will be printed. Let us discuss about methods and functions related to sets and dictionary as well. Let me first explain you the properties of a set. Okay, we are already aware that these sets are unordered. If we create a set with some elements in one particular order, while printing it will automatically change the order. They will not be in one specified order. And set will not allow duplicates as well. Even though if we create a set with duplicate values, automatically the duplicates will be removed. When it comes to functions on the set, we can use functions like length, max, min. Type is a common function which is used to find which data structure it is, and some these kind of functions we can use on the top of set. Let me create a set with the name set of numbers, and let me execute the functions called length, max, min, and sum. If I run this particular set, it will automatically execute. Length will return the number of elements present in the set. Max will return the maximum value, minimum value, and sum will return the total value. And if you just print the set, as we are aware, set is unordered. Like not every time it can print data in the same order. Like sometimes it can print the values in the same order, sometimes it can zigzag. Like it will not have proper indexing to store the information in one particular order. And when it comes to the methods related to set, we can use a method called copy to copy the elements of one set into another set. And if we want to add new element into a set, we can use a method called add. Remove is a method used to remove element from a set. After that, discard is also used to remove any specific element from the set. After that, we have a method called pop, which is used to remove any random element from set. When it comes to the data structure, like pop will remove the last element. As sets are unordered, it will remove any one particular random element. And clear is used to remove all the elements present in the set. Let me create a set of names. And I will use set of names dot copy of. Now here first I took a variable called set of names, and in that variable I have set of three different names. And I took another variable called set of names copy. If I want to have the same elements that are present in the set of names, I am using the method called set of names dot copy. This method will copy the elements present in this particular set into this variable, and I am printing the variable called set of names copy. You can see that it is printing all the elements present in this particular set, but as it is unordered, it will change the positions automatically. And if I want to add an element into the set, I'm taking set of names dot add, and I am adding an element called Raju, which will add an element called Raju into this particular set. And remove similarly will remove the element called Raju. When I am printing this set of names, it should print Raju and it should print 4 elements completely. And after the last print, like it should print only the 3 elements again. Let us see what will it print. Let me run. You can see first I am printing this set of names copy, which is printing 3 elements. After that, when I added Raju, Raju is added at one particular portion. And after that, I removed Raju and it is printing remaining 3 elements again. After that, whenever like if you are removing an element, if you use method called remove, already the element called Raju got removed here. If I am trying to remove that value one more time, or if I am trying to remove any element which is not exist, if I run it, I will get an error. You can see here I got an error. Like key error, there is no value called Raju. Like this value is doesn't exist. This element is not present. That's why I'm getting an error. But instead of that, if you use discard instead of remove, if you use discard, discard will remove the element only if it exists. If it doesn't exist, it will not do anything. It will not return any error. But remove will remove a element. But if element doesn't exist and if you are trying to remove it, it will throw error. That's the difference between discard and remove. And if you perform pop, pop will remove any one specified random element, whatever it might be. I am taking set of names dot pop off, which will remove one random element from the set, and clear will remove all the elements. Let me run this too. Here, when I use pop off, it removed the element called beam and it returned Ram and Sana. And when I perform clear, it is returning me the empty set. And if we want to perform some additional operations in the set, we have operations, we have methods called union, intersection, or intersect. And difference. When it comes to union, it will return all the values of two different sets. Like if you have two different sets, it will, if you perform union between them, it will return all the values. When you perform intersection, it will return the common values between both the sets. Like if they are two different sets, it will return only common values between them. And if you are performing difference, for example, if you are performing set A difference set B, it will return all the elements in set A which are not part of set B. Whatever the elements which are not in set B and only in set A, those elements will be returned. Let me take two sets and let me show you how it works. I'm taking set 1 and set 2. Set 1 contains values called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and set 2 contains values called 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if I am performing set 1 union set 2, it should return all the values in both the sets. When I perform intersection, it should return only the common values, which are 4 and 5. When I perform difference, it should return only values in one particular set and not present in the second set. If you see union operation, it is returning me all the values present in the set. We have all the values called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When I perform intersection, it is returning only the common values between both the sets. only 4 and 5 are common values present in both the sets. And when I perform difference between these two sets, like as I am checking that set 1 difference set 2, it will return all the elements of set 1 which are not part of set 2. Like 4 and 5 are part of set 2. That's why it is not returning 4 and 5, and it is returning all the remaining values which are present in set 1. These are the functions and methods that we use on sets. After that, let us try to discuss about the functions and methods that we use on dictionary. When it comes to dictionary, we already know that this dictionary will store the information as key value pairs. And this dictionary is ordered collection of key value pairs, and keys must be unique, and values can be of any data type. Keys must be unique and they must be of text, and values can be duplicates or of any data types. And when it comes to dictionary, we will mainly use methods called keys, values, items. Also, we will use get. When it comes to keys is used to return only the keys of a dictionary. Like whatever the keys that you created inside a dictionary in key value pairs, it will return only the keys. If you use values, it will return only values of all the keys. If you use items, it will return key value pairs completely. Like it will return both keys and values. If you use get method and if you specify any of the key name, it will return the values of that corresponding key. Like if you mention get of any specified key name, it will return values that you mentioned for that particular key. Let me create a dictionary and let me show you how they are going to work. Let me create a dictionary called student details. Here I am having name called Ram, age 20 and gender male. Let us see what will happen if I execute student details dot keys of, student details dot values of, and student details dot items of. First, when I am executing student details dot keys of, it is returning me keys which are present in this dictionary. They are name, age, and gender. These three are the keys. And when I executed values, it is returning dictionary values like Ram, 20, and male. When I am executing dictionary items, it is returning key value pairs together, name Ram, age 20, and gender. All the information it is returning. But if I want to get value of any specified key, then I can write, for example, I want to print name. I am writing student details, get name, and if I run it, I'll be able to print only the value for this specified key by using the method called get. For that we have few additional methods which are used to modify the values present inside the dictionary. They are update, set default, pop, pop item, clear, and delete. When it comes to update, update is used to modify any of the existing value, or it will completely add a new key value pair as well. For example, if you want to update any information specified to any particular key, then you can update that existing one, or also you can add any new key value pair by using update. When it comes to set default is used to add new key value pair, but it will not update any existing key. It cannot update any existing key value pairs. And pop, here in dictionary, pop is used to remove any specific key value pairs. For example, if I execute pop of name, it will remove that specified key value pair related to name. After that, pop item is used to remove the last element in the dictionary, last key value pairs in the dictionary. After that, clear is used to remove all the elements, and delete is used to delete the dictionary completely. Let me create a dictionary and let me show you how they are going to work. Here I am executing, I have a dictionary called student details. I am updating name from Ram to Ramu, and let us see what will happen. You can see the name called Ramu here. After that, set default is used to add a new element. For example, if I want to add course he enrolled for, if I execute it, it will create a new element into this particular dictionary, and it will create one more key value pair called course and data engineering. Let me execute until set default. Now you can see it added one more element called, one more key value pair called course with value data engineering. Now pop is used to remove any specified key value pair from the dictionary. I am removing course. If I run it, it will remove course from the key value pair. After that, pop item will remove any of the random key value pairs from the dictionary. When it comes to pop, it removed course, and when it comes to pop item, it removed gender and it returned only name and Ramu. Sorry, pop is used to remove any specified element, and pop item is used to remove the last key value pairs. The last key value pairs, which is nothing but of gender and male, it removes the last key value pair. After that, clear is used to empty the dictionary. If I perform clear, it will empty the dictionary completely. You can see the empty dictionary symbol here. And if I perform delete, it will remove the dictionary completely. Like it will not have even empty dictionary. Last, in functions and methods, we have functions and methods related to string. And we know that in string, elements are considered as characters. When it comes to remaining data structures, we will consider each word as an element. But when it comes to string, we will use each character as an element. And we can performing indexing and slicing on the string because they are ordered. Elements in a string are ordered. We can perform indexing and slicing. Now, when it comes to the functions that we use on the top of the string, we have functions like length, which is used to find the length of the string. We have functions like type, which is used to find the data type. These kind of functions we can use. And when it comes to the methods, we have methods like upper, which is used to convert the string into uppercase, lower, which is used to convert the string into lowercase, capitalize, which is used to capitalize the first word of a sentence. Title is used to capitalize each word of a sentence. After that, swap case is used to convert the uppercase into lowercase. After the we have function called a method called count, which is used to count of any specified elements. If a name contains a 5 times, then we can, if we mention count of a, it will return it as 5 as count repeated for 5 times. And index is used to find the position of any element. And similarly, find, when it comes to index, if element exists, it will return the position of that particular element. But if that element doesn't exist, it will return an error. But when it comes to find, if element is present, it will return the position of that particular element. Or if element doesn't exist, if element is not present, then it will return -1 instead of error. After that, we have split and join. Split is used to divide or separate a text based on any specified element or space, whatever the character that we are providing. After the strip is used to remove unwanted spaces or unwanted characters from the text. It works similarly like trim. After that, we will have some important functionality which is called as format. First, let me take a string. Let me take a string called name, and let me check both length and type. It is showing that Ramu is of 4 characters and it is of type string. Let me use few of the methods. Print name dot upper of is used to convert the text into uppercase. Similarly, lower of is used to convert the text into lowercase. Capitalize is used to convert the character into uppercase and rest first character into uppercase and remaining characters rest of the characters into lowercase. Title is used to capitalize first word of each first character of each word into uppercase. It will convert first character of each word into uppercase. Swap case will reverse the cases, like upper cases will convert lower cases and lower cases will convert into upper cases. After that, count we already discussed. It will find how many times this particular character got repeated. Index is used to find the position of this particular character, and if character doesn't exist, it will return error. If character is present, it will return the position of that particular character, or if character doesn't exist, it will return error. After that, find will return -1 if character doesn't exist, and if character exists, it will return the position. You can see all the functionalities, and a is repeated only once, and a is at position 1, and even while using find I am using a, that's why it is written 1 again. If I try to find z in the word called ram, as z doesn't exist, it will return -1. You can see here it is written -1. If I search for z similarly by using index, it will return error instead of returning -1. As character doesn't exist, it will return error. After that, for suppose let us consider there are some additional spaces at the starting and end of the text. If I check the length now, if you can observe that the length of the text is 6 because 4 characters and 2 spaces. I added 1 space before the text and 1 space after the text. If we perform strip, it will remove all the additional spaces of the text. The strip will remove all the additional spaces. If we want to check like whether it removed those spaces or not, we can check the by using a function called length. Length, length of strip of name. You can see after stripping the name, the number of characters present in name are 4. Not only spaces, like if you have any additional special characters like stars or something additional commas that you want to remove, you can specify that character in between the parentheses in quotation marks. For example, if you mention that strip of star, if there are any additional stars mentioned on the text, like for example, this is like totally how many characters are there? 4 plus 6 stars. 10 characters are there. Length will be 10 and it is of string. You can see complete actions that we performed here. And after stripping it completely, you can see that the number of characters present are 4. I stripped it by using that star symbol, and after doing that, the number of characters are 4. After that, we have something called format. This format is used to add the text along with the variables. Like if you want to add the text along with variables, we need to use format. For example, I will take an input value. variable input. I will take two variables called name, where I will take variable from the function called input, and we know that this input function will by default accepts text value. Here I am mentioning the suggestion like enter a name or enter your name. After I am entering age equal to input of enter your age. Here, if you observe, I am printing my name is, and I opened a flower bracket and closed it, and my age is, and similarly I opened and closed this flower bracket. After that I kept a dot and I used format of, and I passed these two variables, name and age. Now this name and age will go and sit in corresponding flower brackets. First flower bracket is related to name, that's why name will go and sit here. After that age will go and sit here, and it will print my name is and the name that you entered from the input, and my age is and the age that you entered from the input. Or else you can do the same thing in another way. You can use format in short form as well. You can just mention f, and you can, within the quotation marks, you can enter this particular information. My name is, and you can mention the name over here, and my age is, and I can mention age over here. And this is how you can use format in two different ways. One is by mentioning format and you can pass variables through it. Second way is you can just mention f, and after that you can start your text in quotation marks. Both will work. Here I need to use flower braces. Sorry. Let me run it. It is asking for name. I am using Ramu, and it will ask for age, and I am giving 27. And if I run it, you can see both are returning the same output. You can use format in any of the ways while formatting the text. After functions and methods, we are going to learn about control flow in Python. When it comes to this control flow helps us to make some decision or make any task to work repeatedly in Python. To make some decisions in Python, we will use if-else conditional statements. And to make tasks repeatedly, or to make one particular task to execute repeatedly, we will use loops in Python. When it comes to this conditional flow or control flow, both these if-else conditions and loops are the backbone, and these are the backbone for the real programming as well. Whenever it comes to any programming language, like if you want to execute a block of code making some decisions, then you need to use if else conditions. And if you want any task to get executed repeatedly, then you need to use loops. This will be like a backbone for programming. First, let us discuss about what will be the syntax of this control flows. Like first, let us discuss about if else statements. In this, we will have two things: one for making decision, another for repeating same task. When it comes to the first thing, making decision, for making decisions, we will use conditional statements, or we can also call it as if else conditions or if else statements. And for repeating the same task, we will use loops. First, let us discuss about conditional statements. When it comes to this conditional statements, first we need to have idea on few terminologies. They are condition. We should write a condition which will return a Boolean output, which means this condition must return true or false. Based on this output of the condition, Python will make the decision to execute the current block of code or alternate block of code. Here, based on the output of this condition, we will have block of codes. If condition is true, it will execute one block of code. Which is present in if class. If condition is false, it will execute alternate block of code. This is a different code that need to be executed when condition is false. This will be present in else class. And here, along with this condition, we need to know about few other things, not only the if else conditions, we need to know about indentation. When it comes to this indentation is nothing but of spacing. Even this spacing plays a major role in Python. For example, you are writing if else condition and you wrote if and you wrote the condition. And what if that condition is true? For example, if this condition is true, you provided a condition like 10 greater than 5. 10 greater than 5 is true. As 10 is greater than 5, it will become true. What should it do? It need to execute a block of code when this condition is true. For example, you want to execute 10 is greater than 5. You want to print that print 10 is greater than 5. You want to print this. But whenever you are writing this print, that need to be execute when this condition is true, or this block of code that need to be executed when the given condition is true, this must be returned by providing some spaces. Both if class and the next line of code or block of code that need to be executed when the condition is true will not be at same position of starting. If class will start at one particular position, after that the block of code that need to be executed when if class is true, that need to be provided by providing some indentation or spacing. Only then this particular block of code will be executed whenever this condition is true only. Similarly for else class as well. Whenever you are writing else, you need to write else, and we need to provide alternative block of code with indentation. But both if and else will be at the same position of starting. But the block of codes that need to be executed based on the condition. If condition is true, it will execute the block of code in true class. If condition is false, it will execute the block of code in else class. Both the block of codes must be provided with proper indentation. And the result that you are printing, whether it is actual code or alternative block of code that you want to print, must be given the print statement. Okay, now let us try this if else conditions practically. Let me write a block of code. Let me provide a subheading called conditional flow. Let me print the same statement. Like, let me take a condition called 10 greater than 5. If 10 is greater than 5, let us print that 10 is greater than 5, else 10 is less than 5 or something. If 10 greater than 5 or 10 greater than 20. Here the condition 10 greater than 20 will return false. So as it is false, it will print the alternative block of code. If I run it, as 10 greater than 20 will return false. It will not print 10 greater than 20. It will print 10 is less than 20. You can observe here both in if class and else class, the internal block of code that we need to provide when condition satisfies or if condition fails, must be provided with proper indentation, with proper spacing. Let me write another program where I will be taking two different numbers. When number 1 is greater than number 2, then it should return like this number is greater than this number, or it should return this number is less than this particular number. Let us see how it is going to work. I took number 1 as a variable. I am taking int of input of because by default input function will take string values as input, like whatever the data you enter, it will consider it as a string. And I am taking a text that need to be displayed while entering the number as enter first number and enter second number. After that, if number 1 is greater than number 2, I am printing number 1 is greater than number 2. Else, print number 2 is greater than number 1. Like here we are checking two different numbers. Both numbers will not be the same numbers. Let me run this code and let me enter the first number. I am giving first number as 10 and I will run it. After the second number, I will give it as 20. Here number 2 is greater than number 1. 20 is greater than 10. It should be printed. If I run it, you can see that it printed by 20 is greater than 10. Let us try few more examples. Let me take a example to check whether the number is positive or negative. Number equal to int of input of, and we are asking to enter a number. If number greater than 0, if number is greater than 0, then we are printing like number is positive, or else we are printing like number is negative. Let me give -2. It will print that -2 is a negative number. Let me take one more example which will check whether a given text is palindrome or not. For example, I will provide a word. If the word is same when we enter in straightly, or even if we write the same word in reverse, if it returns the same output. If we write any word from right to left or left to right, if it returns same word, it will be called as a palindrome. We can write a program to check whether the given word is palindrome or not. Let me write a program which checks whether the given word is a palindrome or not. Text input equal to input of enter the text. After that, I am checking if text input equal to text input and I am taking it in reverse. I am printing this word in reverse by using the concept called slicing and indexing, and by using -1 as step which will print the text in reverse. If text input is same as reverse of that particular text, then it will print the text is palindrome, or else it will print text is not a palindrome. I am giving word as mom. If I run it, mom is a palindrome. Let me execute it. Let me give dad and run it. Even dad is a palindrome. Let me run with any other words. I am giving Ram. Ram is not a palindrome because if we reverse the word, it will not be the same. Like this, if we want to make any decision and if we need to execute the code based on that particular decision, then we will use simple if else conditions. We can use multiple examples, like we can check whether the number is even or odd, or we can also check the voting eligibility. Like if person's age is greater than 18, then you can return that this particular person is eligible for vote, and if it is less than 18, not eligible for voting. These kind of examples you can try. What if when we need to check multiple conditions, if we have only one condition, whether true or false, based on the condition, if we want to return if a block of code when condition is true, or alternative block of code when condition is false, it is fine. What if when we have multiple conditions to check? For example, let me take a small example where I want to check whether the number is positive or negative or zero. If the number is zero, I don't want to return it as positive or negative. I want to return it as zero. If number is positive, then only I want to return it as positive. Or if number is negative, I want to return it as negative. Here we have three different things. Like we need to execute, we need to check multiple conditions. Let me write a small code for it. Number equal to int of input of if number greater than zero, then I want to print number is positive. elif is a condition which is used to check multiple conditions. By using the keyword called elif, we can check multiple conditions. Here, whenever we are using elif, it will check the conditions from top to bottom. Whenever any condition becomes true, it will skip the next ones to check. For example, if number greater than 0, it becomes true, then it will execute that number is positive and it will skip the remaining part of code. For example, if first condition fails, then it will check the second condition and it will check whether the number is less than 0. If number is not greater than 0, then only it will check whether the number is less than 0. If number is less than 0, then it will provide that number is a negative number. If both conditions are failed, like if number is not greater than 0 or less than 0, then it means it is equal to 0. Then it will return that number is 0. I'm giving number as 0. It is returning that 0 is 0. If I give number as -10, it is giving that -10 is a negative number. Like if you want to execute or if you want to check multiple conditions and if you want to execute any block of code based on more than one condition, then we need to use elif statement. Let us solve a problem here which will help to calculate a travel fare based on the kilometers or distance traveled. For example, if someone traveled up to 10 kilometers, charges are like 15 rupees per kilometer. Like if someone travels more than 10 kilometers, like if someone want to travel 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers, it will be like, if it is up to 100 kilometers, then it will be like 10 rupees per kilometer. After first 10 kilometers, it will be 10 rupees per kilometer. For example, if you want to travel 1,000 kilometers after 100 kilometers, it will become 5 rupees per kilometer. Let us consider this will be the charging. If you want to travel only up to 10 kilometers, it will be like 15 rupees per kilometer. If you want to travel for 100 kilometers, it will be like you you will be paying 15 rupees per kilometer for first 10 kilometers. After that, remaining 90 you will pay 10 rupees per kilometer. If you are exceeding 100 kilometers range, then you will be paying 15 rupees per kilometer for first 10 kilometers. 90 for next 90 kilometers, you will be paying 10 rupees per kilometer. And after that, whatever the distance exceeded 100 kilometers, then you will be paying 5 rupees per kilometer. This is how you need to calculate the fare and you need to print the total fare amount. Let me write a program for it. I'm taking a variable called distance travel. I'm taking int of input of enter the distance traveled, and if distance traveled is less than 10 kilometers, your travel fare is distance traveled into 15 rupees. Like if it is less than or equal to 10 kilometers, you have to pay 15 rupees per kilometer. If distance traveled is less than 100 kilometers, then your travel fare is 150, 150 rupees, or you can also write 10 into 15. Like because for first 10 kilometers, you will be paying 15 rupees. And for remaining kilometers that you travel, which is less than or equal to 100 kilometers, you will be paying 10 rupees per kilometer. And we are subtracting the 10 kilometers that we already added here. For first 10 kilometers, we are paying 15 rupees per kilometer. That's why we subtracted 10 kilometers from the distance traveled, and for the remaining kilometers, we are charging 10 rupees per kilometer. If distance travel is less than or equal to 1000, in that particular case, or else like if we don't want to keep it as less than or equal to 1000, if we don't want to restrict, we can directly take else condition, like which means if distance traveled is exceeding 100 kilometers, your total fare is like 10 rupees for sorry 15 rupees for first 10 kilometers, and for next 90 kilometers it will be 10 rupees. After that, for remaining kilometers it will be 5 rupees. We will add the whole thing and we will get the total fare. If I execute it, for example, if I enter the distance as 1200 kilometers, the total fare will be 6550 rupees. If I travel only 30 kilometers, it will be 350. If I travel only 10 kilometers, it will be 150. Like this, you can write a program which can calculate the total fare based on the distance traveled. This is how we can use else if conditions whenever elif conditions whenever we have multiple conditions to check. Now we have one more question. Like here you have to write a code in such a way you have to check condition one first. Only when condition one is true, then you need to check condition. Only when condition one is true, or only when condition one satisfies, then only you need to check condition two. This kind of program or this kind of conditional statement is called as nested condition. Here we will write code in such a way we will check we will place if statement within another if statement. and we will check the inner condition only when outer condition is. Let me take a user page here where user need to sign in or sign in page. Where I want to check entered user ID is correct or not. If user ID is incorrect, directly I want to return invalid user ID. Only when user ID is correct, in the next step, I want to verify the password. Now, when both user ID and password are correct, then I will go into page, sign in into page, or I will execute login, or I will run login successfully. If user ID is incorrect, then I will execute invalid user ID at the beginning. If password is incorrect in the internal block of code, I will enter invalid password. Let us write a program like this by using nested condition. Let me write a code. First, I need to take two variables like user ID and password. User ID equal to I'm taking user ID as Tharun Challa and password. Password equal to I'm storing some password I'm giving password as Tharun123. Now I want to take inputs from the users and I need to check whether the given user ID is same as this particular user ID and given password is same as this particular password. Let me write the code for it. User ID input equal to input of enter your user ID. And I will take password input equal to input of enter the password. Okay. I am storing user ID and password somewhere, whether this data is coming from database or you are storing it somewhere else. Currently, I'm storing them as a variables to cross check the program. I'm taking both user ID and password as input, and these are already stored inside the database or variables. Now, based on the input values, I want to check whether the stored values is same as input values or not. If user ID input is same as user ID, if user ID is input is same as user ID, then the condition will become true. If the condition is true, then I need to check password here. If password input is same as the password in the database, then I want to return that login is successful. Else, this else I am writing for inner if else condition. For this particular thing I am writing, you here you need to be sure about indentation, the spacing that you are providing while writing the code. For the if else condition, like if for the inner if else condition, I am writing else block of code. Here the user ID is already correct, and then we are checking the password. If password is correct, then we are entering that login is successful. If password is wrong, else condition means password is not matching. Input is not equal to password that is already stored. Then I am printing invalid password. Else. Else condition, this else condition is for outer block of code where we are checking user ID first. If user ID is matching, then we will check the password. If user ID itself is incorrect, then we will return invalid user ID. This will be the program. If I run it, it will ask to enter user ID. I am giving Tharun space Challa as user ID. I will run it and it is asking for password as user ID is correct. Then I am giving incorrect password. I am giving Ramu as password. If I run it, it is showing that invalid password or password incorrect. Whatever the message that we want, we can give it. Like I am changing it to password incorrect. Let me rerun the code. It is asking for user ID. I am giving Tarun Challa and it is asking for password. I will enter Tarun 123. And there is no space between Tarun and 123. Tarun 123 and I will click on enter. It is returning login successfully. This is how we can write a program which can verify the credentials like user ID and password by using nested if else condition. And you can write a program to check driving license eligibility or driving eligibility. First, you need to check whether the age of the customer or age of the candidate is greater than or equal to 18. After that, you need to check whether he holds driving license or not. If age is greater than 18 and driving license is available, then you need to return he is eligible to drive, or else you need to return like only if driving license is not available but age is greater than 18, then you need to provide like you need to have a license to drive. If age is less than 18, in that particular case you need to return like you are not eligible to drive. If first condition fails, directly you need to provide that you are not eligible to drive. But if first condition is successful and second condition fails, then you need to return you need a license to drive if both conditions are true, or if both conditions satisfy, then you need to return you are eligible to drive. You can try this particular check by using nested if else condition. As a part of control flow, we discussed about conditional statements, where we discussed about if else conditions or nested if else or elif condition. These kind of statements we discussed and how to use them. And if in another part, if we want to repeat the same task, we need to use loops. Loops are used whenever we want to make the set of instruction to execute multiple times without writing them again and again. If you have a set of instructions, or if you have a program, and if you want to execute the same set of instruction multiple times without writing it again and again, then we will use loops. When it comes to loops, there are two different types of loops in Python. They are for loop and while loop. First, let us discuss about for loop. Before discussing about for loop, we need to discuss about a keyword called iterator. Iterator is nothing but of an object like a variable where it can store multiple values and which allows to pass over each element of that particular object. For example, we have list. List is a iterator. Tuple. Tuple is a iterator. We have string. String is also a iterator. In a list, we can pass through each element of a list. Similarly, tuple, similarly, string. Similarly, even we can have a range of values. Like if it is allowed to pass through each and every value, then it is called as an iterator. When it comes to for loop, if we want to execute or if we want to run any code through an iterator, then we will use for loop. If you want to execute block of code on each value of iterator, then we will use for loop. For example, here I have list of numbers. Consider that I have list of numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I want to find the square of each numbers. What is 1 square? What is 2 square? What is 3 square? What is 4 square? And what is 5 square? Then I can use for loop. For loop always executes within the known range of elements. While executing the loop, it knows how many times it is going to run. Here I have 5 different elements in this list. If I want to find the square of each element of the list, then for loop already knows that it have 5 elements. It will execute the same block of code repeatedly for 5 times. Okay. Now what we will do in this for loop means, like, we will take a collection where we have multiple elements inside it, and we will take each item of that particular element of that collection. We will take each element of collection or sequence, and we will store that particular element into an item. This item is nothing but of variable which will store one particular value. We will store each element of a collection into an item, and we will perform the operation on the top of this item. For example, here I have a list which contains values called 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. Now when I pass through each element of the item, like, first this item contains the value called 1, I will perform 1 square. After that, this item will contain value called 2, I will perform 2 square. Like that, it will pass over each and every value of a collection, and we can perform the operation on the top of item which stores one value at a time. Let us try a for loop in our Colab notebook. We must know about iterators. We must know about item, and let us see how to write the syntax of for loop and how to perform square of each number in a list. I am taking a variable called list of numbers. Here I am going to have values called 1 to 5 in range 1 to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I will use the syntax of for loop where I will take for item in range, for number in list of numbers. Here in is a membership operator which will take each element and store inside this particular variable or item. For number in list of numbers, print, we need to find square of the number power 2. Here what we are doing means, first I declared a variable and I stored a list inside it. After that, I used for loop which will iterates over each value present in the list, and I am storing each value of this list in a variable called or in an item called number, and I am taking the printout of each number, and it will run across each value of the list, and it will find the square root of each of the number. If I run it, it will print the squares of each number present in the list. You can see it printed each number which is present in the list. Similarly, if you want to have these outputs in the form of list, because you are providing a list and you want the output as well in the form of list. If you want to find the square root of numbers present in the list, even if you are thinking that your output must be a list, then in that particular case, you can declare an empty list. List of squares equal to, and you can declare an empty list. And instead of printing number square here, we can use a method called append, which is used to add the element into a list. List of numbers that append of number square, and I am printing list of numbers. Sorry, we need to append to list of squares, not numbers. And I want to print the same list of squares over here. Now, if I run it, you can see the output is in the form of list now. Like similarly, even if you want to print range of numbers one after another, for example, if somebody gave you task to print first 100 numbers, in that particular case, you can write a small for loop. Just you can write for number in range 1,101 print of number. If you run this particular code, it will print all the values from 1 to 100. Let me make it 10 to make it short. You can see the sequence of numbers from 1 to 10. Similarly, we have one more loop called while loop. When it comes to for loop, you ran this particular for loop over an object, and you know how many times you are going to execute this particular for loop. You know what is the count of elements in that particular iterator or in that particular object, and you will have idea how many times you are going to execute it. But while loop runs on the top of a condition. It runs a code on the top of a condition. The code will be keep on running until the condition is true. If you provide a condition and if you want this loop to be executed until that condition is true, this while loop will be running until the condition is true. If your condition returns true all the time, then it will become infinite loop. If your condition is returning true value all the time without returning false, then it will become infinite loop. Whenever you are writing this particular while loop, we need to remember three different conditions. Like we need to remember three different things as a part of syntax. The first thing is starting value. Second thing is stop condition. Third thing is incremental step. Okay. First, when it comes to start value, you need to provide or you need to declare a variable by indicating one particular start value by storing it inside the variable. And you will use it as a part of while loop. And stop condition, like you should provide a condition which returns true or false until the condition is true. It will continue executing the loop again and again. Once the condition is false, it will stop executing the loop. And incremental step, this is very important. For example, first here you want to print something, or for example my task is I want to print a name for 10 times. I want to print a name for 10 times. First, what I will do, I will declare a start value, which means I am printing the name for first time. I will give value called 1. And I will provide a condition called where start value less than or equal to 10, which means until this start value becomes 10. Whenever currently the start value is 1, first it will while loop will execute considering that start value is 1. After that, you are checking whether start value is less than or equal to 10. 1 is less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. Then it will execute the statement whatever you pass. It will execute the block of code whatever you want to run. After that, you want to provide incremental step definitely. If you don't provide incremental step, then this loop will become infinite loop. Always start value will be 1. It will check the condition. It will become true and it will keep on executing and it will become infinite loop. So here I will provide increment step like start value equal to plus equal to, which is used to add same value to itself, start value plus 1. Start value equal to start value plus 1. Now what will it become? First time whenever it execute the code, start value is 1 and 1 is less than or equal to 10, condition is true, it will execute the code. Along with that, it will change the value present in the variable called start value. Now start value equal to start value plus 1, which means start value became 2. Now 2 is less than or equal to 10. Condition is true. Now it will execute the block of code or program and it will again increase one number to start value. Now it will become value present in the variable start value will become 3. Like that, after completion of each execution of this particular while loop, we will be adding one particular value to start value. The start value keep on increasing until it becomes 10. The loop will be executing. Once when our start value become equal to start value, condition will become true as we provided less than or equal to. Even when it is equal to, condition will become true. It will execute the loop, and whenever the start value adds one number to it, it will become 11. And whenever the start value is 11, start value less than or equal to 10 will become false because start value contains the value called 11. So it will execute the same block of code for some 10 times and it will stop executing after the 10th time because condition will fail. Because while loop will execute the same block of code until the condition fails. If the condition is true, it will keep on executing. If condition is true always, it will become infinite loop. It will execute the same block of code until the condition fails. Once the condition is failed, it will stop executing that loop. Let us try some examples on while loop. Start value, stop condition, and increment are mandatory things that we have to remember while creating a while loop. I want to write a program that prints a name for 10 times. First, I am creating start value, start underscore value equal to 10. Start value is 1. And I am providing while condition. While in this while loop, I am providing the condition. Start value less than or equal to 10 until the start value is less than or equal to 10. Whenever this condition is true, it will always execute the block of code that you are providing inside it. If the condition is true, I want to print name called Tharun. I want to print my name. Also, we need to provide the incremental condition. If you don't provide incremental condition, always start value will be 1 and start value less than or equal to 10 will become true always and it will become infinite loop. Start value plus 1. and you have to remember the indentation. Once I run this particular code, you can see that name got printed for 10 different times. Now let me write a program which will print list of names, names present in the list one after another. Based on the index of that particular list. First, I am taking list of names. List of names are Ram, Sana, and Beam, and I am providing start value as 0 because indexing always starts from 0. Here, the index for the name Ram is 0. For Sana, it is 1, and Beam is 2. While start value less than length of list of names. Length of list of names is length will return number of values present in or number of elements present in the list. In this particular list, there are 3 different elements. They are Ram, Sana, and B. Length will be 3 here. While start value less than 3, I am printing print list of names of start value. Here, for example, if start value is 0, it will print first name. After that, if start value is 1, it will print second name. After that, if start value is 2, list of names of 2 is Beam. And whenever start value is 3, I am checking that start value should always be less than length of list of names, which is 3. Condition will fail. Whenever start value becomes 3, it will not be less than 3. Condition fails and it will stop the execution of list. This is how I can print the list of names one after another. Now we have few more things that we must be aware of whenever we are executing these loops. They are continue, break, when it comes to continue will skips that particular iteration when the condition is met, and it will execute the remaining block of code. Only whenever the condition is met, it will skip that particular execution and it will execute the rest of code as usual. When it comes to break will stop the iteration when the condition is satisfied. It will stop the code or stop the iteration when a condition is satisfied. Let us try how these things are going to help by seeing some examples. For example, I have a list of numbers. I have numbers from 1 to 10. Out of this 1 to 10, I want to print only first 5 names. Here I have list of numbers, and I am using for loop here for number in list of numbers. My condition is whenever the number is 5, I want to stop the execution of the loop. Until 5, I need to print all the numbers. If number is equal to 6, first it will go to the number called 1. What will this for loop do? It will iterate across each element present in the list. First it will go to the number called 1, after that 2, after that 3, after that 4, after that 5. After that it will go to 6. Until I go to 5, I need to execute the list normally because I want to print the list of 5 numbers. Oh, sorry, print the first 5 numbers. Whenever it goes into the number called 6, I need to break the execution, and I will print the number. Whenever number equal to 6, I am breaking the execution of this loop. I am stopping the code completely, and I am printing the numbers until then. If I run this particular code, you can see that I will be able to print values up to 5. Similarly, let me tell you one more example. Print only odd numbers between 1 to 10. I want to print only odd numbers between 1 to 10. Either I can take this 1 to 10 numbers as a list or range, whatever it might be. Let me take list of numbers again. Let me take this 1 to 10 numbers. As I have list of numbers, I can use for loop for number in list of numbers, which will iterate through each number present in the list. If number modular division 2, this modular division will returns the remainder equal to 0. If modular division returns 0, which means it is perfectly divisible by 2. If number is perfectly divisible by 2, it is called as even number. Then I want to continue. Continue will skips that block of execution whenever the condition satisfies. First, I am going to each element of the list, and I am checking whether that element is perfectly divisible by 2 or not. If it is perfectly divisible by 2, then I want to skip the execution. If it is not perfectly divisible by 2, then in that case, I want to print number. Let me run this code. You can see it is printing all the odd numbers. This is about continue and break. After that, we are going to discuss about nested loop. Similarly, like nested if conditions, if we are using nest loop within another loop, is called as nested loop. Let us consider I have a nested list and I want to combine all the values in the nested list into a single list. I have nested list equal to, let me take values up to 9, which contain 3 different lists again. 1, 2, 3 in one particular list. After that, 4, 5, 6 in another list. And 7, 8, and 9 in another list, inner list. First, I created a list. This list, outer list contains only 3 elements, and inner list, and 3 of them are the lists again. And each of the inner list contain 3 elements again. Now I want to combine all the values present in this list and I want to make it as a single list which contains values from 1 to 9. Let me take a variable called single list and let me take an empty list, and now let me start the looping. Let me take a for loop as I have list of values for inner list in nested list. Here what I am doing, I am taking each inner list from a nested list. Here nested list is nothing but of complete outer list. This outer list contains 3 different lists within it as its elements. That's why I'm fetching each list by using for loop, and I am naming that item as inner list. For inner list in nested list, which will take each list at a time. After that, for number in inner list, first what I am doing, I am passing through this nested list and I am fetching each element. First element is this first list where I have values called 1, 2, 3. Currently I consider that I have values called 1, 2, 3 in inner list item, and from that I am taking number in inner list. I am writing one more for loop which is used to iterate across the elements in the inner list, and I am providing a variable called item. Sorry, I am providing an item called number, and I am passing each element of that inner list into that particular number. Here, considering that I have 1, 2, 3 in inner list on first iteration. Here my number will be 1 in first iteration. From this particular inner list, it is taking first number. Now what I need to do, I need to append this particular number to single list. Single list dot append of number. After that, I want to print this single list. Now, if I run this particular code, it will convert this 3 nested lists into one particular single list, and it will print all the values as a form of single list. This we are able to achieve by using nested loop. After discussing about control flow, now we are going to discuss about functions. Functions are of two different types. They are system defined and user defined functions. These functions are standalone tools which are used to carry some particular functionality where we can reuse a block of code. These are used to perform some tasks or operations. These are standalone or independent tools. Like we already executed a lot of functions, like they don't need any reference of an object, whereas methods need reference of an object, but functions does not need any reference. This will store a block of code, and we can reuse that particular block of code whenever we want. This will store a block of code, and we can reuse that block of code whenever we need. For example, let us consider we have a number or we have an input value. Based on that input, we need to perform some customized calculation. For example, you are given three numbers as input, and you have to perform some operation for those three numbers, and you need to return the result. How can you do it? Either you can do it manually, or by using function we can do it. Or if you want to find square of any number, how can you do it? Like if you have operators, like you can perform directly, or you can also define a function. Like if you want to create a function, we need to use a keyword called def, and we can create function by providing its name. We will define a function in Python. Along with this keyword called def, we need to know about few more terminologies called parameter. Parameter is used to take values as input. While defining function along with its name, we will also provide what are the parameters that need to execute that particular function inside the parenthesis. And we will write it. Let us create a function that adds three numbers. Let us consider that adds three numbers. First, let me take the keyword called def, and after that, I will provide function name. Function name is add three numbers. I am providing function name as add three numbers, and I am providing what are the parameters that are required to calculate to perform this particular operation. I want to take three numbers as input. And here I will provide return whenever we execute this particular number. I want to return number one plus number two plus number three. And I am executing this particular function. So I am just providing add three numbers of, and I am passing parameters 1, comma 2, comma 3. For 1 will be belonging to number 1, 2 will be belonging to number 2, and 3 will be belonging to number 3. Now, if I run this particular function, it will add all the three numbers and it will return the output. Now you can see that here it is returning the value called 6. Here we need to understand difference between print and return also. When it comes to print, print is just used to display the output. When it comes to return, return will returns the value either as output or will pass output into variable. Which means we can use the return value again and again. Whatever the values that we are returning, we can use it again and again. If we are printing that particular value, it will print the data only for that particular instance. It will just display the output. That's all. When it comes to return, return can display the output and it also can pass the value into some other object. Now let me create one more function which will calculate product of all numbers which are given in a list. Here I need to take list as an input. I will provide def product of list, and I will take input parameters as list of numbers. First, I am taking an initializer. I am taking a variable and I am storing a value called 1 inside it. I am taking a variable called product and I am taking a value called 1 inside it. And I am using for loop to iterate between each value in the list of numbers. I am taking for number in list of numbers, which is used to iterate in between all the numbers, and product equal to product into number. I am taking product into equal to number, which will take as product equal to product into number. And I am returning the value of product whatever is available. Here initializer, I am taking it as 1 because whenever we are performing product or multiplication, make sure that your initializer is 1 or your starting value or default value that you are taking for a variable is 1. Because if you multiply any number with 0 by taking initializer as 0, automatically the whole product will become 0. If you are multiplying any number with 0, it will become 0 completely. So make sure that your initializer is 1. If you are multiplying with any number with 1, it will be the same number only. So you have to take it as 1, and I am passing product of list and I am passing this particular list as the input. Now if I run this particular function, it is returning that 120 is the total product. 1 into 2 equal to 2, 2 into 3 equal to 6, 6 into 4, 24, 24 into 5, 120. The total product is 120. This is how we can create customized functions and we can perform some operations on the top of it. Now here we have a challenge, like what if we don't know how many elements that we are going to pass into that particular function. Here in the first function, I have 3 elements, like where I am passing 3 values as parameter. When it comes to second function, I am taking a list and I am iterating through the list. Now, for example, I have some function and I don't know how many values I am going to have. If I am going to get 10 different values, I have to add all the 10 values. If I am going to get 30 different values, I have to add all the 30 values. If I am going to get 100 values, I am going to add all the 100 values. That can be a scenario. Now, how can you do it? Let us see that. Whenever we don't know the number of inputs that we are going to pass inside the function, then we will use flexible function arguments. These are of 2 different types. They are args and kwargs. When it comes to args are used to take variable number of arguments and it will collect them as tuple. If you want to pass multiple values, like if you pass 3 values or 4 values or 5 values or 6 values, whatever the number of values that you pass, it will collect all the values and it will convert them into a tuple. When it comes to kwargs also can take variable number of keyword arguments. These will convert, or these will collect them into a dictionary. Now let us see how we can use args inside a function and kwargs inside a function. For example, you need to perform sum of numbers that pass as a input. Create a function that calculates sum of numbers. We don't know how many numbers that we are going to pass. First, I took diff and I took function name as sum of numbers and I provided asterisk and args, which is used to represent variable number of parameter, and it will take that multiple input values as a tuple. First, I am taking a variable which is an initializer, which will take default value as 0. As I am performing sum, like 0 plus any number will become that particular number only. So I am taking sum equal to 0, and for number in args, sum plus equal to, which will take as sum equal to sum plus that particular number which we are iterating across the tuple. And ultimately I want to return the sum value. Here I am passing numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and what is the total? 6, 10, and it should return the total called 15. See, now even if I pass any number of values, for example, if I pass one more value called 10, it will perform the sum and it will give total value. I am giving one more value called Tharun. It is calculating sum of all the numbers and it is returning the total value. Here you don't have restriction on number of parameters that you are passing. Similarly, whenever you want to pass key value pairs, then you need to use kwargs. Let me show you how we can use kwargs. I'm just giving the name of the function as kwargs function, and I have to take kwargs as parameter by providing two stars. Then when it comes to this dictionaries, if you want to get key value pair out from a dictionary, we have to use the method called items. If you want to print something from a dictionary, then you have to, like, if you want to print both key value pairs, then you have to use the method called items. Here I am going to use that particular method for key comma value in kwargs dot items, because items is a method which will return both key and value. Print. Here I am just printing the key values, key comma value. I am just printing key comma value, and I'm taking a function called kwargs function, and I'm taking name as Tharun and age equal to 25. Just I am printing name and age in return. That's it. You can see I am printing both name and age. I'm just pausing and I'm printing. I'm just showing like how we can take even key value pairs as an input into a function. After kwargs, now let us discuss about new way of creating functions, which is nothing but of lambda functions. When you want to create any function which have only one expression, and you can take any number of arguments or any number of parameters, then we will use a keyword called lambda, and we can create that particular small function by using a single line of code. For example, I want to find a square of a number. Just I can take a function called square, and I can write lambda, and my argument or parameter is number, and I want to perform number square, number power of. That's all. Like here, I'm taking a kind of variable which is nothing but a function name equal to, I am using a keyword called lambda, which is used to create a function within a single line of code which can hold only one expression. Here I mentioned lambda and the parameter that I want to provide as input, and I provided the expression that it need to perform. I ran this particular function. After running that particular function, now I can use square directly. If I just execute square of 10, it will automatically return me 100. Even we can pass multiple arguments. For example, if I want to add two numbers, I'm taking a function called add two numbers, add two num. and I'm taking lambda, and my parameters are number 1 and number 2, and I want to perform number 1 plus number 2, which is my expression. If I run it and if I just provide add two numbers of 10 comma 20, it should return 30 as output. You can see it is adding two numbers. Like that, any function that can have only one expression can be created by using the keyword called lambda within a single line of code. Instead of defining a function or instead of writing multiple lines of code, by using lambda, we can just write a function, create a function of one expression in a single line of code. For example, I want to check whether a number is positive or negative or even or odd. For example, I want to check whether a number is even or odd. I am giving function name as even odd check, and I am taking lambda, and I will be taking number as input. Even if number modular 2 equal to 0, which means if modular division is performed on number, and if it is returning 0, then it will be even, else odd. If I run this and if I just provide even or even odd check, and if I'm providing 10 as number, it will return even. Similarly, like we can take any number of examples, like we can check whether a word is palindrome or not. We already did it by using functions. Similarly, we can do it in lambda function as well. Similarly, we can check whether a number is positive, negative, or zero. We can try any number of functions which contain only one expression. And that's about the keyword called lambda. After that, we are going to discuss about a function called map function. When it comes to this map function, it is used to map a function to each element of an iterable. For example, we have an iterable called list or tuple or dictionary, whatever it might be. And it will have, for example, let me take a list of numbers. And that list have five numbers. And I want to apply function, any function. For example, I have a function called square, which is used to find the square of a number. I want to apply square for an each element of a list. Instead of using any loops or instead of using any iteration, I want to automatically go to each element of a list and I want to apply that particular function. For that, we can use map. For example, I want to find square of list of values. Let me take first list of numbers. And my list contains 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. I have 5 numbers in a list, and I want to perform square for it. To perform square, I already have a function called square, so I am writing print of map of. I have a function called square. This map will take two inputs. First input must be the function that you need to apply, and second input will be the iterable or any object that can store multiple values. First is I am providing my function called square, and I am giving list of numbers. By default, if you just provide map and if you write just square of numbers, it will provide the output in map format only. But while printing the output, we have to convert it into list. If you provide list of map of, and if you provide the information completely, it will provide the output as list. Whenever I run the query, you can see this map function automatically applies the square to each element of the list and it return the complete output. Here we need not to use any loops where we can go through each element of the list or iterate through each element of the list. Instead of I am using only a map function which will automatically applies the function to every element in the list. Like not only on numbers, we can perform it on the top of text as well. Let us consider I have list of names and I want to convert them into uppercase. First, I will take a variable and I will try to create a lambda function. Convert upper lambda and name will be the input and I want to perform name dot upper of, which is a method I am using to convert it into uppercase. After that, I took list of names where I have Ram, Sana, and Beam as names, and I am using print of list of map. Convert upper is a function which is used to convert data into uppercase, and I am providing the iterable as the second object, which is nothing but of list of names. If I run it, automatically all the elements present in the list will be converted into uppercase. That's how map can apply function on an iterable for each element. Next, we are going to discuss about a function called filter. Filter is used to filter elements from an iterable or from an any of the object which can store multiple values based on a function that returns Boolean output. Boolean output in the sense true or false. and it returns output in the form of filter object, and we need to convert it again into list format before printing. Let me take the example to find the list of even numbers or find the list of odd numbers. First, let me create a function that checks whether the number is even or odd. Number modular division 2 equal to 0. If it is equal to 0, then it is even and it will return true, or else it will return odd. Let me run it. Also, let me write check even of 4 and let me execute it. It is returning true as 4 is even number. Now I can write a filter function which will filter only even numbers from a list. I'm taking 1 to 6 numbers. And I will be taking filter function. Similarly, like map, even for the filter function, first we need to provide the function name along with the iterable object name. Filter check even list of numbers. Like check even will return true or false based on the number. If it is even number, it will return true. So all the even numbers will be printed. You can see only the even numbers will be printed here. Similarly, you can write a function to check to return odd values as well. Even if you directly want to write this code in single line as well, we can write in a way. Instead of creating a separate function also, directly as a first instance, you can give the complete logic of a function as well. Here, instead of creating some function separately, I'm directly entering the logic of a function. Even though if I run, it will return the same result. After filter, the next type of function that we will use regularly is reduce function. As the title says, like reduce function, if you want to make any iterable object, or if you want to reduce the size of any iterable object into a smaller thing, then we will use a function called reduce function. For example, if you have a list of numbers and if you want to convert it into a single number, like by adding it or by multiplying all the elements in a list. Whenever we have multiple values in an iterable, and if you want to convert them into a single element, like even if it is a text, if you have multiple values, multiple names inside a list, and if you want to convert it into a single name, or if you have multiple words and by combining those words you can form a sentence, if you want to combine them and if you want to form it as a sentence, then you can use this reduce function. The main aim is, like, if you have multiple values, you can compress it into a single value, you can reduce it into a single value. This particular reduce function will be available in module called function tools. We need to import it from function tools, import reduce. After importing, we can use it. Now, if I want to find the sum of all elements available in a list using reduce, let us see how I can do. First, I will take list of numbers. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I am taking it as list of functions. Here I am providing reduce lambda of number 1 comma number 2, and I am adding number 1 comma number 2 here, which means I am mentioning that always add elements inside the iterable, and I am providing the iterable details. If I run it, automatically it will add all the elements inside the list, and it can provide a single value. Even we can check product. You can provide lambda, you can create lambda function here, or you can use any of the existing lambda functions as well. If I provide multiply here, it will become product. Product is 120. Even we can perform the same operation on the top of text as well. I'm taking list of words as Python. Second word is. Third word I am taking easy. I am just taking it as Python is easy. Currently, I have three different elements inside this particular list, and I want to combine all the elements and I want to make it as a single word. I am using reduce function. Along with that, I am taking lambda word1 comma word2. I am passing that word1 plus word2. Always first word must be added to the next word. After that, the existing word must be added to the next word. And I am providing the iterable like list of words, and I am adding in such a way word1 plus space plus word2, as I need space between each word in a sentence. You can see it is returning like Python is easy as a single sentence. This is how we can collapse a sequence or multiple values into one value using a function called reduce. After that, we have something called comprehensions. This comprehension is nothing but of it is an easy or simple way of creating new sequence like list or set or dictionary from an existing sequence. For example, you have list of all the values. Like if you have list of values from 1 to 1000 and you want another list where values should be greater than 500, which means you need data only which is greater than 500. In the first list you have values from 1 to 1000, and in the second list you want values from which are greater than 500. Automatically, like instead of creating that particular list manually again, or instead of writing lengthy codes, by using comprehensions you can write a small code and you can get the whole information again. And here the logic for this particular comprehension will be, first we need to provide an expression from iterable or item, expression for expression for item, in iterable, or expression for element in iterable, and we need to provide condition, if else condition. Let me show you an example. For example, here I have a requirement get values greater than 500 into a separate list. Just I am taking list of values where I have values like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 6, 7, 8, and 900. Now I want to, instead of writing program like this, like instead of checking by using for loop and all, I will just write a comprehension which can get the values which are greater than 500 just by using a single line of code. Number. Here my expression is just I want to print the number. For number. In list of values. Here number in list of values means it is taking each element in the list of values and it is not performing any transformation. Like directly it is taking it is printing that number. Number for number in list of values. It's number greater than 500. Number that greater than 500, then just print the number from list of values. Now if I run it, you can see it is printing all the numbers which is greater than 500. Like if you want to perform some task here, for example, you want to find the square of numbers which are bigger than 500, like you want to get square of numbers. Instead of just giving your expression as number, you can write it as number square. Here I am taking it as number square, which will just find the square of this particular number. Just if we run it, you can see here. First I am taking, I am just printing. Let me print as a new block of code so that the output will be different, or else we can pass it into a variable and we can also print it separately, but let me print it separately. You can see here, if I am just giving my expression as number, it is printing the same number. Or if I am changing, if I am performing some calculation as well, it can perform some calculation and it is returning the list again. Even by using this comprehensions, easily we can print the list of even numbers or list of odd numbers that you want. Or if you want to fetch a range of numbers, like if you want to print all the even or odd numbers which are in between 1 and 100, then you can easily print by using this particular comprehension. Let me show you how I can print list of all even numbers which are in range of 1 to 100. Number for number in range. Here I am using a function called range instead of providing any list or something as input, because even range will generate the values in a sequence. I'm taking 1 comma 101 as start and end index. I want to take the range of numbers between 1 to 100. Number for number in range 1 to 100. If number modular division to equal to 0, which means if number is perfectly divisible by 0, then I want to print that particular number, which means I want to print only even numbers as number is perfectly divisible by. Here you can see all the even numbers between 1 and 100. If I just provide 1 and 10, even though it can provide it. You can see 2, 4, 6, 8. If I provide 11, it will include 10 as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This is how you can write a simple readable code, and you can perform some actions very easily by using comprehension. We can't have tuple comprehensions because tuples are immutable. It will not work on the top of tuple. After functions, next we are going to learn about the concept called OOPS. The full form of OOPS is Object Oriented Programming System. When it comes to OOPS, OOPS is a programming approach where everything is built around an object. We will create an object and everything will be built around an object, and it helps to organize the code cleanly and reuse the same code again and again, and it also helps in understanding code easily, and we can maintain, even if you want to update the existing codes, you can manage that code very easily. It's a programming approach which is used to organize, easy to understand, and maintain. And we can also reuse the code. These are the benefits of this particular programming approach. When it comes to the OOPS, this OOPS have four main pillars. They are encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. These are the four pillars of the OOPS, which have each of them have a different functionality. And whenever we write any program using this OOPS, using this particular approach, this program will be built based on four different components. They are class, object, variable, and method. When it comes to class is nothing but of the complete outer design of the OOPS or your program. It is like a blueprint, or it is like outer sketch. Like within the class, you can have any number of objects. Like in a house, you can have any number of rooms, right? Based on the design. like that. This class is a outer blueprint. After that, object is nothing but of the real existence of your class. Like whenever you are creating a class, you are just drawing a blueprint. After that, whenever you want that to implement, like if you are implementing that particular class, you can implement it through the object, which means your real construction. For example, if you take house and as an example, class is nothing but of blueprint or a drawing of the construction, which will be under planning process. After that, object is nothing but of the real construction. After that, variable helps to add properties to your object. And these properties can be changed dynamically, like house color, what are the interiors that you are using, what kind of house, like what are the properties for that house you have, like what kind of ventilation you are providing, whatever the things which can be changed dynamically, like which can be taken dynamically, will be passed through variables. After that, method is nothing but a function. Whenever you are writing some calculations or whenever you are performing some actions, then you need to create function. If you are creating separately, it will be called as a function, but if you are creating within this oops concept, then it will be called as a method. Let me write a small code which will help you to understand how to write the syntax of a oops. For example, I will write a program to find the addition of two numbers. I'm creating a class which is nothing but of the outer blueprint. First, whenever you are using this oops concept, you have to start it with class. After that, I will write the name as add two numbers. After that, by providing the indentation, I will provide the variables that are required to be part of this particular class. First number is int of input of. If you want to write the text, you can write the text inside the quotation marks as well. Number two is also int of input of. Declare the variable. After that, I am defining a method, which means I am defining a function which can add these two numbers. if add dot self. When it comes to self is a keyword which is used to pass the variables into corresponding elements. Like whenever we are calling those variables, it will pass those inputs into those variables. Return, I want this function to return self dot num1 plus self dot num2. Now I will have an object for it. I am taking a variable called a1 or calculation as an object, and I am providing add to num. Now this calculation will have this complete set of program, which is the real existence. This is the real portion of the class. Like whenever we declare the class, it is just like a blueprint, and we are having the original logic in the calculation. Now I want to print calculation dot add off, which is used to add the two values that we provide. Let me run this particular program. I'm printing the output here. Once I run this particular program, it will ask for input, and whenever I enter the inputs, I am providing first number as 10 and second number as 20. Sorry, here I misspelled the print. It will throw error. Let me recorrect it. print. Sorry. Let me stop the execution and let me re-execute. First input as 10, second input as 20. If I pass both the inputs, you can see that my output is 30. First, I created a class and I passed input values into it. And after that, I defined a method and I defined an object where I am having the real program in that particular object now. And I am calling that particular object in print to perform the calculation. This is how we can write a program using oops. Instead of just addition, let me write a program that will perform multiple calculation between two different values. Let me take a class called calculator and let me take two inputs like number 1 and number 2. I'm taking calculate to num as my class. After that, I will take number 1 and number 2 as input. Number 1 equal to int of input of and number 2 equal to int of input of. These two numbers will be passed as an inputs. After that, let me define a functions to add, subtract, multiply, or division, whatever we want to perform calculation. Let me take the same function. I took one to add. Let me define another function. Multiply, subtract, divide. I took all the three. After that, I am taking everything into an object. Calculation equal to calculate to num. I'm passing this whole logic into this particular object called calculation. Now I can print whatever I want, like calculation dot add of calculation dot multiply of calculation dot subtract of calculation dot divide of whatever the functions that I want, I can call through this particular object. Now if I run this particular program, it will ask to provide two numbers as input. I'm providing first number as 100 and second number as 10. First thing is adding, like 100 plus 10, 110. It should return 110. Second thing is multiply, 100 into 10. It returns 1000. Third thing is subtract, 100 minus 10 returns now 90. Fourth thing is divide, 100 divided by 10. It returns 10. And always while division, it returns float value. That's why it returned 10.0. Now let us discuss about a concept here about a variable called class variable and instance variable. Up to now, we are directly using variables inside the class. Here we are using variables, but we are not using any of the variables within the function. Here we are not using any variables. When it comes to this class variable are constant across all the objects. Like for example, here we wrote some variables which are common. I provided 110 as variables, which are common for all the object calculations that I performed. Here for adding the same variables, for multiplying same variables, for subtract same variables, for divide same variables, like it performs it performed same process, it performed same program on same variables, but for different calculations. On the top of the variables called number one and number two, it implemented all the different logics. That is how class variables work. When it comes to instance variables, these variables are different for different objects. If you want to have different variables, like if you want to have multiple variables, like first you want to provide values called 10 and 20, later you want to have values called 30 and 40, later you want to have values called 150 and 200 for each object separately, then you can have those variables like instance variables. These variables will be provided, values for these variables will be provided while calling the objects. And these variables are defined inside a construction called inside a constructor called init. This will be called is in the object and defined inside a constructor called init. Let me take a scenario where I am taking a class called car. My blueprint or plan is to design a car, and I am defining a method inside it. Define underscore underscore init. After that, I want to pass the parameters where whatever the things that I want or variables that I want. Self is a normal thing. It is common whenever we are defining any method. I want to take values like color and model of the car. When it comes to color, color can have any value like red, blue, like that, and model can have anything like 5-seater or 7-seater based on the car capacity. After that, I will tell that self dot color equal to color and self dot model equal to model. And now I can create multiple objects for multiple requirements. Like I am writing like my car equal to car of color is red and model I am taking it as 5-seater. And I am taking another object called your car equal to blue and 7-seater. We can take another object as well, where I can take friend car equal to green 5 seat. Like I can have any number of objects like this, and I can have different inputs for each and every object. And I can access those particular instance variable by using print. I will just write print. I will use format. My car is a. After that, I am printing color. It will take it as red color. And it is a 5 seater. Similarly, I'm writing your car is. Here I need to provide your car dot color and your car dot model. I'm providing for friend car as well. Now I have three different objects and each object have different values inside it. I'm not taking variables inside the class directly and I'm not passing same variables for the whole program. Here I have separate values for each and every object. Now if I run it, it will return all the three different information. My car is red 5 seater and your car is blue 7 seater and friend car is green 5 seater. Like that it is giving complete information. This is how by using instance variable and by using the constructor called init we can pass different inputs or pass different values based on different objects. Now let us discuss about the very first concept of OOPS, which is called as encapsulation. When it comes to this encapsulation, it is the process of securing the data or process of wrapping up the data and restricting its access. Now let me take an example of an ATM. Considering that you have some amount in it, like you have some balance already. And whenever you credit some amount, that amount should be added to your existing balance, and whenever you debit some amount, that amount should be subtracted from the existing balance. Now here your balance should be of restricted access, like anyone can credit any amount or debit any amount, but the balance should not be edited by anyone. Let us see how we can achieve that. First, let me write a normal program, and after that, let me show you the difference, how we can use this encapsulation to secure the data. Let me create a class called ATM. After that, let me define a method underscore init, and here I am taking it as self balance. Balance. After that, I will just call it self dot balance equal to balance. After that, I am taking one more method which is used to check the balance. Define let me check the balance first. Check balance of self I just want to return total available balance is self dot balance. After that, I am defining one more method called credit. I am taking self and I am taking one more parameter called amount, and self dot balance plus equal to amount. If it is credit, I want to add the amount to existing balance, and I am returning total available balance is this particular thing after credit, or I can mention it as total available balance after credit is this particular thing. After that, let me define one more method, debit, and for debit I want to check whether the balance is sufficient or not. Like if the balance, like if the balance that we are declaring is sufficient or more than the amount that we are debiting, then I want to continue the process. Or if we are debiting more amount than the existing balance, then I want to pass insufficient fund. If amount that I am debiting is greater than self balance, which is available balance, then I want to return insufficient balance. Else I want to debit the amount. This is the process that I am doing. Now I will just provide the balance of any one particular object. I am taking object based on customer name. For example, I am taking name as Tharun equal to ATM of, let us consider we have a balance of 10,000. This is my program. Like I'm declaring an object here. Now if I run it, program got ran successfully. Now if I run check balance, it will provide the total available balance is this. I provide Tharun dot check underscore balance of, and if I run it, it will just provide the available balance. If I write one more code to credit some amount, it will provide the balance after the credit. I'm providing credit of 1,000 rupees, and if I run it, total available balance after credit is 11,000. After that, let me write one more code to debit 2,000. Debit of 2,000. Available balance is 9,000 now. Let me write a code debit of 10,000. If I run it, it is showing that insufficient balance because available balance is only 9,000. Now I'm writing a code to modify the balance. Let me just modify the balance. Arun dot balance equal to, I'm making it as 1 lakh. Let me run it. Balance got modified to 1 lakh, and let me debit 10,000 now. See, after debiting 10,000, available balance is 90,000. Here I am able to access everything in the program, but any customer will not have access to modify their balance. They can do credit or debit of the amount whatever they want, but they should not be able to modify their balance. If they can modify their balance, I will just go and modify my account balance to 100 crores, and I will take the whatever amount that I want. Again, after completion of the amount, I can again modify the balance automatically. Customer should not have access to modify the value of balance. Let us see how we can do this particular thing. We can achieve this particular feature by using encapsulation. Here, if you want to restrict anything, like if you want to restrict something by using this encapsulation, just we need to use underscore before it. For example, you are taking a variable called name equal to, for example, I took it as Ram, and this particular name is accessible everywhere. If you take same variable with by using underscore underscore in front of it, this can be accessible only inside the object. Accessible in the object only. This cannot be accessed everywhere. By using this encapsulation, by providing this particular underscore underscore in front of the variable that you want to restrict the access, you will you will be able to handle your data properly, and you will be able to control the access for that particular data without allowing everyone to edit it. Here, the variable which I want to restrict is balance. For that variable called balance, let me provide underscore underscore in front of it everywhere wherever I use. Now everything is clear here. Let me run this particular program. Program ran successfully. Let me run check balance. Total available balance is 10,000. I am doing credit of 1,000. It became 11,000. Debit of 2,000. It became 9,000. After the debit of 10,000, it is showing insufficient balance. After that, I am trying to update the balance, and let me try to debit 10,000 again. It is showing that the funds are insufficient. See, even though if I provide underscore underscore balance, and if I am trying to change this particular balance to 1 lakh, still the balance is not changing. Even though if I run after it, it is showing insufficient balance only, because balance is restricted from editing after the class or outside the class. This is how encapsulation helps us to restrict the data access. After encapsulation, let us discuss about next pillar of OOPS, which is nothing but of polymorphism. When it comes to this polymorphism, it is nothing but of the ability of the program to execute same method for different objects. For different objects or classes separately in their own way. For example, let me write two different classes. Let me create two different classes. one to execute the area of a rectangle, another to execute the area of a triangle. Let me take class. Class is rectangle, and let me define a method. Define underscore underscore init, and I am taking length and breadth as inputs. And after that, I am taking one more method which is used to calculate the area for that rectangle. Just I am calculating length into breadth. Let me take similarly for triangle as well. Class triangle, def underscore underscore init, self as rectangle need base and height to calculate its area. I am taking base and height as input. Self dot base equal to base, self dot height equal to height. After that, I am defining the area. Return half into base into height to find the area of triangle. Now, both this rectangle and triangle are two different classes which will execute the same method called area. Both are calculating only area. The method name for both is same, which is called area. Now, even though if the method name is same, I'll be able to execute both of them in Python. Let me run this particular program. After that, let me just write a object where I will store the values for rectangle. Rectangle equal to rectangle of rectangle of. I want to take length as 10 and breadth as 20. Similarly, let me take an object for triangle as well. Triangle of. Let me take base and height. Base I am taking it as 5 and height I am taking it as 4. Now I have both objects for both rectangle and triangle. Now let me calculate their area. Rect dot area equal to area of. If I run it, it will return the area of this particular rectangle. Length into breadth, it is returning 200. Similarly, area of triangle, try dot area of will return the area of triangle, half into base into height. Base is 5, height is 4, 5 4 are 20, and half of it is 10. Area of triangle is 10. This is how Python program have ability to execute same method names for different classes with its own process. Like here, whenever I executed area for rectangle, it executed length into breadth with this logic. Whenever I executed area for triangle, it executed with a different logic. It will perform the corresponding logics of each method separately on their own. Okay, the next pillar of OOPS concept is inheritance. In real life, we will use the terminology called inheritance while describing the features of parents to child. Like this child inherit properties from their mother, this child inherits properties from their father. Like that, we will describe that they got properties from some of their parents. Similarly, inheritance allows one class to acquire the properties from another class. The main benefit of this inheritance is it promotes the readability. Like you can understand the program very easily and you can build a relationship between multiple logics. Okay, we will have multiple types of inheritances. They are single inheritance, which means a child inherits properties from parent. After that, we have multiple inheritances, where we can have a parent which inherits properties for multiple children, or child inherits properties from both parents. After that, multi-level inheritance, where we will have inheritance in the form of like hierarchy, like where let us consider there is a grandparent who gives their properties to parents and parents give their properties to children. And there is another type of inheritance called hierarchical inheritance, where we will have one particular level of hierarchy, and that level of hierarchy will be applied for all the remaining things, like multiple children inherit properties from a parent. These are the four different types of inheritance. Let us see how each inheritance works along with an example. First, let us try a single inheritance by taking an example of full-time employee and part-time employee. For example, for a full-time employee, if you are providing this amount of salary per hour, for example, if you are paying 1,000 rupees per hour for a full-time employee, for a part-time employee, let us consider you are paying only 60% of the salary of full-time employee or a regular employee. Let us see how we can do this by using single inheritance. Let me write a class, and this class I am naming it as employee. And I am writing a method with init on first parameter will be self comma. I want to give salary. Here I will provide self dot salary equal to salary. This will be passed as input. After that, let me create another class part-time employee, which will get the properties of employee. Like employee means full-time employee. This part-time employee will get the properties of employee. Part-time employee of employee, and I am defining a method diff part-time employee or part-time salary, and I will just provide self, and it will automatically fetch the salary from full-time employee as it is inheriting properties from employee class. Return self dot salary. This particular salary will be automatically picked up from employee as it is inheriting its properties. Into I want to give only 60% of salary to part-time employee. That's why I am returning salary into 60%. After that, I will just provide a sample employee, or let me run this particular program. Just I created a blueprint here. Let me provide an object for it. I'm considering employee as an object. Employee pay equal to part-time employee of 1000. Always whenever we are having any class that is inheriting the properties, we have to call the object based on the lower class. Here I am taking like part-time employee and the salary is 10,000. And now I will write employee pay dot salary. If I run it, I will get the actual salary, which is 10,000, where we provided it. After that, I will run employee pay dot part-time salary. Whenever I run it, I will get the 60% of the pay, which is nothing but of 6,000. This is how like we can use the inheritance and we can get the properties of parent class into child class in groups. This is like single inheritance. Let me provide one example for multiple inheritance. Here my requirement is let me take an example that let us consider there is another employee salary information where we have employee where we have details of employee like name and salary. And we are providing some bonus for the employees like who is especially a manager. We are providing bonus of 5,000 rupees. Like this is just a bonus. And we need to add this bonus to manager. Manager need to get salary plus bonus. First, I will create an employee class where I will have employee and base salary information. After that, I will create a bonus class where I will have bonus related information. After that, I will take manager class where I will inherit properties from both employee and bonus classes, and I will add both salary and bonus, and I will provide bonus for the manager. Let us see how it will work. First, let me create a class called employee. I am defining a method in it. After that, I am providing name, comma, salary as parameters. After that, let me call this name and salary. Self dot name equal to name. Self dot salary equal to salary. After that, let me define another method which will just return the salary. Def get salary. Just I'm printing salary here, the actual base salary. Return self dot salary. This is the actual salary of employee. After that, let me create another class called bonus. In this class, I am just defining one particular method called bonus. Def bonus of self. I'm just returning a bonus amount directly. Return. I just want to return 5,000 as bonus. And let me create one more method. Sorry, one more class where I am having manager information. And this particular manager class should inherit properties both from employee and bonus. Let me define manager salary. Return. Let me format it. I'm returning salary and the bonus value both. The salary after bonus is, let me open the flower bracket and let me keep it in flower bracket and let me close the flower. Yeah. The salary after bonuses, and I am adding actual salary with bonus. After that, let me create an employee who is a manager. Employee equal to, always, as I mentioned before, like if we are inheriting properties from another class, always we have to create object on the lowest level of the class. Manager of, and I am providing name as Tharun and salary as 10,000. Now if I run it, we already have an object called employee. Let me run employee dot manager salary. Just I want to check what is the salary of manager, whether it is inheriting properties from employee class and bonus class. If I run it, see, 10,000 is the actual salary. The salary after bonus is 15,000. 10,000 it is getting from the variable called salary, which is in employee class. And second thing, 5,000 it is getting as bonus, which is from bonus class. It is inheriting properties from two different classes. This is how multiple inheritance works. Now let me provide example for next type of inheritance, which is nothing but of hierarchical inheritance. Let us consider there is a company who have employees. Same, I am taking employees example for all the four types of inheritance to make it easy to understand. And this employee will have base salary. That employee will have one particular base salary. And when the employee is a manager, like manager is also an employee of a company, right? If he is a manager, I want to add 10,000 bonus to his base salary. If employee is lead, I want to add 5,000 bonus to base salary. If employee is just developer, I just want to add 2,000 bonus to base salary. Okay, let us consider there is an employee, and if employee is manager, I want to add 10,000 for his base salary. If an employee is lead, I want to add 5,000 to his base salary. And if an employee is an intern, I want to add, sorry, not developer, I want to add 2,000 to his base salary. Let me write a code for it. Let me first create a class called employee. Let me define the input values, unit, self, comma, salary. Self dot salary equal to salary. After that, here I got just the base salary information. First, I want to declare a class called manager. This manager gets or inherits properties from employee. And here I want to add some bonus. Def manager bonus of self. Here for manager, I want to return salary of manager is I want to get self dot salary and I want to add 10,000 for manager. For manager salary, I want to add 10,000. If he is an employee or if he is a lead, I want to add 5,000. Let me create a class called lead, which again inherits properties from employee. And here I am providing the classes lead bonus. Here lead will get 5,000 bonus. After that, let me create one more class with the name of developer, which also inherits properties from employee. And I am providing method as developer bonus. Salary of developer is salary plus I'm providing 2,000 bonus for developer. Now let me create a developer, lead and manager objects. Developer equal to developer of 10,000, lead equal to lead of 10,000, manager equal to manager of 10,000. I'm providing that everyone's salary is 10,000 only. Let me run it. Program got executed successfully. Now I have all the three people. I have developer, lead, and manager. Let me run developer first. Developer dot dev bonus. If I run it, I will get salary of developer is 12,000. 10,000 is the salary, and I added 2,000 as bonus. Lead dot lead bonus. If I run it, I'm getting 5,000 bonus for lead. Similarly, manager dot manager bonus. If I check manager bonus, manager will have 20,000 as salary. If you observe here, all the three classes inherits the properties from employee. Developer, lead, and manager inherits properties from employee. Now the next type of inheritance is multi-level inheritance. Where we have a scenario like grandparent who gives properties to parents and who gives properties to child. Now in this scenario, I'm again taking employee example. Let us consider an employee who have base salary of, let us consider employee have salary of 10,000. And if he is a full-time employee, I want to give bonus of 2,000. By here, the salary became 12,000. Now, if he is a manager, he is a full-time employee, and also if he is a manager, then I want to provide salary additional bonus of 5,000, where his salary will become 12,000 plus 5,000, totally 17,000. Because he is a full-time employee, plus as a manager, he is getting 5,000 as bonus. Usually, full-time employee is getting 2,000 and manager is getting 5,000 bonus. As he is a manager, he will get both the bonus of full-time employee and manager. Let us see how we can do that. Let me create a class called employee. Init self comma salary, and I am calling that salary. After that, I am taking full-time employee and I am defining full-time salary. I want to return salary plus 2,000 rupees. After that, I want to take one more class where I am taking manager. And this manager inherits full-time employee inherits properties from employee, and this manager inherits properties from full-time employee. And I am defining manager salary. Self, it returns, sorry, it will not returns from self, it will return salary from full-time salary. It will get the salary from full-time salary. Full-time salary plus 5,000 for manager. This is a grandparent class, and this is parent class, and this is child class. If you observe here, manager is inheriting properties from full-time employee. He is getting salary, full-time salary from full-time employee, and full-time employee is getting properties from employee. He is getting salary from employee and adding his bonus. Let us see how it will work. So let me provide an object for it. Employee object equal to manager of, I'm providing 1,000 as salary. Now if I run employee object dot manager salary, I will get 17,000. First here, the salary is the actual salary is 10,000. After that, for full-time employee, we are giving 2,000 as bonus. It became 12,000. After that, again for manager, we are providing additional bonus of 5,000, which is to the full-time employee salary. If he is manager, he will get both the benefits of a full-time employee along with manager bonus. Totally, he is getting 17,000 salary. This is how multi-level inheritance works. If I just check full-time salary, I will just get 12,000 as a salary. These are the four different types of inheritance. And the last pillar of this OOPS concept is abstraction. The main aim of this abstraction is showing only or displaying only the essential details of something and hiding all the remaining unnecessary background of it. It helps to avoid the confusion, and it mainly focus on what the program will do instead of how it is doing. If we take a common example for it, calculator works in the same method. Like if we see any calculator always calculates, like if we perform addition, subtraction, or multiplication, anything, it will just silently calculates. We don't know what is the program written in the back. Just we are adding. If we want to add two numbers, we are just adding. If we want to subtract from multiple numbers, we are just subtracting. But we don't know how the logic is written behind it. Let us try to implement the same thing. First, let me import this abstract method. I'm importing this abstract method. After that, let me create a class called calculator. And let me call this abstract method. And I'm defining it as calculate I'm just giving pass. Whenever this particular calculate is running, just pass the whole logics, like don't show whole logic. First, let me write logics for multiple calculations. Class addition of calculator. I'm taking like two numbers, number one and number two, and I'm adding those two numbers. Similarly for subtract, let me take multiple classes. Class multiply, which inherits properties from calculator, multiplying of two numbers. Similarly, division. I'm going to call the parameters passing. Let me copy this and okay. Here I have multiple classes, and now let me have objects for those particular classes. I'm writing it as calculation one, add of 10 comma 20, calculation to subtract of 30 comma 10, multiply of 10 comma 10, divide of 100 comma 10. Let us consider these are the four calculations that I want to do. Now if I just run it, uh, sorry, here I need to provide init instead of calculator. Diff, after that init, which is a constructor which is used to pass the variables into corresponding variables. Let me run the program once again. I need to return the calculation property from calculate. From this particular calculate, I need to define the output. Okay, now it works. Yeah. Here just I am defining calculate, and I am taking each class and inheriting properties from calculator, and I am just using the same method called calculate, and I am doing whatever the operation that I want to do, whether it is addition or subtraction or multiplication or division. Now if I just call this particular objects, calculate one of calculate. Here if you observe, I am using the method called calculate. I am not using the method called add, subtract, or divide or multiply. I'm not using any of these methods. I am just using calculate. If I run it, it automatically adds. If I just run calculation 2 dot calculate, it automatically subtracts 30 minus 10 and returning 20. If I just provide calculation 3 dot calculate, it automatically multiplies 10 and 10 and returning 100. If I provide calculate 4 of calculate, it is dividing 100 with 10 and returning 10.0. Here I am hiding the calculation logic or the complex logic which is present in all the different classes, and I am using only a single class called calculator, and within this all the logics exist within the method called calculate, and whenever I call this particular method, it will perform whatever the operation that is assigned to the object. That's about abstraction, which is used to hide the program or complex logic which is written for a program, and which is used to call all the logics by hiding them only with the necessary detail. After whoops, at last we are going to discuss about error handling in Python or exception handling. When it comes to this error handling or exception handling, if you write a wrong syntax or if you write an incorrect code in Python, the code will get stopped and it will throw the error. The program that you write will fail. If you are getting any error and if you want to handle it, or if you want to pass some alternative code whenever that error occurs, then we will use this error handling. This helps in handling the disrupts in the flow of program. What are the different types of errors that we have? We have syntax error, indentation error, name error, type error, value error, attribute error, index error, key error, and zero division error. These are the 9 different types of errors that we can face. Let us see how or when these errors will occur. First thing here is syntax error. When it comes to this syntax error, if you forget to provide any brackets or if you forget to provide any quotation marks for a text, in these kind of situations, or if you provide to try to provide any incorrect format of name for a variable, in this kind of scenarios you will get this syntax error. The main reason for this syntax error is violation of Python rules. For example, like if you are just printing hello and if you forgot to close the quotation marks, and if you try to run it, it is a syntax error. You can see this is a syntax error. Like even if you tried, if you forgot to close any brackets, for example, if you provide a equal to 1, 2, 3, and if you forgot to close the bracket, it is also a syntax error. Like this, if you violate any rules in Python, then you will get a syntax error. And indentation error. Next type of error is indentation error. When it comes to this particular indentation error, indentation is nothing but a proper spacing that we provide whenever we are using control flow or if we are using any statements or loops, we will use this particular spacing. We need to provide proper indentation to define block of code. This error will occur whenever the indentation is incorrect, like whenever the indentation is completely missing or indentation is inconsistent. Let me show an example. If 10 greater than 0, print 10 is positive. Here I didn't provided any indentation for if class. If I execute this code, you will get an indentation error. Like even in loops, if you don't provide indentation, you will get the same indentation error. And after that, the next type of error is name error. We know that Python is case sensitive, and whenever we are writing names of any variables or any object, then we need to provide name exactly. Even when names are misspelled or even whenever they are provided in a different cases, it will throw name error. For example, I am taking a variable called name and I am taking name called Tharun and I just provide to print name. Here in the variable I gave name with capital N and while printing I am taking name with small n, which is incorrect. You can see that it returned name errors. Next type of error is type error. This error occurs whenever we perform operation between multiple data types which are not suitable to perform the operation. For example, you are trying to add 5 with 5 and the second 5 is text. Normally 5 plus 5 returns 10. Here you are trying to add an integer value with text value. You can see the type error. Like you are trying to perform addition operation between two different types of data. One is text and one is normal number value, integer and string values. Next type of error is value error. This value error occurs when a function receives an argument of correct type but of inappropriate value. I'm taking a variable a and I want to take an input here, int of input of. And let me run it and let me try to enter a float value here. You can see it is throwing a value error. We are providing information of correct type, but we are not providing proper function for it. Next type of error is attribute error. This attribute error will occur whenever any attribute is referred to any method which is not supported for it. For example, let me take a list with a variable called a. I am taking list of values 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now just I will try to perform some random method on the top of this particular list. I want to perform a dot upper of, which is used to convert the data into uppercase, which is invalid in this particular situation. But if I try to run this kind of thing, then I will get attribute error. List object has no attribute upper. This particular list will not support this method called upper. That's why it is throwing the error called attribute error. Next type of error is index error. We will receive this error when we provide any index which is out of range. For example, let me take list of first 5 numbers. Here when it comes to indexing, indexing will start from 0. Here index values are 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me try to print list of 5, a of 5, which is not available because it is out of range. You can see that index error, list index out of range. This is called an index error. Next type of error is key error. When it comes to key error, we will get this error whenever we call some key value which is not available in the dictionary. Here, let me take a dictionary with student details. Name, I am taking it as Ram. After that, age I am taking it as 24. These are the key value pairs that I have. Now I want to print gender of from, which is not available in the dictionary. If I try to print the gender, automatically it will throw the key error because gender is not available in the dictionary. After that, one more type of error that can occur when we are writing the code is zero division error. This error occurs whenever we are dividing any number with zero. If you try to divide any number with 0, automatically you will get this zero division error. If I divide 10 by 0, it will throw zero division error. Now, whenever you get these kinds of errors, if you want to handle them without breaking your program, then we need to use the concept called error handling or exception handling. This error handling helps to prevent the program crashes, provide user friendly error message, maintain program flow stability. And we can also handle any of the unexpected errors. In Python, error handling can be done by using blocks called try, except, finally. Let us see what these blocks will do first. What is the purpose of using try block? When it comes to this try block, it is used to write the program, complete program, where you want to check that particular error. Write a code that may cause any error. Python checks this block of code completely. Whatever you write in try block, it will check that block of code. And if it finds any error, the next block is except. This particular block of code is used to run the alternative block of code whenever an error occurs. After that, we have finally this will always runs irrespective of errors. And we also have a one more keyword called pass, which is used to ignore that block of code whenever any situation need to be handled. These are the terminologies that we must be aware of. Let me write a sample code. Let me take two numbers as input and let me try that particular code like number 1 divided by number 2. If number 2 is 0, automatically it should throw me error because denominator cannot be 0. It should give me 0 division error. But instead of that, let me accept the error and let me print a message that denominator cannot be 0. Let us try this. Number 1 equal to int of input of number 2 equal to int of input of try print number 1 by number 2 except denominator cannot be 0. Like if number 2 is given as 0, it will pass this message like denominator cannot be 0. And finally I want to print the program ends. If I run this particular code, it will ask for the two inputs. First value is 10, second value I'm providing it as 0. Now if I run it, instead of throwing error, it will provide that denominator cannot be 0, and it will also run the code which is in finally block. Like we check different kinds of errors. Like we have an error called value error. Whenever we are providing any float value during the input, we are getting an error called value error. Let us try to handle multiple types of errors in a single code. Let me take this particular code. I'm taking same code where I'm taking two numbers as inputs and I am dividing number 1 with number 2. And whenever zero division error occurs, except when zero division error occurs. Whenever this zero division error occurs, I want to do this particular, run this particular block of code. If I am passing any float value as input, then I will get value error. For that, what I need to do? Error, sorry, except value error. I want to print like please enter a valid number or please enter an integer. If I run this particular code now, for example, if I provide 10.2 as first value, and if I why is it still throwing the error? Sorry, I want to try this block from input itself. Let me try this because I am providing, I am giving error at the end of the code itself. So I have to try from beginning. Let me run this code now. This need to be provided in indentation. Let me provide 10.2 as input. It is running. Please enter an integer because value error occurs. And finally, it runs the program end. Let me provide integer value and second value as float. Even though 10 divided by 1.2, it will pass the same message. Please enter an integer, program ends. If I give first number as an integer and second number as 0, now it will provide denominator cannot be 0 and program ends. This is how we can handle each specified error as well. Now let us try a code where I have list of combination of string and integers. Now I want to add all the numbers present in that particular list and I want to ignore the string values. I'm taking it as list of values and my list of values are 10, 20, 30, RAM, 40, and 50. I want to add all the integers and I want to avoid this particular word RAM. Let me write a program for it. First, let me take a initializer called sum equal to 0. I took a variable for I or for number in list of values. Now I am writing this try except block, try sum equal to sum plus number. And I want to accept this type error, like whenever type error occurs, like if we want to add any number to another data type value like string or something, we will get an error called type error. Except type error. Whenever type error occurs, I want to just pass that particular error. I just want to ignore it. And after that, I want to print the sum value, total value. If I run this particular code, I am getting the total sum value, which is nothing but of 150. This is how we can use try, except, finally, and pause to do error handling or exception handling in Python. Let us try to understand, what is NumPy in Python. NumPy is also called as numerical Python. It is a powerful library of Python which is used for numerical computing. When it comes to NumPy can process or supports huge volume of data, and it can perform complex mathematical operations easily. It's very much faster than Python list. Normal in Python we will use list, right? It is very much faster than that particular Python list. And it supports multiple mathematic functionalities like matrix operations and also linear algebra statistics. All these things you can perform in NumPy. What this NumPy can do actually? This NumPy can create and manipulate arrays. It can perform mathematical operations. It can perform linear algebra calculations like matrix multiplication, decomposition, all these things it can perform. Now let us see how we can install NumPy in our system. Like if we are using any separate IDE to run the program, we need to install. But Google Colab will comes with NumPy inbuilt. Like even if you try to install, it says that it is already present. To install, just we need to run pip install NumPy, and if we just run it, if it is already available, it will show that already exists or requirement already satisfied. This kind of information it will show. You can see that requirement already satisfied. It is already available. This NumPy is already available in Google Colab. Let us import this particular NumPy. Import NumPy as NP. I am providing some alias name called NP. And let us start creating few of these NumPy objects. First, we must understand array in NumPy. It is the most important concept. Array in NumPy is a data structure which is used to store multiple values of same data type in a single variable. Like it is very faster and efficient than Python list. If you want to create any array in NumPy, just we need to use variable name equal to np.array and you need to provide the values that you want to store inside this particular array. And if you just want to print it, just write print of and variable name. And if you want to check the type of it, print of type of variable name. And if I run this particular thing, you can see it is printing this array and class numpy.nd array. If you want to define an array simply, you can define it as like array will store group of related items and it will share the common name for it. And whenever like you provide multiple data type values to array, it will change all elements to higher data type. For example, if you provide few of the numerical values and few of the text values into an array, as text is a higher order data type than number, automatically it will convert all the elements of an array into text values. Let me take the same array and let me provide one particular text value called Ram and let me run it. Now, if you see previously when I ran this array, you can see all the values are of numerical. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, when I am printing the same array again by providing one text value inside it, every value in the array got single quotation marks, which means every value or every element in this array got converted into string. Now let us try to understand about what are dimensions of array. What are the multiple dimensions of array? Like if any array contains only single element, it is called a zero dimension array. Array equal to np dot array of, I am taking 10 as value. Let me print type of array and that array. You can see array contains only value called 10 and it is an array data type. And if you want to check the dimension, just write print array name or variable name dot end, which is used to find the dimension of an array. If I run it, it is returning 0 because it contains only one element in it. That's why it is called as zero dimension array. Next dimension is like one dimension array. If your array have only one row or one column, then it will be called as one dimension array. I'm taking np dot array and I am taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as elements. Let me print that particular array. Also print the data type and dimension of that particular array. Here I'm printing the whole array. After that, it is of type or class array and its dimension is 1. If any array contains both rows and columns, if there is either one row or one column, then it is called as one dimension array. if it contains both rows and columns, like if you have 2 rows and 5 columns, then it will be called as two-dimension array. Here I am providing two different lists. Each list will be considered as one particular row. This will be 1, 2, 3 will be first row, and 4, 5, 6 will be the second row. This array will be of two dimension. You can see the dimension is written as 2. Now we have three-dimension array as well, where we will consider it as third dimension as depth, which indicates that number of subarrays or nested arrays you have inside it. It is also called as 3D array. Let me create a nested list first. Let me take a list inside a list. And in this list, let me provide some elements. Let me take elements called 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, which are already given. Let me take this nested list and let me create multiple things by using comma separator. Here I have three arrays within a single array. Let me convert this particular list into array. Array equal to np.array of nested list. And I am printing array and type of array and the dimension of array. You can see that the whole array got printed and it is of type array and dimension 3. These are the different types of arrays that we use regularly in NumPy. We discussed about multiple types of arrays called 0 dimension, 1 dimension, 2 dimension, and 3 dimension arrays. Now let us try to understand what are the array inspection functions that we have in NumPy. When it comes to this array inspection functions, these functions are helpful to check what kind of array it is exactly. In this array inspection functions, we have functions like type, which is used to return the type of array. It will return like nd array as its type. After that, we have function called ndim, which is used to find the dimension of the array. Whether it is 0 dimension or 1 dimension, 2 dimension, if we want to find, then it will return that particular dimension. After that, array dot shape will return array dimensions where it indicates the matrix format. It will return the dimensions in matrix format, in the format of uh, number of rows, number of columns, and what is the depth. These are the things it is going to return. After that, we have size, which is used to return number of elements present in array. It will find the number of elements which are present in the array. If it contains 9 elements totally, it will return 9 as the size. After that, D type will returns the data type of elements present in array. We already discussed that if we provide different data typed elements in an array, it will automatically converts all elements into higher order data type. For example, if you provide few integer values and few string values, it will convert all the elements automatically into string data type. It will return data type of elements. Let me take an array from the existing arrays. Like I created a three-dimensional array using nested list. Let me recreate it. I created this particular array. Let me print this particular array first. It will just print the array which is this particular array which is made with nested list. Now if I want to check the type of array, type of array is nd array, and dimension is three-dimensional array, and shape it is giving you the depth and rows and columns. You can see each array have 3 rows, 3 columns, and depth means how many multiple number of inner arrays or nested arrays it contains. It contains again 3 arrays. After that, size. Each array or inner array have 9 elements, and we have 3 matrices here, and 9 3 is 27 is the total size of the array. After that, array dot data type will return which value it actually stores. It is storing value called integers. These are the functions which are useful to inspect an array. Now let us see few functions which are helpful to create an array. For example, if you want to create any array dynamically using some functions, then we have few functions which can create array. They are np.array of, which is used to convert any tuple or list into NumPy array automatically. After that, np dot zeros of, and we need to provide the shape of the array that we want. If we provide shape, in that particular shape, it will automatically create an array with all zeros. If you provide 3 comma 3, it will become 3 by 3 matrix with all the elements as 0. After that, we have np dot ones, and we need to provide shape. This ones will create array with element called 1. Similarly, like 0, it will create ones. It is also called as, in mathematical terminology, it is also called as unit matrix. Matrix where all elements in it are ones. After that, np dot arrange, and here we need to pass 3 parameters, which is start point, stop point, and step. It will create an array with evenly spaced numbers. For example, whatever the step you mentioned, it will create. For example, you mentioned start value as 0 and end value as 11, or start value as 1 and end value as 11. In between 1 and 11 means up to 10. End index will always should be one number additional. Like from 1 to 10, it will print all the values with provided step. For example, if you provide step as 2, first it will take 1. After that, next value it will skip. After that, next step it will become 3. After that, 5. 1, 3, 5, like that. With the step 2, it will be keep on creating elements in the given range in between start and stop values. After that, np dot payoff. Here you need to provide dimension. This I function will create identity matrix. Identity matrix means a matrix whose diagonal element is 1 and all the rest of the elements are 0. After that, we have np dot random dot rand of n. Here n means number of elements. This particular function will generate sum of the random values between 0 and 1. For example, if you provide np.random.random of 100, it will provide 100 random values between 0 and 1, like 0.001, 0.005, whatever the random value. It will provide 100 random values between 0 and 1 if you provide n as 100. After that, similarly, np dot random dot random of number of elements that we want. This particular function will create random float values. Similarly, like rand also will create float values between 0 and 1, but this random will create random values between 3 and minus 3, plus 3 and minus 3. Rand will generate random values between 0 and 1. Random will generate values between minus 3 and plus 3. After that, np dot random dot randint. It is used to generate random values of given size. For example, if you want to provide start index or start value and stop value along with the size that you want. For example, if you provide 4 comma 10 and if you provide size as 3, it will generate 3 values between 4 and 10 automatically. It will generate random values between start value and stop value, and it will generate values at given size. Now let us see how we can use these particular functions to create arrays automatically. Already we saw np.array. Let us see few of the remaining. Like first we have zeros. np.zeros of, I need to provide shape here. The shape can be 3 comma 3. Let us consider, let me consider shape as 3 comma 3. And let me run it. It will automatically create a 3 by 3 matrix with all elements as 0. Similarly, if you create by using ones, all elements will be 1. If I run it, all the elements will be 1 in that particular matrix. After that, we have np.arrange, which is used to generate some evenly spaced numbers between start and stop values. Here I want to find some values between 10 and 20 with step 2, and I want to create a matrix. If I run it in between 10 and 20, as 20 is the end value, like if I want to include 20 as well, I need to provide 21 as an index. If I run it, it will provide all the evenly spaced numbers with by skipping one number as step is given as 2. After that, we have a function called np.i. And if I provide whatever the dimension that I want, for example, if I want 3-dimension matrix, if I provide 3, it will create an identity matrix of 3 by 3. You can see it created an identity matrix. Only diagonal element will be 1. All the remaining elements will be zeros. After that, np dot random dot rand of 3. I am taking 3, just which will automatically generates values between 0 and 1. Whatever the number of elements that we provide, it will generate those many elements. As I just mentioned 3, it is generating 3 elements between 0 and 1. Similarly, if I take rand n instead of rand, it will generate values between -3 and +3. You can see here there are two negative values. It will generate some random values. You can see -0.6, -1.46, -0.84. It can generate some random values. Here you can see 3, 0, and -0.56, like that. After that, we have np dot randint random dot randint. In the given range of values, it will provide the matrix with number of elements that we require. Like I asked that in between 10 and 20, I want 3 random elements. It generated 18, 13, and 12. If I provide 5 random elements, it will automatically generate 5 random elements between 10, 20, and 10 and 20. If I want 9 random elements, it will generate 9 random elements between these two. And it will generate only integers. These are the functions which we will use in creation of arrays dynamically. After array creation functions and methods, let us discuss about array manipulation functions and methods. Here the first method that we are going to discuss about is resize. Sorry, it's reshape, which is used to change the shape of an array. Like if you have an array with 6 elements, if you want to convert its shape into 2 by 3 array, then you can convert it into 2 by 3 array automatically without changing its elements. The elements will be same, but the array will be changed. Let me take an array np dot array of, and let me take values from, I took values from 1 to 9. Now let me convert this array into 3 by 3 array. First let me print it. You can see it contains 9 elements, and even if we print shape, you have only 9 elements inside it. After that, let me use reshape. Array dot reshape of. I want to convert it into 3 by 3. We have to provide only multiplyable values while reshaping. For example, if you have 9 elements, you can't provide 4 into 5, because 4, 5 will become 20 matrix, like matrix of 20 elements. You can't give like that. You can't give even 2 by 2, because 2 by 2 can contain only 4 elements. So 3 by 3 contains 9 elements, and the our matrix also contain 9 elements. So I want to reshape it into 3 by 3 matrix. If I run it, the matrix which contains elements from 1 to 9 will automatically be reshaped into 3 by 3 matrix with the same elements. Like in the first row you have 1, 2, 3, second row 4, 5, 6, and third row 7, 8, 9. This is how reshape helps to change the shape of the matrix with the existing elements, like with the same elements. Like here we converted a one dimension matrix into a three-dimension matrix. What if we have a three-dimension matrix and we need to convert it into one dimension matrix? Then we have a method called flatten. Let me take an array, np dot array of, and let me take a 3 by 3 array, 1, 2, 3 in one particular brackets. After that, 4, 5, 6 in another bracket, and 7, 8, 9 in another bracket, and let me end it with closed bracket. Let me print this particular array. You can see a 3 by 3 array now. Now to convert it into one dimension or into single row, then I need to provide print array of flatten. Now if I run this particular thing, you can see all the elements in this particular array are converted into a one dimensional array, and you can see all the 9 elements in a single row. After that, like what if we need to transpose the rows into columns and columns into rows if we want to change the elements of an array in vice versa positions? Then we need to use either array.t or we need to use transpose method. We have two particular functionalities. np.array of, let me copy this 3 by 3 matrix. Let me copy this particular code. I have 3 by 3 array. Let me print it first. You can see in rows, in first row you have elements called 1, 2, 3, second row 4, 5, 6, and third row 7, 8. Let me perform transpose for it. Print array.t, which is used to transpose. If I run it, you can see the transposed array. First row will become the first column. Second row will become the second column. Third row will become third column. You can see 1, 2, 3 as column 1, 4, 5, 6 as column 2, 7, 8, 9 as column 3. It will just convert the rows into columns and columns into rows. Or else you can use transpose as well. Print np dot transpose of array. Even if you provide that, it will just transpose that particular array and it will return the same output. After that, what if you have data in multiple arrays and need to combine that particular data? When you have data in multiple arrays and if you need to combine that particular data, you have two particular methods. They are hstack and vstack. Hstack means horizontal stack, which is used to join the elements horizontally. Vstack means vertical stack, which is used to join the elements vertically. Let me take two arrays called array1 and array2. Array1 equal to np dot array of, and let me take a list which contains value called 1, 2, and 3. And let me take array2 with values called 4 and 5. 4, 5, and 6. Sorry. After that, let me use the method called hstack, which is used to join the arrays horizontally, which means I need to get all the values from 1 to 6 in a single row. Print np dot hstack array1 comma array2 will join the elements horizontally. Vstack will join the elements vertically. If you do vstack, then you will have two rows in the matrix or array, and you will have 1, 2, 3 in the first row and 4, 5, 6 in the second row. Let me run both those codes. You can see in hstack, it joined the elements horizontally, and both the matrices or arrays, array1 and array2, became single array. Even in vstack, both the arrays, array1 and array2, became single array. But here you have two different rows because we are joining vertically. After that, what if you want to divide a single array into multiple arrays? If you want to combine multiple arrays into single arrays, then we will use H stack or V stack. What if we want to convert a single array into multiple array? Then we have split. Let us consider you have array of 6 elements and I want to divide it into 3 different parts. Then we need to use np.split of, and I am splitting this particular array, and you want to provide how many equal portions this array can be split into. For example, if you provide 3, then it will divide this particular array into 3 different portions, 3 different equal portions, which contains 2 elements in each. If you provide 2, it will divide into 2 different arrays which contain 3 elements each. Let me divide it, split it into 3 different parts. Now you can see it became as 3 different arrays which contain 2 elements each. Total there are 6 elements in the array. I divided into 3 equal separate arrays. After that, what if you want to sort the elements in the array? Let us consider you have an array where the elements are not in particular order. For example, I have an array where I have 1, 2, 7, 3, 8, 4, 9, 5. I have elements from 1 to 9 in a random order. Now, if I sort it, if I run np.sort of array, it will sort the data in ascending order. If you want to sort the same information in descending order, just take this same sort. Similarly, how we perform reverse in indexing using colon colon -1, we can sort the data in descending order as well. Now, if I run it, sorry, here I have to close the bracket after this. If I run it, it will sort the elements in descending order. These are the functions which are used to manipulate the arrays. Next, we have few of the statistic functions or math functions that we can perform on the top of array. These math functions are used to perform some mathematical calculations like sum, max, min, and to find median, mean, these kind of values. Let us see how they will work. First, let me try sum on the top of array. Sum is used to add all the elements present in the array. Let me take an array and let me take 1, 2, 3, and 4 as elements. Let me run this particular array and let me print sum of this particular array. np.sum of array. Sum of all the first 4 elements will return 10. It will add all the elements present in the array and it will return the total value. Similarly, we can perform mean. Mean is used to find the average value. Average value is nothing but of sum of all the elements divided by number of elements. Let me take the same array and let me calculate the mean. Total will be 10 and 10 divided by 4 equal to 2.5. Next, let me calculate the median. Median is nothing but of middle value in the available values. Middle value of available values. Let me take an array. Now let me take an array of 5 elements and let me calculate median. Median is 3 out of 5 elements. So that we have min and max to find minimum value in an array. And maximum value in an array. If I write np.min, it will find the minimum value present in that array. Out of 1 to 5, 1 is the minimum value and 5 is the maximum value. After that, similarly, we have argmin and argmax as well, which is used to find the index of minimum value and index of maximum value. For example, here the minimum value is 1. 1 is at 0th index and 5 is at 4th index. We need to get 0 and 4. Yeah. Similarly, we have few other math functions like round, which is used to round each element which is present in the array. And we have square root, which is used to find the square root of each element present in the array. You can explore these kind of functions. These are very easy. And after that, we have few NumPy operations. Unlike Python, like if you have an iterable object like list or tuple in Python, and if you want to add something to each element of an list, let us consider a list. I have list of elements called 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Here, what if you want to add 10 to each element of a list? We need to use loop or any other function to iterate each element of the list, and we need to apply the logic then. But when it comes to NumPy, if you are having anything in a matrix or in an array, then matrix will be done on vectorized operations. NumPy allows vectorized operations. It doesn't require any loops to find the each element of an matrix. It is super fast when compared to normal Python list. It doesn't, as it doesn't require any loops or something to iterate through each element. It automatically performs the calculation to each element of the array directly. It is super fast when compared to normal Python lists or tuple, whatever. For example, let us consider you have an array with elements 1 to 5. Now, if you want to multiply each element with 2, then just provide array into 2. It will automatically go through each element and it will multiply each element with 2. Same property works for addition, subtraction, and division as well. I'm adding 2, I'm subtracting 2 from each element, and I am dividing with 2 for each element. You can see everything is working fine. Adding 2 for each element, subtracting 2 from each element, and dividing each element with 2. Even you can perform these operations between multiple arrays as well. If you have two different arrays and if you want to add array 1 with array 2, if their shapes are same, then you can perform these operations. See, I took two arrays and I am adding and subtracting them. First element of array 1 will be added with first element of array 2, second element of array 1 with second element of array 2. Similarly, subtraction also happen in the same way. Here, when it comes to array multiplication, like here I performed multiplication array into 2, where it is going and multiplying each element of array. It is different from matrix multiplication. You have to remember that array multiplication and matrix multiplication are different. For example, if you have two multi-dimensional matrix, let us consider you have two 2 by 2 matrix. And if you are multiplying each matrix, np dot array of, and I have 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. This is my first matrix. Second one is array 2. And first thing is normal multiplication, like each element will be multiplied with another element, well, another element normally. Like first element in matrix 1 will be multiplied with first element in matrix 2. Second element in matrix 2 will be multiplied with second element in matrix 2. But if you want to do matrix multiplication, then you need to provide at the rate of array 1 at the rate of array 2. Now, if I run it, it will perform matrix multiplication. Like if you want to check how matrix multiplication will work, so let me print array 1 and array 2. Print array 1. Let me print array 2 as well. Now it will be clear, like when it is printed, we can see it as a matrix. You can see. Now the first row will be multiplied with first column, which means 1 plus 1 and 2 will be multiplied with 5 and 7. Let me do it. 1 into 5 1 into 5 plus 2 into 7. Now it returns 19. 7 to the 14 plus 5, it will become 19. Similarly, first row will be multiplied with second column. It will return 22. Similarly, second row will be multiplied with first column. It will return 43. Second row will be multiplied with second column. It will return 50. This is how matrix multiplication will be done. Unlike normal multiplication, just with the elements. This is a simple mathematical calculation that we learn in mathematics about matrix multiplication. If you perform normal multiplication, like instead of matrix multiplication, if you just perform normal multiplication, each element in the array will be multiplied with corresponding element in array 2. For example, 1 will be multiplied with 5, 2 will be multiplied with 6, 3 will be multiplied with 7, 4 will be multiplied with 8. Like first element will be multiplied with first element. Directly, it will be like direct multiplication of elements in the array. But if we perform matrix multiplication, for each element, it will work like this. First row will be multiplied with first column, first row will be multiplied with second column, second row will be multiplied with first column, second row will be multiplied with second column to find all the 4 elements of a matrix. After that, we are going to learn about indexing and slicing in NumPy. We already checked in Python how indexing and slicing works. Like if you want to access any specified element from a matrix, then we are going to use indexing. Either it can be a one-dimension matrix or either it can be a multi-dimensional matrix. Let me create a array. Here in this particular array, I have elements from 1 to 5. Here 0 will return the first element, like at index 0 we will have first element, it will return 1. And minus 1 will return the last element, which will return 5 through negative index. It is returning 1 and 5. Similarly, like the Python indexing. But what if you have multi-dimensional array? Let me take an array. Here I have an array of size 3 by 3. Let me run this particular array and let me print it. Now, if I am trying to fetch element from 0, 0, which means first it will go to first row and it will find the element which is at 0th position. Similarly, 0, 1 will return the second element in the first row. Similarly, if you provide 2, 0, 2, 0 will go to the third row. First, it will go to 2 means it will go to third row and it will find the element, first element, which is 7. If I run 2, 0, it should return 7. Even for multi-dimensional arrays, you can find any specified element by using indexing. Similarly, like slicing is used to get a subset. Like if you want to fetch multiple elements at the same time, Then you can use slicing. Let me take an array which contains first 5 elements. Always you have to remember like end index should be plus one value. Like last value of the index will not be considered. Like if you provide 3, it will be considering from first element to second element only. Like 3 will not be considered. The position of 3, element 3 will not be considered. Like if I provide 0 is to 3, 0th at 0th position I have value called 1, first position I have value called 2, at second position I have value called 3. It will print like that. And I am providing 0 is to 5 with step 2. It is providing 1, 3 and 5 as elements. This is how we can perform slicing in matrix as well. Even though if we have multi-dimensional matrix, we can provide the same slicing. For example, here I have a 3 by 3 matrix which contains elements called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9. If I am providing 0 is to 2, 2, comma 0 is to 2, in the first row it will take 0 to 2 elements. Like it will consider 0, 1 and 2 as the elements because 2 will not be considered. Second position will, end index will not be considered. Even in the second row, it will take first 2 elements. It should return 1, 2 and 4, 5. If I run it, it will return 1, 2 and 4, 5. This is how we can perform indexing and slicing on the top of an array or matrix in NumPy. These are the things we are going to discuss in NumPy. Pandas. We are going to start about pandas. This pandas is a open source library used for data manipulation, data cleaning, and data analysis.
అంటే
And pandas allows us to work on structured data. Up to now, we store data in multiple ways in Python or NumPy. In Python, we used variables where we can store only a single value of any particular data type. After that, we use data structures to store multiple values like list, tuple, set, dictionary. After that, in NumPy, we used arrays to store data in multi-dimensional ways as well. Like we used one-dimensional arrays, we used multi-dimensional arrays. But what if we have data in some tabular format? Whether we can have data in Excel or CSV or any other formats. What if we have data in tabular format or table format? To deal with this tabular format of data, table format of data, then we will use pandas. We will use pandas to deal with Structured data. Structured data in the sense data which contains rows and columns. We can consider as a spreadsheet or any SQL table. This pandas will help to work on data fast and to modify the data in a flexible way, and it will be easy to learn. This pandas helps in handling complex data. And it can helps to integrate with multiple libraries like NumPy. And it provides easy way to load the data from multiple sources like Excel, CSV, JSON, and SQL data sources. It can support many other data sources as well. And it helps to clean the data. Also to load the data into destination to deploy the data, which means it can perform complete ETL activity. It can also handle missing data and outliers. Missing data in the sense if any row contain null values or if any column have null values, it will be able to handle it. And if you have any outliers, like for suppose there is a column called student ID, in between that column for one of the record there is a name as value. All remaining are student IDs, only one particular value is name or some other information. Then it will be considered as an outlier. It will be able to handle that outliers as well. After that, it can perform filtering, sorting, group by, and merge operations. And it can also help in creating new columns in an existing table. And you can also perform analysis and summarization of data. By using pandas, we can do all these things. If you want to get pandas into your system or to import pandas, just we need to write the code called import pandas and we need to provide alias name for it, into which name we are importing pandas. I am importing pandas as PD. Once if I run it, pandas will be imported. Once the pandas is imported, first let us see what are the objects that pandas have. Like pandas will deal with data which is stored in tabular format, right? First, let us check what are the types of objects this pandas supports. This pandas supports series and data frames. First, let us discuss about series in pandas. When it comes to series, series is a one-dimensional labeled array which can hold data of any data type. It is nothing but of a single column. If you come into a tabular structure, like one-dimensional labeled array means a single column. This series have few limitations. As I mentioned, it is a single column. We cannot store data of multiple columns. We cannot store a complete table. Let us try to create this particular single column. First, let me create a sample pandas series. In series, S should be capital in the syntax. Make sure it is capital because Python is case sensitive. PD pandas dot series, and I am providing list of values called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if I run it, it will automatically create a column and it will also provide index values for that particular column. If I run it, you can see it provided a column with values called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and index starts from 0 and it provided the index as well. If we want to customize this index values, we can customize that index as well. Like, let me copy this code and let me provide index equal to, and I can provide any customized index like 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105 for all the five values. Now, if I run it, automatically it will give the indexes that I provided. Not only integer values, we can have text or string values as well. Let me take pd.series. Let me take list of names. I provided Ram, Sana, and Beam. Now, if I run it, automatically it will provide those values as a column. Now, what if you want to store data in multiple columns? Like here you have only data in single column. Now, what if it is required to store data in multiple columns? Or if you want to store complete table, then we have DataFrame in pandas. In data frame, you have to remember that in data D is capital, frame F is capital. It should be written in the same case. Data frame is a two-dimensional labeled data structure which can store both rows and columns. It is like a table for Python. Here, when it comes to data frame, we can store a complete table with multiple series in the sense columns. And we can select rows and columns easily, and we can perform many other operations like merge, group by, pivot, apply, etc. Now let us see how we can create this particular data frame in Python. First, let us see how we can create a data frame with two columns called name and age. This data frame can be created using multiple ways, like using list or using array or using dictionary. First, let us try how we can create this data frame using a list. Let me take a variable called df, and I am providing values of a nested list. First, I am taking name called Ram and age 25. After that, name called Sana and age 26. After that, name called Beam with age 24. I provided three values in the form of nested list, and I am just taking pd dot data frame of we need to provide whatever the variable that we have. Now if I run it, sorry, here I forgot a comma. Let me run it. Here in data frame it should be capital. Now it is returning a table with two columns where values are RAM 25, Sana 26, Beam 24. Now what if I need to provide column names or headers for this particular table? Just in the brackets of data frame along with variable, just provide columns equal to and whatever the column names that you want as a list. Now if I run it, it will provide column names called name and age. Similarly, we can create this particular data frame using array. First, let me import NumPy because array is a NumPy object. After that, let me take an array equal to np.array of. After that, let me provide the same nested list. Like, let me provide these particular values. Now it is in the format of array. Let me just print array now. Yes, I'm printing array. Now you can see this is an array. Now let me convert it into a data frame. pd.dataframe of array that I am providing, and column names are name and age. If I run it, it will provide the same table with name and age columns. Similarly, we can create this data frame from dictionary as. I want to provide columns called name, age, gender, and salary. First, let me create a dictionary. Dictionary equal to, I'm providing values like name, where key is name and values are Ram, Sana, and Beam. Age is the key and value are 25, 26, and 24. And gender is the key. Male, female, and male are the values. And salary is the key. And these are the values. Now, if I print pd.dataframe of dictionary underscore, which is a variable name, if I just run it, automatically it will provide column names as well. It will take keys as the column names. If I run it, you can see that all the keys are taken as column names and values are taken like. This is how you can create tables in Pandas. Now let us see how we can load data into Pandas. Like if we have data in any of the external files like CSV, Excel, or JSON formats, let us see how we can load that particular data into Pandas. Before loading the data, let me go to files in Google Colab and let me upload few of the files or few of the Excel sheets and all that I have. By default, they will provide some sample data, but they will not provide all formats of data. They will provide only CSV and JSON. But let me upload Excel, CSV, and JSON files from my system. I'm uploading students data, which contains same information in all the three files: students.csv, students.json, and students.xlsx contains same data. Now let me load each file and let me show you how we can print data of each files. Just let me import both NumPy and Pandas. Import NumPy as NP. Import Pandas as PD. Let me just run it. Both NumPy and Pandas are imported. Now let me write a code which is used to connect to CSV file first. Let me take a variable called table underscore CSV. Now if I want to read CSV, then I need to use method called read CSV, which is available in Pandas. Read underscore CSV. And I need to provide the path of this particular CSV file that I want to read. To get the path, just do a right click on the file and click on the option called copy path, and you can paste that particular path in between the parentheses and give double quotes for that particular path. Now the data present in student CSV will be stored in variable called table underscore CSV in the form of data frame. If you just run table underscore CSV, it will be able to display the data which is present in students table. These are the records that I have in the students CSV file. Same data I have in JSON format as well. If I want to load JSON format, instead of read CSV, just write read JSON. Read JSON and also change the file format to JSON because it is available in the same location, just with the difference of the extension. Run it. See, you can see the same data which is available in JSON format file. Similarly, even if you want to load data from Excel, just provide read Excel. That's all. Read Excel, and here the extension need to be changed to Excel SX. Now if I run it, it will read the data from this Excel file and it will print the data. All the three files contain the same data and it printed the same data. This is how we can read data from external sources by using method called read underscore and that specified file format. Now after loading these files, for suppose let us consider you loaded some tables into your system, and after loading these tables you need to do some basic checks, like you want to find few things. How can you do those basic checks? For example, you want to print first 5 records and check validate whether the data is correct or not. You want to check all the column names. For example, if you have 30-40 columns, you want to print all the column names and need to check whether all the columns are available or not. If you want to perform these kind of checks, then we need to use few of the methods which is used to help to do these checks. Let me show what they are. First one of them is shape. Shape is used to find the number of rows and columns present in the table. Shape will return rows and columns available. Here in this table, I have 20 rows and I have 5 columns. Let me take table underscore CSV dot shape, which is returning that there are 20 rows and 5 columns. After that, we have a method called head, which is used to print first n records. Here in between the parentheses, you want to provide any number so that that number of records will be fetched into the output. If you don't provide any number, by default, it will fetch first 5 records. For example, if I want to print something from table underscore CSV, and if I just provide head of 2, then it will return only first 2 records. If I don't provide anything, if I just use head, it will provide first 5 records. If you provide head of 6, then it will print first 6 records. Similarly, we have tail, which is used to print last n records. If I just write table name, I provide tail of 6, it will fetch last 6 records. You can see student ID 15 to 20. These 6 records it fetched. After that, if you want to have metadata information of whole table, like if you want how many columns are there, how many rows are there, and what is the data type of each and every column, and what is the memory used to store this information. If you want everything, information about everything, then you need to run the method called info, which will give whole metadata information. I run table underscore CSV dot info. Like you can use same methods for any other table as well. I'm taking this particular table as example. Here it is showing that there are 20 entries, which means 20 records with from 0 to 19 index, and there are 5 columns totally, and it is providing data type of each and every column. Here, if you have any categorical data, like if you have any text values, or if you have any date and time value, then they will be considered as object. All the number values will be considered as numerical, and they will be given integer and float data types based on the values present in that particular column. You can see it clearly mentioned that there are 2 integer and 3 object columns, and total memory used to store the data is 932.0 bytes. It will give whole metadata of that particular table. If you want to check only data types of each column, like instead of whole metadata, then you can use method called dtypes. It will return data types of each column. You can see it is returning the data types of each and every column. After that, if you want to print what are all the columns available, then we have method called columns directly, which will return column names. If you just provide table underscore csv dot columns, you can see it is returning all the column names. Also, we can check, uh, we can fetch information of specified columns as well. Like if you want to fetch only information of numeric columns, or if you want to fetch information only related to object or categorical columns, then you can fetch them separately as well. For example, if you want all the integer columns separately or all the numerical columns separately, we can fetch like that as well. You can write table.csv and you can use the method called select dtypes, which is used to specify the data type of that specified column, and you can fetch only that information. Here I am providing number. If we just provide number, it will fetch both integers and float values. Even if you have any float data type values, it will fetch that particular columns as well. Or else, like if you just want to specify any data type, like if you want to fetch only integer values, then you can write int64 for integer data type. And if you want to provide both integer and float, then you can write int64 float as a list. Even now it will be able to fetch all the integer and float columns available in the table. If I just search for float columns, if there are any float valued data types in the table, it will fetch it. As there are no columns which are of float data type, it is returning the empty table. If you want to allow both integers and float, then you can just provide numbers. Sorry, number. If you just provide number as a keyword, it will fetch any of the integer or float data type. Similarly, if you want to fetch only categorical columns, like if you want to fetch any text values or date values, then you can mention object here. Instead of number, just mention object. Then you will be able to see only the text columns. Name, gender, and place are the three objects available. After that, if you want to get whole information or whole description about table, like if you want to get count of records, after that what is the mean of the all numerical values, median of the values, what is the minimum value, what is the maximum value. Like this, if you want complete description of all the numerical columns in the table, then you can use the method called describe. Table underscore csv dot describe. If you run it, it will provide all the mathematical related information. What is the count of records? What is the mean value? What is the standard deviation? What is the minimum value? 25, what is the 25% of total value? What is the 50% of the value? What is 75% of the value? What is the maximum value? Like this, it will provide the whole information of numerical columns present in the table. After that, what if we need to fetch any specified columns from the table? If you want to print whole table, that's fine. What if you want to print only specified columns? For example, from this particular table called table underscore CSV, I need to print only name column, or I need to print only name and age columns. I don't want whole table. If we want to fetch only specified columns, in that particular case, we need to just provide that particular table name, and in square brackets, we need to provide the column name. Let me take table underscore CSV and let me provide specified column name. Let me provide name as the column that I want to print. If I run it, it will provide the information which is present only in name column. If I want to print the information of multiple columns, for example, if I want to print information of 2 or 3 columns, in that particular case, I need to provide all the values as list name, comma, any other column. I want to fetch age as well. I need to provide these 2 column values as a list inside square brackets, and if I run it, now it will print those multiple columns. Now, what if we want to fetch the information of specific rows and specific columns? For example, if I want only third row and name and age columns, I want only third row or fourth row where the index is 3, and I want to fetch this particular information or any particular person's information. In that particular case, we have 2 different methods called loc and iloc. This loc and iloc are useful to fetch any specified information from table. When it comes to loc is also called as label-based selection, used to access specified rows and columns. It is also here also in loc you will provide, if you are taking information from any table, then you will provide table name dot loc, and within the brackets you will provide what are the rows that we need colon, what are the columns that we need. This is how we will use the syntax of lock to fetch any specified rows and specified column. First, let us try how we can use this lock. And also there is a point to remember whenever you are using multiple rows and multiple columns. For example, you are taking information from row number 5 to row number 10. Then we can use it like indexing, but in lock, end index will be considered. In lock, end index will be considered. Remember this particular point. It is very important to remember. Now let me fetch any specified information from this table. First, let me print the whole table. Table underscore CSV. This is the table which where I have 20 records. Let me fetch the columns called. First, let me fetch any one particular column using method called lock. Table underscore CSV dot lock. After that, in parenthesis, if I want to specify any rows, I can specify rows. If there are no rows that you want to specify, like if you want to print all the rows present in the table, just specify semicolon, just write semicolon and specify the columns that you want to print. For example, if I want to fetch only location column, I'm just writing it as location, and if I run it, why it is printing whole table. Sorry, I need to provide comma after semicolon. I need to provide semicolon, like which indicates that I am fetching all the rows. Start index and end index are not provided for rows. It will provide whole information, and columns I am just fetching it as location. Here the column name is place, not location. Sorry. Let me run it. Now you can see all the values present in the column called place. This is how we can fetch any single column. For example, if you want to fetch multiple columns, for example, you want to fetch uh, like 2 or 3 columns. Like here you have columns like ID, name, age, gender, and place. I want to fetch both name and place. If you want to fetch multiple columns, just mention those column names as a list. Name, comma, place, and these need to be included in a square bracket again as a list. This name and place should be provided as a list. Now if I run it, it will fetch only name and place columns. What if I want to fetch range of columns? For example, I want to print all the columns which are present in between name and place, including them. I don't want ID column. I want to print name, age, gender, and place. All these 4 columns. I want range of these columns from name to place. Just provide whatever the columns that you want in semicolons, like name, semicolon, colon, place. If you provide name, colon, place, then it will consider name as start index or first column that we want to fetch, and place as the end index or last column that you want to choose, as it includes end index as well. I already mentioned that lock includes end index also. So it will fetch all the columns from name to place. You can see name, age, gender, and place. It fetched all the columns. Now let us see how if we want to specify any rows. Here we are specifying columns. What if we want to specify any rows? Let's specify those rows. For example, here I want to fetch the information of anonymity. This particular person whose index is 1. I will just write the index value as 1 here. That's all. Now it will fetch the information of that particular person. Ananya Reddy, age 19, gender female, and from Hyderabad. Now, what if we want to fetch multiple rows or range of rows? Then we can write it like index for rows as well. For example, you want index number first row to 10th row, 1:10. It will include both start index and end index as well. It will fetch all the records from index 1 to 10, which means it is fetching record number 2 to record number 11, ID number 2 to ID number 11. If I just check ID, comma, colon, place, it will fetch all the columns in the table. You can see that from ID number 2, where index is 1, to ID number 11, it is fetching all the records. This is how by using LOC or lock, we will be able to fetch the specified rows and columns present in the table. Even if you want to fetch any 2 or 3 different rows, like not the range of values, if you want to fetch any 2 or 3 rows, any random rows, then you can create a list and you can provide that row ID. For example, you want to provide 0, 1, 7, and 10. You want to fetch these 4 rows. And now if you run it, it will fetch the information of only the 4 rows that we provided. We can either choose specified columns or range of columns. We can choose specified rows or range of rows, whatever we want. Now we have one more method that we call as iloc. Let us see how this iloc is useful. When it comes to in lock we provided column names to fetch the information. When it comes to iloc is also used to access specified rows and columns. Similarly, like LOC, iloc is also useful to access both rows and columns, any specified rows and columns. But here it will take only integer index of both rows and columns. For example, here ID is the first column. For it, index will be 0. For name, index will be 1. Age index will be 2. Gender index will be 3. Place index will be 4. For all the 5 columns, index will be from 0 to 4. Similarly, we have for rows, we have index displayed already by default. Now, by using this index of rows and columns, we will be able to fetch any specified information. One point to remember here, it will take only numerical indexing. For both rows and columns. And end index will not be considered here. Similarly, like indexing, where start index colon end index plus 1. We need to provide end index plus 1. End index will not be considered. Let's see how this iloc works. Let me take table underscore CSV is my table. I will just use iloc. And here, for example, I want to fetch second row on third column. Let us consider what is the third column. Let me take second column only. Second row on second column. Let me just provide 1 comma 1 as index starts from 0. In second row on second column, second row where index is 1 and second column whose index is 1, the name is ananyarity. I am able to print that specified value. Even if you want to fetch the range of values, you can fetch the range of values. Similarly, like indexing, and remember that end index will not be accepted. For example, if you want to fetch first value to 10th value, you need to provide 0 to 11 as indexing. And even if you want to fetch second column, I am providing index as 1, or else if you want to fetch multiple columns, here also you can do indexing like column 1 to column. If you want up to column 4, you need to provide 5 as the index. 1 is to 5. Now it will not fetch id column as index start index of column you provide as 1. It will fetch from name columns, name, age, gender, and place it will provide. It will provide first record to 10th record, as you mentioned, 0 to 11 as the index. You can see it didn't consider index value 11. This is the information it fetched totally. This is how, by using lock and iloc, we will be able to fetch any specified information from a table. Okay, now let us see how we can check unique values which are present in a specified column. If we want to fetch unique values which are present in column, in pandas we need to use a method called unique. Let us see how we can use it. For example, if we want to fetch unique values from any column, first we need to know how can we fetch any specified column. We used lock previously to fetch any specified column, information of any specified column. First, let me print one particular column here. Here in this particular data frame called table underscore CSV, I have these columns like name, age, gender, and place. Also, I have ID as well. Like here, I am fetching only specified rows and columns. Let me check whether those files exist in my system or not. And files got removed automatically. Let me re-upload. I uploaded the files again. Let me connect to that particular files. Table underscore CSV equal to. First, let me import pandas. Import pandas as PD. table underscore csv equal to pg dot read underscore csv. After that, I am providing path of that particular csv file, which is nothing but of students under students.csv. If I run it, it will print the data which is present in the csv file. Now, if I want to fetch any specified column, for example, I want to check only unique locations. What are the locations that are available? If I just run it, it will fetch the information of unique locations only. Let me write a code. Table underscore csv. First, we need to fetch that specified column. To fetch that specified column, we will use lock. After that, I am taking place column and I am writing unique of. Now, if I run this particular code, it will fetch only unique values from that particular column called place in the form of an array. Now you can see it printed unique values from the column called place. You can run this for any specified column. For example, if I want to run this code on gender column, I can run it. Instead of place, I will just write gender. It will just return unique values by removing duplicates. Here, there are only two unique values called male and female. After that, now let us see how can we fetch the count of values, how many values that are present in any specified column. For example, in place column, how many values do you have? Here, as I have 20 records, like how many times Mangalore got repeated out of 20? How many times Delhi got repeated out of 20? How many times Chennai got repeated out of 20? If you want to find, then you can just use the function called value count, which is used to find the count of number of occurrences of any specified value in a column. Function name is value underscore count of. Let me take the table and let me take the same place column and let me use value underscore count of instead of unique. If I run this particular code, it will fetch this particular place column along with the count of its occurrence. Sorry, it is value underscore counts. Now it returned how many times each value got occurred. Kolkata appeared for 2 times, Delhi for 2 times, and all the remaining values appeared only for 1 time. Now if I just run gender instead of place, it have only two values, male and female. It will show how many times each value got occurred. I run this particular code. Out of 20 records, 10 rows are of male candidates and 10 rows are of female candidates. We can find count of occurrence or value count very easily by using the function called value underscore counts. After that, now let us see how can we rename any existing column in pandas. If you want to rename any column, or even though if you want to change the index ID of any table, for example, if I run table underscore CSV, you can see there are both column names and also there is an index present for each row. Even though if you want to change this column names, or even though if you want to change this index, we will use a function called rename. From a data frame, we can rename any column or index. For example, let us see how you can replace any column from a data frame. First, you need to provide data frame name. For example, if it is table underscore CSV, you need to provide it. I am just taking it as data frame dot rename of rename of. And in this particular method, we can pass multiple parameters. First thing is we need to provide what are the columns that we are going to consider. Columns equal to, and we need to provide these particular columns in a form of dictionary, like where you will provide old name, colon, new name. And with comma as separator, we can rename multiple columns as well. This is how we can just rename the columns. And if you just rename like this, the values present in the column will be replaced just temporarily. For example, if I just rename any columns in table underscore CSV, columns equal to, I'm just renaming column called place into location. I'm running place, here P is capital in place. I want to change it to location. If I just run it, it will, sorry, here I provide columns as incorrect spelling. Now you can see the column called place is renamed to location now. Now it is just performed a temporary action. The rename happened only temporarily. If I just run table underscore CSV again the column name will be place only. If you want to make this action to be happen permanently, then we need to use one more parameter which is called as in place. If I use in place equal to true, this action will be done permanently. Place will be renamed to location. If I just run it, just this code will be executed. It will not return anything. But if I run table underscore CSV after that, you can see now the column name is permanently changed to location. Not only the column names, even if you want to change any index values, then we can change that index values as well. For example, here my index is starting from 0, but let me change this value of 0 to 101. Let me rename index equal to, and I am providing value of the index 0, and I want to change this particular value to 101. And I'm just removing this in place equal to true because I don't want this to be happen permanently. Now if I run it, you can see here the index is starting from 101. After that, the second record starts from 1. I just replaced or renamed the index value from 0 to 101. This is how we can rename either column names or index values by using the method called rename. This will be the syntax, and here we can pass multiple parameters, like we can also pass in place, and we can give value called true. If in place equal to true, changes will be applied permanently. Similarly, like columns, like you can rename even multiple values by using comma as separator. First, let me show you for columns. For example, I want to change the value of location to locations, and I want to rename name column to full name. If I want to change multiple values, for example, I want to change this column name called location into locations, and I want to change the value of name column into full name. Now, if I just run the code, I also kept in place equal to true, which means the changes will be applied permanently. If I run it now, whenever you are applying the change permanently, it will not return the output. Now, if I run table underscore CSV, the changes will be displayed. You can see location is changed to locations and name column is changed to full name. Similarly, even if you want to modify index values, then you can change multiple index values by using comma as separator. After that, now let us see how we can drop any rows and or columns. For example, if you want to drop any column from a data frame, then we have a method called drop off. Table underscore csv dot drop off, and here we need to mention the column name that I want to drop. along with its access. For example, I want to drop gender column. After that, as I am dropping the column, I need to provide access equal to 1. Here, access equal to 1 refers to column and access equal to 0 refers to rows. If you are dropping rows, then you need to provide access equal to 0. Now, if I just run it, on this particular table or data frame, you can see that gender column got removed. And this is a temporary action. If you want this action to be done permanently, then you need to run in place equal to true. You need to run in place equal to true. If I run in place equal to true, then this action will be done permanently. Now I am just doing it for temporary purpose, just to show you. Even when you want to remove multiple columns, like let me run table underscore CSV. You can see again the column called gender is back because I did that action only for temporary purpose. Now, if we want to drop multiple columns, whatever the columns that you want to drop, give them as a list. For example, I want to drop gender, comma, locations. From columns. If you want to mention that it is from columns, then you need to mention access equal to 1. Now, if I run it, see both gender and locations column got removed, and we can see ID, full name, and age. Similarly, if you want to remove rows, instead of access equal to 1, we need to provide access equal to 0, and we need to mention what are all the rows that you want to remove based on its index. Like if you want to remove 0, 1, 2, and if you just run it, you can see the index now is starting from 0, 1, 2 got removed. From 3, 4, 5, it just got started. Even if you want to remove one particular row, you can just mention it as a value instead of list. This is how we can remove rows or columns from a data frame. After that, now let us see how we can sort the information which is present in a data frame. If we want to sort data based on any specified row or columns, sorry, we can sort data based on columns only. If we want to sort the data based on any specified column, then here we have a method called sort underscore values. Here we can sort the data both in ascending or descending orders. Either we can sort the data in ascending or descending orders. And we can make the action to happen permanently or temporarily by using in place as a parameter. Also, we have one more option called ignore index here, which decides whether we need to impact the index or not. let us see what will be the total syntax if you want to sort any information by using sort values. You need to provide data frame dot sort values, and within the parenthesis you need to first provide which column you are sorting. You need to provide by equal to, and you need to provide column name based on which column you are sorting. After that, by using comma as separator, you can perform this action to be done temporarily or permanently. In place equal to true or false. If in place is true, then it will be happen permanently. If it is false or if it is not mentioned, it will be happen temporarily only. After that, we need to provide ascending equal to true or false. After that, ignore index. Ignore index equal to true or false. When it comes to this ignore index, whenever we are sorting the data based on any column, automatically the index values will also be changed. If you want index to be ignored and all the remaining columns need to be sorted, then you can use ignore index equal to true. Let me sort the data based on full name or name. Yes, I'm mentioning table.csv and I want to sort the data by full name, and just let me remove this in place equal to true. I want to sort in ascending order and I just want to ignore index. Let me show the difference. Like now, if you observe here, I am sorting the data based on full name. Here you can see ID number 1, after that ID number 2. Instead of ID number 2, you have ID number 13, after that 2, after that 10, 5, because we are sorting based on full name, not based on ID. And you can see here the index is not impacted. Index is like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 normally, in normal order. But if we don't provide ignore index equal to true, even index sorting will be changed based on values. You can see 0, 12, 1, 9. Even index got changed, index got affected based on the sorting column. Similarly, if you just want to sort data in descending order, let us see how we can sort the data in descending order. If you just mention ascending equal to false, then it will sort the data in descending order. I can see here the data got sorted in descending order. Remember that these are the parameters that we can use in sort values. First thing is column name. After that, we can use in place, which can perform any action permanently if you provide it as in place equal to true. If you provide false, it will be, or if you don't provide anything, action will be performed temporarily only. After that, ascending equal to true will sort data in ascending order, or if it is false, it will sort data in descending order. After that, ignore index will help to control whether you want to impact the index values also while sorting, or if you don't want to include index in sorting. If you provide ignore index equal to true, it will not include the index values in the sorting. If you don't provide it, automatically it will include index values also in the sorting. Now let us see how we can filter the data in pandas. If we want to filter the data in pandas, we can filter the data in multiple ways. We can filter the data using single condition or multiple conditions. First, let me show you how we can filter the data using single condition. For example, first let me print the data frame that I have, which is table underscore CSV. This is the whole table I have. For example, from this table, I want the details of the people who are from Hyderabad. If I want to print only the details of the people who are from Hyderabad, then I need to filter the data based on the column called place. After choosing the data frame in between the parentheses, I need to choose the column that I want. To choose the column, I need to use loc or iloc. I will use loc table underscore CSV dot loc, and I will choose the columns that I want. First rows I am not choosing, comma, I am choosing place column. This is the column, and I want to provide that wherever this place is equal to Hyderabad, I want to print this specified data. Now, if I just run this particular code, automatically it will fetch the information which is related to Hyderabad. From Hyderabad, I have only one particular person, and I am able to fetch that particular record over here. Not only based on place and equal to, we can also apply based on multiple other conditions as well. For example, if you want to fetch information where age greater than 20, I will take age column and I will provide value like age greater than 20. Wherever age is greater than 20, it will fetch all the records. You can see for these many records, age is greater than 20. If you provide greater than or equal to 20, it will consider 20 as well. You can see now 20, 21, 23, all these ages are being fetched. Now let us see how we can filter the data based on multiple conditions. Here we have filtered the data based on single condition. What if I need to fetch the data based on multiple conditions? I want to fetch the information where age greater than 20 and gender male. I want to apply multiple conditions. I want to check whether the gender is equal to male, and I want to check the age equal to 20 as well. If you want to apply multiple conditions by using operator called and, we can use multiple conditions. Only when both the conditions are true, it will fetch the data. Let me take the data frame table underscore CSV. After that, in between the parentheses, we need to provide conditions. Like as I want to provide both the conditions, I will take brackets for both the conditions by separation of and. In between these parentheses, I will provide both the conditions. First condition is table underscore CSV, which is my data frame dot log, and I will choose my column where I want to filter the data. First, I am choosing age greater than 20. After this is my first condition, and my second condition is gender equal to male. This is how, by using and as operator and providing the condition in between parentheses, we can provide multiple conditions, and also we can filter the data. Sorry, here I need to provide multiple double equal to, we need to check the condition. Now here we tried based on single condition and multiple conditions. Let me try some alternative examples. What if I want to print the data where location is not Bengaluru or location is not Delhi? Like except Delhi, I want to fetch all the remaining location details. I will just write code table underscore CSV. Here the column that stores the location value for me is place. Now I want to fetch that particular column. Table underscore CSV dot log place not equal to Delhi. Now if I run this particular code, it will fetch all the records except the data of Delhi. Like if you provide escalation mark along with equal to, it is considered as not equal to operator, and it will fetch all the information except the location that we provided. This is how we can use not equal to. What if we want to fetch the information of multiple values? For example, I want to fetch the information of both Hyderabad and Bangalore. Up to now, we are fetching the information of only one particular values everywhere. Gender equal to male only, age greater than 20, here age greater than 20, here place equal to Hyderabad. What if I want to fetch the information of multiple values? Let us see how we can do it. Here we applied single value. I want to fetch the information of both Hyderabad and Bangalore. Let us see how we can fetch the information of multiple places. Like if we want to fetch the information of multiple places, we need to use the method called esin. And we need to provide the values as list. I want to provide both the values of Hyderabad and Bangalore. Now if I run this particular code, currently I have value only from Hyderabad. Okay, here Bangalore spelling is different. Let me copy this. Now if I run it, I will be able to get the information of the people who are from Hyderabad and Bangalore. This is how, by using multiple conditions, we will be able to filter the data in Pandas. After filter, now let us try to understand how to use GroupBy in Pandas. We already know that GroupBy is used to group the data based on values present in the column while performing any of the aggregations. For example, here I have students details in table underscore CSV data frame. These are the details that I have. What if I want to get city wise count of students? How many students that I got from each city? In that particular place, in that particular time, I need to group the information based on place, and I need to find the count value. To do that, let me write a code. Print city wise count of students. First, let me take table here, which is nothing but of our data frame, table underscore CSV dot. After that, I want to group the data based on place. Let me type group by, and within the parenthesis, I need to provide based on which column I am doing group. I am grouping based on place. After that, I need to provide what is the aggregation that I want to perform on the top of any column. First, I need to provide the column. I need, for example, if I want to fetch count of students, I will just count student IDs. If I count the student IDs, I will be able to get the total count or total number of students that are present. I will take ID as the column, and I will use the method called count of to count the record. Now, if I run it, sorry, here we need not to provide this dot, just we need to provide grouping column along with the column we are selecting for aggregation. Here I am able to print place wise count of students. You can see that from Kolkata there are two people, and even from Delhi there are two people. From all the remaining cities, there is only one student in the table that I provided. Not only based on place, if even if you want to try based on any other column, we can try. And not only the count, we can perform any other aggregation as well. For example, if I want to fetch maximum of age, who is the person with the highest age, then I can just write table underscore CSV dot group by, and I need to provide based on which column I need to group. For example, if I want to fetch the maximum of age based on name or student ID, then I can provide that specified columns. I just want to print name and the corresponding age of the person whose age is maximum. Age dot max of will return the maximum value. If I just run it, now it is fetching student name wise age. That's why it will fetch all the people along with their ages. But if I take any other column like gender, now it will fetch highest age for male candidate and highest age of female candidate. Now we performed group by based on single column, and we are performing any aggregation that we require. What if we want to perform multiple aggregations? For example, if we have only single aggregations, I am taking that specified column and I am giving max of min of whatever we want. For example, I want to find gender wise what is the minimum age and maximum age. I want to find both. Then in that particular case, what do I need to do? Then let us see how we can perform multiple aggregations at the same time. Table underscore CSV dot group by. I am grouping by gender only here. After taking group by, I need to use a method called aggregate, AGG, which is used to perform multiple aggregations at the same time. Here, as I need to provide multiple aggregations both to find maximum and minimum values, I need to provide the aggregations that I want to do in between the square brackets as a list. I want to perform both max and min. Max will return the maximum age and min will return the minimum age. Now, whenever I run it, you can see that it is returning gender wise maximum value and minimum value. As it is performing on all the columns, like by default, it is fetching the information of all the columns, not only age column, it is fetching the information on all the columns. Now, if you want to specify, like if you want to fetch only the data of any specified column, and if you want to fetch only that particular data, we need to provide that specified column as a dictionary, and we need to provide what is the aggregation that you want to perform on the top of that specified column. For example, here, if I want to perform max on age and min on age, just I need to provide it as a dictionary. I need to take age column and I need to provide that I want to perform max on the top of it. And similarly, I need to take age again and I need to perform min on the top of the same age column. Now, if I run it, it will fetch the maximum and minimum values based on this particular age, why it is returning only minimum value. Let me try based on some other column, like Let me take maximum value based on ID and minimum value based on age. It is working. Like for female, maximum ID is 20 and male maximum ID is 19 and minimum age is 18 for both. As I am taking same column, it is overwriting the existing column. If I want to perform multiple aggregations on the top of same column, for example, I want to perform both max and min only on the age column. Let us see how we can. Table underscore CSV dot. I'm taking group by based on gender only. Group by gender. After that, I need to provide the column that I want to perform these aggregations. I want to perform on the top of age. Now I want to use this method called aggregate, and I want to mention what are the aggregations that I want to perform on the top of age. I want to perform both min and max. And I will just rename the columns like minimum value as min age and maximum value as max age by using the method called rename. And I will provide that I am renaming the columns. I'm taking minimum as min age and maximum as max age. Now if I run it, I misspelled group by. Now you can see I'm getting gender wise minimum age and maximum age. Female minimum age is 18, maximum age is 23. Male minimum age is 18 and maximum age is 22. This is how we can perform multiple aggregations on the same column as well. Even we can perform multiple aggregations on different columns as well by while performing group by. Even we can group the data based on multiple columns as well. For example, not only on gender, if I want to group the data based on location and gender. For example, I want to check maximum and minimum age of each student based on each location separately. Then I need to provide location and gender as a list within group by class. Place, comma, gender. I want to provide these two values as a list. If I provide them as a list, automatically first it will group the information based on place. After that, gender. Place will be considered as a major category. After that, gender will be taken as a subcategory. Based on that subcategory, it will calculate both the min and max values. I am calculating max of ID and min of age. You can see in Delhi, female maximum ID is 6 and she is of 20 years. And in the same Delhi, male's maximum ID is 17 and of age, minimum age 19. Like this, we can perform multiple aggregations while performing group by. We can group based on multiple columns and we can perform aggregation on multiple columns as well. Similarly, like if we have any sales data set or something, if you want to calculate category wise sales, product category wise, product wise count of products available, like year-wise profit, whatever the aggregations that you want to perform based on GroupBy, everything will be done by this specified method only. After that, now let us see how we can replace any specified value which is in a data frame. For example, I want to replace any specified value. For example, I have a value called Bangalore and I want to replace it to Bengaluru because it changed its name. So I want to replace the old value to new value. If I want to replace any specified value in the data frame, first I need to fetch that particular column and then I need to apply the replace by providing old value and new value. First, let us see how we can fetch that particular column. If we want to fetch any column, we are using lock table underscore CSV is my data frame dot lock. I want to replace location value here. I'm providing my column name as place, which contain all the location values. After taking this particular column, I just need to use the method called replace. And within this replace, I will provide a dictionary where I will provide old name and new name. I will provide Bangalore, which is old name. I want to change it to Bengaluru. And now if I run it, automatically the name will be changed, but it will be applied temporarily. You can see, I think I misspelled it. Let me place the exact value available. Now you can see where is this? Yeah, Bangalore is changed to Bengaluru now. Now this change got applied temporarily. Now if I run table underscore CSV, again this change will be reverted. We already know this will happen because of one more parameter that we need to provide, which is called in place. If I just mention in place equal to true, this particular change will be applied permanently. Now if I run it, the value will be changed to Bengaluru and it got applied permanently. Now the value available in the data frame is Bengaluru. This is how we can replace any value, not only any value. We can handle even null values if we have any null values inside the system. If you want to handle null values, then you need to use NumPy. As I don't have any null values in the data frame, let me just explain you how you can handle any null values. For example, if you have null value in any of the column, you want to handle it. Like if you want to replace the null value with 0, or if you want to replace null value with any other values, then in that particular case, just you need to take your data frame dot replace, and here you need to use that you want to replace np dot none to 0. For example, here I am handling by replacing null value with 0. You can replace to any particular value. np dot none is a NumPy value which indicates null. If you want to perform this particular operation, you need to import NumPy as well. Import NumPy as np. After importing NumPy, then you can replace. You can use np.none, which indicates null value. This is how we can represent null value inside Python. And you can replace that particular null value with 0 by using replace. We can replace any of the existing value in the table or data frame, or you can even handle the null values. Now let us see how we can change the data type in pandas. We have astype, which is used to change the data type in pandas. This astype is used to change float value into integer. You can convert float into integer. Object, which is nothing but of string value into integer or float if it supports, and int value into float. Like you can convert int also into object or string. Float also can be converted as a object or string. Let us see what are the data types available in table. Table underscore csv dot dtype. Dtypes is used to fetch the data types of each columns present in the table. Here I have ID, name, age, gender, and place columns. ID and age are integers. All the remaining columns are of objects, which are nothing but of text. If I want to convert age value into a text value, because age column will not be used in aggregation mostly, we will not sum or min, or we will not do any operations based on age usually. It will be a rare scenario just to test, but in regular cases or in analysis purpose, we will not do addition of ages or multiplication of ages or division of ages, nothing. We will just use age value as a category. Not only age, like we will have any multiple other columns which contains numbers, and we can use them only as categories. Even pin code, if you have any pin code, we will not use pin codes in as a part of aggregations. Like we will not add all the pin codes, or we will not subtract one pin code from another pin code, or we will not multiply them. We will just use them as a category value. Even if we have it as an integer, or even if we have it as an object, it will not impact the data. Now, if I want to have age as an object, then in that particular case, I can just convert it into object by using astype. Just to convert it, I need to choose the column that I want to convert first. Table underscore csv dot loc. As I want to convert age, I want to take the age column. And I need to provide equal to, and I want to provide to which data type I want to convert to. Table underscore csv dot loc dot age. I want to convert it as object. I'm providing that I want to convert it as an object, and I will just provide table underscore csv dot data dtypes. To check whether the data types are converted or not. Now, if I just run it, you can see age is converted to object. Previously it is integer. Now as I convert it into object, it changed to object. This is how we can convert one data type value into another data type using method called astype in pandas. After discussing about method called astype, which is used to change the data type of a column in data frame, let me load a table. Let me load an Excel sheet called Amazon Retail Sales and let me read the data. Okay, table got loaded. Let me take a data frame called sales data. Sales data equal to pd dot read underscore Excel. After that, we need to provide the path of this Excel file. This is an Excel file. Let me copy the path and let me paste the path within the quotation marks. Now just let me run the sales data. Now if I run it, it will display the data present in this Excel sheet. Okay, now I am able to see whole data present in the Excel sheet. Here in this sales data, I have columns called row ID, order date, ship date of the order, ship mode, customer ID, customer name, segment. After that, country, city, postal code, region, product ID, category, subcategory, product name, sales, quantity, discount, and profit. I have whole information about any specified order that is placed. Now here I have a column called sales and I have columns called profit. Like suppose let us consider you have a product, you purchased a product for 220 rupees and you sold it for 260 rupees. You purchased a product for 220 and sold it for 260. The difference between the purchase amount or the unit price or actual cost and the sold price is nothing but of profit. Here we have a column called sales where you have sold amount and you have a column called profit, which is nothing but of the margin that you received after selling that particular product. Now we need to have one more column called actual cost or unit cost. If we want to add any custom columns or if we want to add any new columns to the existing tables, let us see how we can add that new column to the table in pandas. For example, I want to add a column called unit price. First, I need to mention my data frame name, sales data. After that, lock, and I need to lock this particular column called unit price that I am going to create. Unit price. This is my column name. And I need to provide equal to, and I need to provide the logic that provides this unit price. Here I'm taking data frame name and I am choosing that specified column. Now I need to provide logic to calculate this unit price. Logic to calculate unit price is nothing but of sales amount minus profit. Similarly, like this, I need to fetch sales amount from sales data table. What is the column name exactly? It is nothing but of sales and another column name is profit. First, I need to take sales minus profit. Sales minus profit will give unit price or actual price. Now, if I just print sales data, unsupported operator, operand type for sorry, I missed a comma here. So separating. Now, if I see here, I have a column called unit price, which is a calculated column. This particular column is coming from sales and profit. I'm subtracting profit from sales. I am getting this unit price. This is how we can add any of the columns or calculated columns to the data. Like what if we want to run any function on the top of data? For example, here I have a column called profit. I want to run some function on the top of the profit, which displays whether I got profit or loss or no gain, no loss. I want to create a customized function and I want to see how it is going to work. First, let me create a function and after that, let me show you how we can have that particular function executed for data frame. To create function, we know we need to use def and I am giving name of the function as check profit. And for this particular function, the parameter will be profit. And I want to just use a small if else condition. If profit value is greater than 0, I want to return as gain or profit. If it is less than 0, I want to give it as loss. If it is 0, then no gain, no loss. If profit greater than 0, return gain. Elif profit less than 0, return loss. If profit is greater than 0, I am taking it as gain. If it is less than 0, I am taking it as loss. If it is 0, no gain, no loss. This is a function I am creating. Let me just execute this particular function. Now I want this function to be executed in my data frame. Like for my table, I want to execute this particular function. I want to check how many orders I got profit and for how many orders I got loss. You can see for few of the orders profit value is negative, which means you got loss over here. Let us see how we can apply this particular functions. If we want to apply this function to each record of a data frame, we have a method called apply. By using this particular method called apply, we will apply this particular function for each row of a data frame. Let us see how it will works. Let me take the table called sales data. Our table name is sales data, and let me create a column called profit check. Now I want to have the information of the output of that particular function on the top of the column called profit in the column called profit check. Let me run it and let me run the sales data. Here you can see I took profit column and I am using a method called apply and I am running the function called check profit. If I run it, I will have one more column called profit check, and here wherever the profit value is less than 0, there it indicates that it returned loss. Here I can see loss. This is how we can use a method called apply to apply any function to all the rows of a data frame. After that, let us see one more method called toDateTime. Sometimes whenever we have data, we will have date values in the form of text or numbers or in any other format. Like this, we can have date value. Sometimes just they will provide date value as 2029 0101. I am taking this as a day. They will provide date like this as a text. Now, if you want to extract any year or month or day from this particular date value, it will be difficult as it is a text value. Now, let us see how we can convert that particular text values into date data type by using toDateTime method. First, let me fetch the sales data that I have. In this sales data, I have order date and ship date, which are date columns. Let me check the data type for this particular date column. Sales data dot log. I want to check for order date. Order date dot d type is used to check the data type. I run it. It is giving M8NS, which indicates that it is of date data type in Python. Even if you just try to convert it, for example, if you want to convert this particular value into date time by using pandas method called toDateTime, just I am taking order date equal to pd.toDateTime, and I am just taking that specified column, order date column, by using lock, and just I am running this sales data. Let me check the data type for both order date and ship date here instead of just running whole table. Let me run it. Now for both order date and ship date, it will return M8NS, which is nothing but of date data type. Like even if you have it as a text or integer data types, even if you have date as an integer or text data type, by using toDateTime method, you will be able to convert it into date data type value. From this particular column, we have multiple other methods where we can extract the data. For example, if you want to add few other columns like year, month, day, month name or day name, we have corresponding methods. If we have data in date data type format, let us see how we can fetch them. Let me add some columns to sales data, sales data.loc, and let me take a new column name called month, and let me give equal to, and let me write a code which returns month. Here I am writing sales data.loc, order date.dt, month will return month, dt year will return year, dt day will return day value. Similarly, if you just write month name of is checking day name, let me write for month name as well. Yeah, I added these many columns: month, year, day of week, and month name. If I just run it, all these columns will be added to sales table. You can see that month, year, day of week, month name, all these columns. If you want even quarter or some other columns based on date, you will be able to get that particular columns using these methods. If you have data as date value, but if you have data as text or integer, it is not possible to extract all this information using Python. Now let us see one of the important concept of Python or pandas, which is nothing but of handling missing values. For example, if there is A data frame or table where some of the values or information is missing. Let us consider few values of a specified column are missing. Usually we will represent any missing or unknown value using null. We will consider it as a null value or unknown value or missing value. But in particular column, if there are any null values, in Python, that particular null value will be considered based on data type. For example, if it is a number data type, it will be NaN value. NaN will be taken as value. NaN means not a number. If it is text column, it will be taken as none. For example, if you don't provide any value for a text column, it will be taken as none. If it is date and time value, it will take as NAT, which is nothing but of not a time related value. Let me create a Python data frame which contains some null values or missing values. Let me take info information as my data frame name. Let me take pd.dataframe and let me use multiple dictionaries to take values. Let me take first column as name. I will provide list of names. That let me take few other columns like age. For example, I don't know age of few people. I don't know name of this particular person called John. I am providing the value as none for now. None is a keyword which is used to represent null value of any column. After that, let me take one more column called gender and salary. Okay. Gender, I provided all the values, and in salary also for Peter, there is a none as value. Let me run it. As age and salary are number data type values, it will be displayed as NaN. I run it and let me print this information. You can see both age and salary are displayed as NaN because they are related to number data type values. If it is of a text column, then it will be displayed as none. For example, for Peter, I am not giving the value for gender. I am just giving it as none for now. And let me run the data frame and let me execute it. For text column, you can see it is taking as none. If it is a number valued or integer valued column, it is taking as NA, not a number. Now let us see how we can handle these null values in Python. The easiest way of handling them is like dropping them or removing them. First, let us see how we can find if there are any null values exist in this particular data frame. If you just want to find any null values present in this data frame of in any of the column, just write data frame name information dot is null of dot sum of. Just provide sum of which will add all the null records and it will return column wise information. In name column there are 0 null values. In age there is 1 null value. Gender there is 1 null value. In salary column there is 1 null value. Total there are 3 null values in the whole table. Now the easiest way of handling these null values or unknown values is dropping them. If you just want to drop these null values in pandas, just you can use a method called drop now. Information is our data frame name dot drop now, which is used to drop the null values from the table. If I run it, all the rows which contain null values will be removed. You can see now I can see the information of only 3 people because for the fourth record the null values exist in that particular record only. In all the remaining records, all the values exist. That's why that record got removed. Even if there is any record which contain at least one null value, that particular record will be removed. But dropping will not give the whole solution. But if you if there is a table with 40 or 50 columns, and if in any column if there is one particular null value for whatever the reason, if you drop the whole column, you will lose a lot of information because whenever the table size increases, there will be a lot of rows with missing information. Like dropping them is not a solution always. So there are few alternatives to handle this particular null value. Instead of dropping the complete rows, like here, wherever the null value exists, I dropped the complete rows. But first we need to observe the data. After observing the data, if you find any column with more than 70% null values, then you can drop that specified column instead of dropping whole record which contains even one particular null value. If there is any specified column which contains many more null values repeating at least more than 70% null values, you can remove that particular column because it contains mostly null values and the data is not that useful in your analysis. If you want to drop any specified column, just we need to take our data frame name, which is nothing but of information dot drop, and you need to specify that particular column name. For example, I want to drop column called salary, I need to provide salary, and I need to provide that it is of column by using axis equal to. If it is row, axis equal to 0. If it is column, we need to provide axis equal to 1. And if I run it, that specified column called salary will be removed. If it contains null values most of the times, we can drop that particular column instead of removing all the records. This is one particular way of handling null values. We also have multiple other ways. What if you know the value? Whenever you are inserting in the source data or in your source table, you don't have information. But after some time, you came to know that the gender for Peter is male. You came to know this particular information. Then we can replace any unknown value. How to replace that particular value? We already know how to fetch any particular value of a specified row or specified column using lock. Let me take data frame information dot lock. This is the fourth row where the index is 3, and I need to provide which column I want to modify. I want to modify the column called gender, and I need to provide what is the value that I want to give to this particular row and column. In the fourth row where index is 3, and for the column gender, for this particular value, what is the replacement that I am providing? I am providing m as the value, and if I just run information, you can just see that value got changed here. By the whole row got changed. Sorry, here I need to provide comma. Sorry. Let me run this table once again. Let me replace only gender. You can see that all the remaining values are as it is, but gender got changed to male. Previously it was none, but it is changed to male now. Like if you come to know the information, if you are aware of information previously, even though if it is null value or none, you will be able to replace it by using lock and by passing the value to it. After that, based on the data set you are working, sometimes you have a lot of random missing values, like in any text column or in any uh, column which contains numbers, you will have some random missing values. Like if you don't have any value over there, like if you leave it as none or null, you might get your code errors. Like if you are having none value and if you are multiplying it with some other number, you will get a code error. To avoid that, maybe if you want to replace any value with some other value, like we can't randomly replace with any of the random value. Instead of doing that, we can use some of the NumPy functions like mean, median, and mode. For example, if you want to replace any value which contains a regular interval of values or a usual values or common values which doesn't have any outliers. For example, you have lot of salaries where your salaries range from 30,000 to 1 lakh. Every time for all the people, salary will range from 30,000 to 1 lakh only. For few of the records, salary is missing for that moment. Like you want to use some of the value to perform your calculation. Instead of giving any zero or any random value, if you use mean will be the closest value for balanced numeric data, which means here you will have common data kind of like everywhere the values will be at same range. All the times the values will be between 13,000 and 30,000 and 1 lakh. It will not go very less, it will not go very high. But if your data or if your numerical value contains any outliers in the sense, for example, if there is any age column, age values are between 1 to 100 or 120. Suddenly one value came with the information called age 500, which is an outlier, which is an incorrect value or which is an outlier which will not usually occurs. If you have outliers like that, like sudden deviation value, then median will be very best approach to replace that particular null value or none value. If you have outliers in your numeric range, then use median. And mode is used to replace a text value. How mode will replace any text value means, for example, here in gender column, previously for Peter I have none as the value. Instead of replacing value manually, if I use mode, it will take the highest repetitive value. We cannot tell that it is returning the exact value, but it will check in previous records what is the data that is present. Previously, there is male, female, and male. Here, male occurred for 2 times, which means it will understand that the possibility of having male values is high and it will take male instead of null automatically. Mode will replace the repetitive text value and it will replace that particular. Now let us just test how are these outliers affect this mean and median. Let us consider you have few of the age values. Let me import NumPy. Import NumPy as NP. After that, let me take a list of age values. I have age values from 10 to 50 or 60. Now let me just run both mean and median for this particular age. NP dot mean of age. Similarly, let me run median for this particular. If I run both mean and median, sorry, I misspelled median. You can see both are returning same output. Like whenever there are sequence of values without any outliers. Here in this particular information, I don't have any outliers. I have just a range of values from 10 to 60. It is both are giving similar result. What if you have any outliers? For example, I have a value called 300 or 900. 300 or 900 are unusual values. They will not occur regularly in any age. Now, if I run it, mean will become very higher value. You can see that mean returned me 176 as the value, which is very far away from the 35. If I will the average value, which is very mean is very far away from average value whenever we have any outliers. Median is little bit close. 35 and 45 are close when compared to 176.25. So whenever you have outliers, instead of having any random value in place of null, you can just use median so that it will take center value and it will keep it as value in the place of null value. This is how we can handle null values or blank values or missing values in pandas. Now let us see how we can handle duplicates. For example, in your data or in data frame, if you have duplicate data in the sense the whole record should contain same information, or the specified columns that you are fetching will have same information. Let me take information of Ram once again. Let me add one more name called Ram with age 24, gender male. Here, let me remove this values, non-values, and let me enter some data. Let me take same 1000 as salary. Ram again. Here, the information of Ram got duplicated. Let me print it. Here you can see that, forget about this index, but if you consider the values present in the data frame, the information related to Ram got duplicated. Remaining all are the unique records. Now, if you get these kind of duplicates, first thing is how to check these particular duplicates. If you want to check duplicates, you need to use method called duplicated, and you need to just check the sum to count how many records are duplicated. Data frame name is information dot duplicated dot sum of. If you just run it, it will return how many duplicate records actually exist. It is returning that there is one duplicate record. Ram occurred for the very first time. Again, it got duplicated once. It is returning that there is one duplicate record. If you want to remove the duplicates, you need to use drop duplicates. Information dot drop duplicates of drop underscore duplicates. If you just run it, it will drop duplicates and it will return unique records. We should not keep duplicate information in the data frame or tables while performing analysis. So we need to drop them. If you want to drop, we will just use a method called drop duplicates. Let me just print this data frame called information. Now again I am able to see duplicates because this is not done permanently. If I want to make it happen permanent, just I need to use in place equal to. If I just run it, and if I just run information, the transformation happened permanently, and now I can see only 4 unique records without any duplicates. This is how we can handle duplicates. After that, now let us see how we can use concat in pandas. What if you have your data in multiple data frames? You have your information split it into two different data frames and you want the whole output in single table. How can you get it? For example, you have January month data in one particular data frame, Feb month data in one particular data frame, March month data in another data frame. But in the output, you need to print whole year information. How can you do it? If we concat the data, if we append the data, then we will be able to see it. Let us see how we can use this concat in pandas. Unlike append, this concat is used to add data both row wise or column wise. Let us see, but using it column wise is not suggestible. I will make you understand why. First, let me take two different data frames like student 1 equal to this. I am taking name, age, and gender, and student 2 equal to it is taking same names. Okay, let it be, no problem. Here I am taking two data frames called student 1 and student 2. Let me print student 1 and student 2 as well. Here I have 4 records. Now, what if I want to have whole 8 records in the output? I want to concat both data frame 1 and data frame 2, and I want to see whole 8 records in the same output. Let us see how we can do it. Pandas dot concat just take student 1 comma student 2. If you just execute it except index, it will append all the columns, and it here you will get incorrect index values like 0 1 2 3 and again 0 1 2 3, which is from student 2. If you want proper index, just mention that ignore index while performing the concatenation. If you run ignore index, then you will be able to see whole 8 records in the format of single output. This is how we will append the information by using concat in Python, which will be done on regular basis whenever you need to append multiple data frames, and this happened row wise. You added 4 rows of table 1 with 4 rows of table 2. Totally there are 8 rows. What if you want to add columns? For example, here you have 3 columns called name, age, and gender, and you have 4 rows. Again, you want to add these 3 name, age, and gender columns, or if you have any other information. For example, you have department and any other information in another data frame. You just want to add it column wise. You want to add additional columns here. Then let us see how we can do ed.concat and just provide that axis equal to 1, which indicates that you are adding columns. Just if I run it, it will return totally 6 columns, name, age, gender. Again, it is of data frame 2, name, age, gender. Here, it will just add the columns of both data frames. But the problem here is it will not check whether the record is the values that we are adding is correct or not. For example, here you have name, age, gender. For suppose if you have some other columns here, like you have department, you have salary, and you have some other information here, it will not check whether the values you are concatenating are belonging to Ram or any other person. It will just concatenate directly. Row 1 will be concatenated, row 1 of data frame 1 will be concatenated with row 1 of data frame 2. It will not check whether the values are matching or not. If you want to check whether the values are matching or not, and then if you want to add columns from multiple tables, then we need to perform merge operation. Merge is nothing but of join in SQL, which is used to combine data of multiple data frames. Here we have multiple types of joins like inner, left, right, and outer. When it comes to inner join will print all the matching records. When it comes to left join will fetch all the matching records and unmatched records from the left table. And wherever you have unmatched records from left table, the information of right table will be displayed as none over there or null values. When it comes to right join, it will also fetch all the matching records and unmatched records from right table. Wherever you have unmatched records, the left table information over there will be shown as null. And we have outer join, which will fetch matching records and unmatched records from both the tables here. Let us see how you can join two different tables here. For example, here I have two data frames called employee and department. For example, this is the employee table I have. Let me add few columns called department ID. Let me take 4 departments for 4 people. All are belonging to different departments. Let me create one more data frame called department, where I have department ID and department name. I have IT, HR, finance, and marketing departments. Here I need to close the bracket. Let me display both the outputs like employee and also the department. These are the 4 employees along with their department IDs. Here I have department information where I have department ID and department name. Now I want to join or merge these two tables, both employee and department tables. And then I need to print the information of department name along with employee information in the same out. Here name, age, gender, department ID. Along with this, I want to print department name as well. Let us see how we can perform that particular join. Pandas start merge, and you need to take both the table names. Along with you need to provide on condition like on the basis of which column you are joining both the tables. On the basis of department ID, I am joining both the tables. And how indicates that which join you are performing. How do you want to join these two tables, whether you want to perform inner join or left join or right join or full join. Sorry, not full join, outer join. If I run it, now you can see the whole information here. Instead of inner, if you just keep it as left, it will perform left join. If you keep it as right, it will perform right join. If you perform outer, it will perform outer. Anyhow, here you have all the 4 records matching in both the tables. That's why you are getting same output. But if you have any unmatched records, then we will get null values. And along with those unmatched records, if we are performing any of the other joins like left, right, or outer. Now, also along with this merge, where we can perform join operations, in Pandas, we also have a method called join directly. By using merge, we are joining multiple tables. Then what is the purpose of having join again? When it comes to merge, in merge, you can specify any column, any common column between both the data frames. And you can tell that based on this specified column, you can join both the tables. But when it comes to join will combine multiple data frames. Based on key column. When it comes to join will always join the information based on key column. Let me take the same 2 data frames. But if you want to use join, you have to mention what is the key column in that particular table by using method called setIndex. SetIndex, and you need to provide whatever the key column that you want to use. Here I want to use department ID as key column for both the tables. Let me do the same setIndex for department table as well. Both in employee table and department table, I am taking the index column or key column. Now let me create these two data frames. Now I can join these two data frames without having any specified on condition. Just I will use employee dot join department, and we can provide how the join need to be happen, whether it is outer join or inner join or left join or full join. We can specify the join type. Now it performed join normally, and department ID is the key column here in between these two tables. If you want to perform merge operation, or if you want to fetch the information of multiple data frames or combine the information of multiple data frames together, either we can use merge operation. If you want to specify the column name based on which column you want to perform the operation. If you have any key columns which are already exist, and if you want to join based on that key column, then we can use join as well.